Journey to the west to conquer the world of demons. The holy land of Lingshan Mountain in the west. With the joining of the immortals and gods in the heavenly court, the spread of concept ideas became faster and wider. Not only in the east, but also in the countries of the western regions, and even Tianzhu, there are people who recite visual thoughts every day. This moment, the Tathagata and all the Buddhas on Lingshan couldn't sit still. The rise and fall of Buddhism depends on believers, and they also absorb the power of faith and turn it into divine power to practice and strengthen their strength. Digging out their believers means digging out their foundations and destroying their roots. Originally, as soon as the 500-year period that they planned to agree with the heavenly court came, the learners would go to the west to learn the scriptures, spread the Dharma to the east, expand their beliefs, and spread Buddhism to a wider extent. However, before the 500-year deadline, Sun Wukong, the protector of the scriptures they selected, was out of trouble, and he was still helping Nao Shizi, the god of Hongmong, to spread the faith. The gods of heaven also joined in. In their view, this is the trick of heaven. The gods in the heavens did not want them to spread the Dharma to the east, so they made this moth for them at the critical moment when the 500-year deadline was approaching. What's even more frightening is that contemplating thoughts has a kind of magical power. After chanting, it can not only increase the cultivation level, but also make people believe in the God of the primordial. The Tathagata and the 3,000 Buddhas panicked. Everyone, what do you think? Sitting on the lotus throne, the Tathagata, with a solemn treasure appearance, spoke slowly, and the sound was like a bell. Amitabha, this must be a conspiracy created by the heavenly court. The god of primordial Meng bewitched the world and brought cholera to the common people. He is really the great demon of heaven and earth. My Buddha is merciful. I should suppress demons, collect their magic scriptures, and cut off their roots. Amitabha, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell, I would like to follow the world-honored one to subdue demons. As the Tathagata's voice fell, other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Vajras, Arhats, Bhikkhunis and other Buddhas spoke one after another. Their faces are kind, compassionate, and look like self-sacrifice. Good. The Tathagata nodded slightly, and then said distressedly, the demons cholerate the common people and bewitched the world. This is the disaster of the people of the eastern land. It's just that we have a 500-year agreement with the gods in the heavens, but it's not easy to break our promise at this time, and go east to subdue demons and eliminate demons, and save the people of the world from suffering. When the Buddhas heard the words, they said without hesitation, Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful, but the gods in the heaven and the demons have long been reduced to demons, and the previous agreement naturally no longer exists. Nowadays, the immortals and gods in the court have entered the way of demons, demons are rampant, and the people are in dire straits. The people in the eastern lands are miserable, and they live in torment every day. My Buddha is merciful, and I ask the world-honored one to take the common people of the world into consideration and save the people of the world from the fire and water. Speaking of this, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhunis prayed together. My Buddha is merciful, please the world-honored one remember the geniuses and common people, and save the people of the world from the fire and water. The Tathagata smiled slightly, with a dignified appearance and a more kind face, and said slowly, I wanted to keep my promise, but I really can't bear the rampage of demons and the suffering of common people. Today we have to go east to subdue the demons. If this move is against God's will, all karmic obstacles of cause and effect are all borne by me. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas clasped their hands together and said in unison, Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Satisfied, Tathagata took all the Buddhas of Lingshan out of Lingshan to the west, preparing to destroy all the gods in heaven in one fell swoop, unify the faith, and let all living beings in the world believe in Buddha. Dongtu Tang, Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, was lying on the clouds above Chang'an, listening to the continuous sound of chanting sutras below, with a smile on his face. These are the fruits of his preaching. Thinking of the reward from the gods, the corner of his mouth burst into a smile. In the sky, the heavenly gods are building starry sky altars. Suddenly, streaks of golden light pierced through the clouds and shone from the sky, and the surging and vast Buddha power filled every inch of the sky. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, turned over and stood up, holding the golden cudgel in his hand, feeling the terrifying coercion that swept like a tide. His eyes were particularly dignified. Tathagata, Ling Lai's tyrannical voice spewed out from his mouth, and the Jade Emperor and other heavenly gods also manifested beside it, looking at the sky warily. As the golden light became more intense, the Tathagata's 6-foot-long golden body emerged, stretching across the sky and overwhelming all directions. Bursts of Sanskrit sounds sounded, and 3,000 Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Bhikkhunis and other Lingshan Buddhas manifested, turning 1,000,000 miles around into a Buddha country. The surging Buddha power hangs down from the sky, and there are bursts of Sanskrit sounds. The common people who originally recited visual thoughts couldn't help being infected and knelt down on the ground one after another, chanting devoutly, Amitabha. Seeing this scene, Monkey King, the king of demon kings, was furious. These are the results of his preaching, and Tathagata wanted to rob people as soon as he came. He also used Buddhist methods, which is really shameless. Shameless. However, before he could make a move, Wanshi Buddha's angry voice had already sounded. He stared at Sun Wukong, his eyes wide open, and shouted loudly, "The daring monstrous monkey, dared to bring harm to the common people, and captured it without letting go. Catch Nima coins with nothing, and eat my old grandson with a stick." Sun Wukong was furious, raised his stick and threw it at Wanshi Buddha. The golden cudgel suddenly became thicker long, like a pillar of the sky, overwhelming mountains and seas, majestic and majestic. Amitabha. Tathagata pressed the big golden palm, and swat the king of the demon king, Sun Wukong, flying like a fly. As the most powerful person in this world, Tathagata's strength is well-deserved number one. Beating Monkey King, the king of demon kings, is just like Lao Tzu beating his son. Tathagata, you have passed. The Jade Emperor looked at Tathagata with a serious heart, and spoke in a deep voice. His strength was even worse, he couldn't even beat a monkey, let alone a Tathagata. Don't compare it to the prehistoric world or something. This world is the world of film and television fans. Tathagata is the strongest, and I am the master of my territory. Tathagata did not speak, but Maitreya Buddha was just an awe-inspiring, accusing, Jade Emperor, you are in vain to be the righteous God of heaven, and you are willing to degenerate yourself, join forces with monsters, confuse the people, and do harm to the common people. If you don't let go, you will be arrested and accept my Buddha's influence. You bald donkeys, don't you just want to destroy us, let the Buddhist family dominate, and make all the people in the world believe in you? It is hypocritical and shameless to say that you are harming the common people. Neja had a hot temper and directly exposed their disguise. Amitabha, the benefactor, has been deeply infatuated with demons. Only by going to the holy land of Lingshan and listening to my Buddha's scriptures day and night, can we drive away the demons and achieve positive results. The pharmacist Luli Buddha is compassionate and compassionate. Bah, a bunch of bald donkeys, they still have demons, don't they just want to save me? Neja spat hard, he hated this kind of hypocritical bald donkey the most. Amitabha, you have already fallen into the devil, and you should return to Lingshan with the little monk. The little monk will definitely do his best to drive away the demons in your hearts. The Tathagata has a majestic appearance, clasped his hands together, and the sky is full of Buddha light. 3,000 Buddhas are chanting sutras in unison, and the Sanskrit sounds are lingering. Buddhist kingdom in the palm of your hand. Tathagata stretched out his big golden palm, and pressed it down on the Jade Emperor and other gods. You dare. The Jade Emperor and other heavenly gods were startled and angry, panicked in their hearts, feeling the golden Buddha's palm coming as if the world had overturned, their eyes were full of despair. They were not opponents of the Tathagata, and now they have lost many believers because of preaching, and their strength has declined again. Facing the powerful coming, the Tathagata, who was blessed by the Buddhas of Lingshan, had no power to resist at all. It's over. Countless immortals are in despair. The Jade Emperor looked at Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, and shouted, Demon King, what is your solution? If it weren't for Monkey King, the king of demon kings, telling them that they were sure to deal with Tathagata. If it weren't for knowing that the god of primordial Meng really exists. If it weren't for knowing that evangelism can be rewarded, it would allow them to break through the previous bottleneck and become stronger. They will never follow the preaching. You must know that the East is their territory, and those believers are all their believers. These believers become believers of the primordial God, and they have to bear huge losses. Although they couldn't beat the Tathagata before, they were not without the power to resist. This is why Tathagata did not annex them before. I am afraid. Now, with the passage of believers, the rewards of the primordial gods have not been received, and their strength has been greatly reduced, which can be said to be the weakest time. This is also the reason why the Tathagata is now out in force to destroy them. A demon, do you really think he can escape from the palm of my Buddha Tathagata? The Buddhas of the Western Paradise laughed when they heard that the Jade Emperor wanted to ask for help from the King of Demon Kings, Sun Wukong. In their eyes, Sun Wukong, the bullshit monster king, is just a monkey being played with by their Buddhism. It's ridiculous that the gods of heaven thought monkeys could do something. Is it possible that the monkey can still invite rescuers? Reinforcements are coming. Monkey King, the king of demon kings, flew out of a big pit. As soon as he thought about it, he received the red envelopes from the chat crowd. In an instant, boundless demonic energy swept out, the world seemed to be stained with a layer of thick ink, and the Buddha's light dimmed. Tathagata frowned, feeling a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, he immediately gave up the Jade Emperor and other immortal gods, and slapped the giant golden palm towards the source of the demonic energy. Well done. A long howl sounded, and the figure of the demon clan Chonglo emerged. He punched out, the sky and the earth trembled, a passage was pierced through the void, the black fist print shattered the golden Buddha's palm, and blasted on the chest of the Tathagata's golden body. Boom. The sound of clashing gold and iron resounded like Hong Zhang Dalu, and the Tathagata's 6-foot-long golden body was instantly blown away. World Honored One. The 3,000 Buddhas exclaimed, being hit by the aftermath, staggering to and fro, horrified in their hearts. The world-honored Tathagata, who is invincible in the world, was blown away with a single punch. No Zudian chat group. Guzi of the god. The demon venerable is mighty, worship the boss. Descendants of the Dian royal family. The devil is mighty, worship the boss. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha. Tu Shan's second master. Master Fa Hai, what do you think? Yi Tiandi. Watch it live. Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha, the little monk has believed in my god now, not to mention the relationship between Buddhas in other worlds and my poor monk. The overlord of the Tianxiahui. Fa Hai, since you believe in my god, why do you keep talking about Amitabha Buddha and monks one by one? Dewei Tianlong. Amitabha. I'm used to it. God's son. Fa Hai Dashi, last time you enlightened under the guidance of my god that many Buddhist rules and regulations are wrong, such as the prohibition of adultery. I don't know if Dashi has experienced it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Without personal experience, how can I understand the true meaning of it? Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Dewei Tianlong. Unexpectedly, the king's benefactor is also proficient in Buddhist principles, and his words awakened the dreamer. No wonder the little monk has been restless and confused recently. That's how it is. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. This little monk will go down the mountain, and while preaching for my God, experience the world of mortals at the same time. Guzi of Shangshan. The enlightenment of Dashi is really extraordinary, I admire it. Yi Tiandi. Fa Hai Dashi has been led to the sky by you. Tu Shan's second boss. Is this crooked? I'm afraid it's not the spring of Fa Hai, and the little animals. Fa Hai cultivated Taoism and practiced martial arts, with strong qi and blood and vigorous blood. He devoted himself to practicing Buddhism in Shaolin for 20 years and did not understand female sex. Seeing the woman giving birth, the prehistoric power in her body is ready to move. Now once liberated, the fierce tiger in my heart is out of control. Head of Washan, you are still here in the water group, and you have killed several bald donkeys than the saint. Yi Tiandi, I'll go. It's too fast for the saint, don't talk anymore, I have to kill a few bald donkeys to practice. Journey to the west to conquer the world of demons. Yi Hei looked up, and saw that Bibi Dong was surrounded by divine light, smashing several Buddhas to death with a wave of the power staff in his hand. I'm going, this is too fierce. Yi Hei mentioned the Mother Chi cauldron of all things and threw it at the nearest Buddha. These Buddhas are strong and weak, the weak ones are 7th or 8th, and the strong ones are 9th or 10th. However, there are very few 10th level Buddhas, there are only 2, and they fought with Bibi Dong and Liang Bing respectively. Shangba, Tu Shan Rongrong and others also killed them one after another. These Buddhas are the best sacrifices, and every time one more one is killed, the credit will be more, so everyone puts all their energy into killing them. The Jade Emperor and the gods in the heavenly court looked dull, and their eyes were full of shock. A peerless monster appeared before, and it smashed the Tathagata into the air with one punch, and now it is pressing down on the Tathagata in the void. Then there were so many strong men. Demon King, who are they? The Jade Emperor looked at Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings who was about to attack, and was very curious. He didn't know where Sun Wukong found so many strong men. They are all believers of my god in other worlds. Well, let's fight together and wipe out all these bald donkeys, don't let anyone go. As soon as the words fell, Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, immediately turned into a chimpanzee, and a violent demonic aura swept out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing a group of Buddhas. A vigorous war between gods and Buddhas broke out completely. The sky is falling apart. The sun and the moon are dark. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhunis fell in blood, and the sky was filled with a sense of sadness. Countless people were terrified, bowed and kowtowed, and chanted the concept of the primordial god in their mouths. Countless exorcists looked at the sky in shock. This is the battle of gods and Buddhas. It's so terrifying, amazing, horrible. The famous exorcists such as young Master Kong Kong and Tian Kanjiao have shocking eyes. They slay demons in the mortal world with extraordinary strength. But compared to this level of fighting, they used to be like playing house. Drink. In the void, the demon respect building circulated the mantra of 10,000 demons, and a vast and majestic demon energy erupted from the body, turning into a pitch black magic knife. In the entire void, it seemed that only the magic knife was left. Across the sky, exuding an incomparably sharp edge. See this scene. Countless exorcists seemed to feel as if they were about to suffocate. The power of the magic knife. Horrible. They were so overwhelmed that they could not breathe. So strong. Tathagata's eyes were horrified, and he weighed it in his heart. Can't handle it. He definitely can't handle it. His 6-foot-long golden body is already full of cracks. Even in its heyday, it couldn't catch it. Unexpectedly, there is such a terrifying monster in the world. Amitabha, this fellow Taoist has something to say. Tathagata is cowardly. Although he is a Buddha, all four things are empty, but he also understands the truth that a man can bend and stretch. Temporarily retreating, just for a better outbreak in the future. Cut. Heavy building reasonable. The Wanzhong demon saber cut it down. A knife fell. Everyone seems to feel it. The sky seemed to darken all of a sudden. The whole world. It seems that there is only one knife. The sky is full of dark void cracks. The entire world is reflected like a dark night. The boundless magic energy is boiling. More like sheer hell. And, with this knife falling, everyone has a sense of collapse. It seems that this knife can cut through the world. 10,000 Buddhas Chaozong. Tathagata's 6-foot-long golden body erupted with endless Buddha light, and in his mind's Buddha light, there were Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sitting cross-legged. Bursts of Sanskrit sounds sounded, the Mahayana mantra was blessed, and hundreds of millions of beliefs gathered to form a vast and boundless cosmic scene. The incomparably stalwart golden body of Tathagata sits in the center of the boundless universe. His left and right hands spread out, shaking up and down, forming thousands of golden bergamot hands. At last, Tathagata's golden body and 10,000 hands blasted out together, bursting out with terrifying power that could destroy the world. This is his strongest move. However, the 10,000 Zhong magic knife fell and chopped on 10,000 bergamot hands. Immediately, the 10,000 bergamot hands bursting out with terrifying power were shattered under this knife. Not only the bergamot is broken. Chonglu's saber also slashed on Tathagata's golden body. Cut off the golden body directly. The terrifying saber energy, mighty and mighty, annihilated the Tathagata's primordial spirit consciousness. Tathagata fell. How is this possible? Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas stared wide-eyed. I can't believe the scene in front of me. The world-honored Tathagata, invincible in heaven and earth, was cut in half with a single knife. The golden body of Zhonglu was broken. How powerful is this? Is this the powerhouse of the 12th rank in the chat group, comparable to the power of the immortal golden immortal and the divine god? Yihei smashed a Buddha to death with a tripod, his heart was shocked, and his eyes were burning. He is now a great holy body, which is equivalent to a 9th level cultivation base. There is still a long way to go before the 12th step. There is not much next sacrifice. His cultivation will definitely skyrocket. He has prepared an incomparably rich sacrifice. Dozens of imperial soldiers. There are hundreds of thousands of quasi-emperor weapons and great sage weapons. There is also a peerless empress who can be called destiny. As for believers, many supreme ancient emperors helped him to preach, and there were at least hundreds of millions of believers in the entire world that shrouded the sky. In the chat group, the number of preaching believers is definitely one of the best. Only Bibi Dong can barely rival him. Is this the power of the 12th order? Shangba holds the mountain and river seal in his hand and smashes a Buddha to death with one seal. His eyes are full of desire. He has sent strong men to the west to preach. After everyone in the West has become a believer in the primordial God, he will have completed the mission of preaching in his world, and when the time comes to sacrifice, he will definitely get a lot of rewards. Ha ha ha. At this time, a sad breath filled the world. The blood rained cats and dogs, and the heaven and the earth mourned together. World-honored one. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cried out in grief, terrified. Ha ha ha, Tathagata old man is finally dead. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, roared excitedly. He was suppressed and sealed by Tathagata for 500 years, but he hated it to the bone. Although he failed to kill Tathagata with his own hands, he was equally happy when Tathagata died. The Tathagata is dead. The heavenly gods were stunned. As opponents, they have a deep understanding of the terror and power of Tathagata. Unexpectedly, he was beheaded like this. Think here. They couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, they chose to believe in the god of primordial mist. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will end up with the Tathagata. With the Tathagata falling, the battle soon ended. All 3,000 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Lingshan were beheaded. Buddha statues in the world. In one day. All broken. The world is boiling. Ba Wang shook. Kingdom of God. Hong Meng watched the live broadcast with a sliver of consciousness. The fierce battle in the world of Journey to the West ended, and the Tathagata and 3,000 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Lingshan were beheaded. The Jade Emperor and other heavenly gods once again built the star altar in full swing, while the King of Demon Kings, Monkey King, came directly to Lingshan and moved the entire Lingshan here with great supernatural powers. Prepare to use Lingshan and the countless treasures on Lingshan as sacrifices. This monkey has a good idea. Hong Meng was looking forward to it, wondering what Lingshan could grow into. But watch the progress. It will take a few days for the starry sky altar of Sun Wukong, the King of Demon Kings, to be completed. At this time, under Hong Meng's guidance, Angel Yan's cultivation quickly climbed to an unprecedented level. Hong Meng no longer hesitated. Don't hesitate to help her. Imbued her with the essence of knowledge she possessed. No reservations. Give it all. With the great help of Hong Meng, Angel Yan immediately broke through countless barriers and reached the pinnacle of cultivation in one fell swoop. Yishan World. Martial Arts Supreme. Sword-slaying dragon. Order the world. Dare not refuse. If Yishan doesn't come out, who will fight for the front? Rivers and lakes rumors. Those who win the dragon sword can command the world and dominate the martial arts world. Nighttime. The river is rolling, the waves are choppy, the stars and the moon are shimmering on the water surface, and they are twinkling like stars all over the river. Looking around, there is only one big boat in the center of the river. A big black eagle is painted on the white sail of the big ship, spreading its wings, as if it is about to pounce head on. There are 3 large characters of Sky Eagle Sect embroidered on it. There was a somewhat thin figure at the bow, with whiter skin than snow, slightly thin jade cheeks, curved eyebrows and a straight nose. The eyes are clear and moving, bright and energetic. Red lips and white teeth. From a distance, he looks like a romantic and handsome young man in troubled times, but he is actually a young beauty disguised as a man. What a dragon-slaying sword. She lifted the dragon-slaying knife that was radiating cold light, and looked at it carefully. It was Yin Susu, the daughter of the white-browed Eagle King, the leader of the Sky Eagle sect. On the deck next to her lay a tall and resolute man. It was Yu Dian, a Wudang disciple who was injured by her mosquito needle. It's a pity that this knife is a disaster for you, not a blessing. One after another faint voices came from the side. Yin Susu seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. She instantly clenched the sword in her white jade hand, and looked with sharp eyes. In the turbulent river, a middle-aged man wearing a white coarse cloth robe, handsome and personable, looks like an uncle, came across the river. What a powerful Qinggong. Yin Susu's pupils shrunk. She was able to walk across the river, but her father, the Eagle King with white eyebrows, was also unable to do so. A strong fear suddenly arose in her heart. She stared at the person with her bright eyes, and with a clear and charming voice, she shouted, "Who are you? Tianying teaches how to behave, and I hope you don't meddle in your own business." Swish. The middle-aged man tapped his toes lightly, as if he was just touching water, and jumped onto the deck of the big ship, looking at Yin Susu. It's been so many years since the Eagle King's daughter is so old. She is slim and beautiful, she is absolutely beautiful, she does not give way to a man, but she has the demeanor of the Eagle King when she was young. Yang Xiao has a handsome appearance and a personable demeanor. He and Fan Yao are known as the 2 immortals of Xiaoyao. Although Yin Susu was dressed in men's clothing, but the hazy moonlight fell on her white and pretty face, reflecting the green waves in the lake, the cold water alone, cold and gloomy, she was not like a person in the world. Beautiful, like a fairy in the sky. Senior, Yin Susu also looked at Yang Xiao. Although she had heard of Yang Xiao's name, she had never seen him. Yang Xiao, left envoy of light. Yin Susu was shocked when she heard the words. This is a strong man of his father's generation, and his reputation is not weaker than her father's. When Yang Dingtian was there in the past, Mingzhao had 2 envoys of light and 4 kings of Dharma, who were famous all over the world. Now Mingzhao is torn apart, but these people are still famous in the Zhonghu. Although she is full of wit and tricks, and her martial arts are not bad, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are futile. If Yang Xiao wanted to grab the dragon-slaying saber, she would definitely not be his opponent. Susu has met Yang Zuo envoy, but I don't know if Yang Zuo envoy came here late at night. What advice can I give? Yin Susu bowed her hands and said nervously. Yang Xiao is here and wants to invite niece Yin to Guangmingding as a guest. Yang Xiao said calmly. Could Zuo Yang want to threaten my father with me? Wouldn't the world laugh at him by doing so? Yin Susu's mind tightened. She didn't expect that Yang Xiao not only wanted her knife, but also her people. Yin Tianzhong established the Tianying sect on his own, so he betrayed the Ming sect. Although Yang Xiao was not the leader of the leader, he could be regarded as the acting leader. So Yin Susu immediately thought that Yang Xiao not only wanted a knife, but also wanted to use this opportunity to deal with the Skyhawk sect and her father. The world is ridiculed. What do other people's opinions have to do with me? Yang Xiao's eyes were disdainful, and he said lightly, "Besides, I believe that the Eagle King will return to Mingjiao soon. Shouldn't I invite my niece Yin to come back to Guangmingding as a guest? Then ask Zuo envoy Yang for advice." Yin Susu raised the dragon-slaying saber and slashed forward. Even if she knew she was not the opponent, she would not sit still. If you don't fight hard, how will you know if you have a chance? When Yang Xiao raised his hand and clamped the dragon-slaying knife between his fingers. Hiss. Yin Susu was horrified. Even though she knew that Yang Xiao was very strong, she didn't expect the gap to be so big. She pumped it vigorously, but found that the dragon-slaying knife seemed to be clamped by iron tongs, and it did not move at all. Whoosh. She immediately gave up the dragon saber, and with a wave of her jade hand, 3 mosquito needles burst out, as fast as lightning, invisible to the naked eye. Ding ding ding. However, when the mosquito needle was shot 3 feet in front of Yang Xiao, it seemed as if it had hit a wall of air, and it was difficult to penetrate an inch, making the sound of gold and iron colliding. How is this possible? Yin Susu's eyes widened. She knew that the mosquito needle would not hurt Yang Xiao, but she did not expect that Yang Xiao's body could extend a 3-foot wall of air. What realm is this? Could it be the legendary master? I don't know if Nisian is satisfied now. Yang Xiao let go of his 2 fingers, and the dragon-slaying knife fell from the air, and he caught it in his hand. I often heard my father mention Yang Zuo's meritorious deeds to make good fortune. When I saw him today, he was really extraordinary. I admire him all the time. Yin Susu couldn't help feeling worried. Originally she thought that even if Yang Xiao was better than her father, he was not much better. But now it seems, Yang Xiao's martial arts far surpassed Yin Tianzhong, the white-browed Eagle King. I am afraid that only Wudang Master Zhang can be compared in the current world. It's just a gift from my god, it's nothing. Yang Xiao thought of the majestic figure of the primordial god, and thought of the battle between gods and Buddhas that he saw in the live broadcast just now. His cultivation as a master is nothing more than a mortal. My god's gift. Yin Susu was puzzled, but she didn't care. She just thought it was Yang Xiao who said it casually, and didn't ask any more questions. Yang Xiao stretched out his hand and signaled to enter the cabin to speak. Yang Zuoshi, please. Yin Susu led Yang Xiao into the cabin. Yang Xiao casually put the dragon-slaying saber aside, and said, Niece Yin, do you believe that there is a god in this world? God. Yin Susu's heart skipped a beat. If Yang Xiao said it casually just now, it is definitely not unusual to mention it again now. Does Yang Xiao believe in God? She pondered slightly, and said, the theory of gods and spirits has existed since ancient times. If you believe it, there is it. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. In the past, my opinion was similar to that of Niece Yin, but now I can tell you with certainty that in this world, there are gods. Yin Susu's eyes narrowed slightly. How could there be gods in this world? Niece Yin just read it once and all know. Yang Xiao said lightly. No need to explain. It is good. Although Yin Susu didn't believe in God, but he didn't refuse the knife and the fish, he just recited it once. She wanted to see what Yang Xiao was up to. After a while, Yin Susu looked at Yang Xiao. His eyes were full of shock, and his voice trembled. You saw it too. Yang Xiao nodded seriously, with pious and awe-inspiring eyes. That is a great existence that cannot be described in any language. God of primordial mist, the supreme immortal god. My cultivation has soared because of the gift of the gods. You are now at the peak. What? When Yin Susu came back to her senses, she realized that her cultivation had really broken through, and she was even more shocked. She was only at the peak of the day after tomorrow, and her father, the Eagle King with white eyebrows, was only at the late stage of birth. She just recited it once, and she was promoted to the innate peak. It's incredible. It turns out that there are really gods in this world. Step into chaos. Dressed in stars. Immeasurable power. Immortal. Yang Zuoshi, you came here not only for the dragon sword, right? After calming down, Yin Susu looked at Yang Xiao. She could tell that Yang Xiao was not passionate about the dragon-slaying saber, and that Yang Xiao was favored by the gods, and an ordinary soldier might not be in his eyes even more. She faintly felt that Yang Xiao seemed unusual to her. Niece Yin is really smart. Yang Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, he might not come in person just because of the dragon-slaying saber. His main purpose is Yin Susu. I'm here for 2 purposes. One is to get the dragon-slaying saber, and in the name of the dragon-slaying saber, gather martial arts people from all over the world to gather at Guangmingding to spread the belief of our God, reorganize Mingjiao, drive out the Tartars, and restore the land. Yang Zuoshi has great ambitions, and now he has the favor of the gods, and the expulsion of the Tartars is just around the corner. Yin Susu felt emotional in his heart. It would be difficult to stop the Tianying cult's return to the Ming cult. How can mortals be able to resist the power of the gods? What's more, just by reciting the scriptures, you can get the grace of God, the strength of Mingjiao will inevitably skyrocket, and the believers will grow like a snowball. This is completely crushing on the level. I don't know what the second purpose of Yang Zuoshi is. Yin Susu asked curiously. You. Yang Xiao looked at Yin Susu's beautiful face and said in a deep voice. Yin Susu was taken aback for a moment. She thought that Yang Xiao would be because of her father or the Tianying sect, but she never expected it turned out to be her own. Could it be that Yang Xiao has taken a fancy to her? Impossible. Yang Xiao can also be considered her uncle. Niece Yin, you now also know that my God is a true and great immortal God. Now I have an opportunity here. I want to make Niece Yin a sacrifice to my God. Yin Susu's complexion changed slightly. This was not a good word. Niece Yin, don't worry, being a sacrifice to my God is not what you imagined, you are going to sacrifice alive. Under the mighty power of my God, you will be able to soar in the daytime, ascend to the sky in one step, transform into a god, live forever, and be immortal. Why me? With Yang Zuoshi's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to find a beautiful and pure virgin to sacrifice to the gods, right? Yin Susu was skeptical and a little puzzled. Niece Yin, do you think anyone is qualified to sacrifice? Yang Xiao asked lightly. Yin Susu fell silent for a moment. Yes, the primordial god is not the illusory and false gods of the past. It is the immortal true God who really exists. Is the offering unusual? Is there something special about me? Yin Susu was even more curious. Although she was confident in her beauty, there were so many beauties in the world. With Mingjiao's strength, Yang Xiao came to find her in person, so there must be something unusual about her. Seeing the god of primordial mist, Niece Yin should also understand that there is not only one world in this world, but infinite worlds. The world we live in can be said to be very small. Yin Susu nodded slightly, and infinite worlds were born and destroyed in the breath around the primordial god, and it is normal that there are countless worlds in the world. And in every world, there are some people who are loved by the world. In short, they have destiny and amazing luck. If you fall off the cliff, you can pick up magical secrets, and you can also meet beautiful women. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can save yourself from danger. Yin Susu's eyes were full of weirdness. Yang Zuoshi, you don't think I'm a person with destiny. It's true that you are not born with destiny, but you can give birth to a person with destiny. The person who was born with destiny. Yin Susu's eyes froze, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she said in surprise, Yang Zuoshi is talking about my future child. Could this be a revelation from the gods? She is still pure now, she doesn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a child. Yang Xiao actually mentioned her future child. Except for revelation. She couldn't think of anything else. That's right, Yang Xiao didn't get divine enlightenment, he learned about it from the video given by Wang Hao. According to the original trajectory, after you obtain the dragon-slaying saber, let the Longmen escort send Yu Dian back to Wudang Mountain. Yu Dian was assassinated and disabled on the way. Zhang Kashan went down the mountain to find the murderer. Because the bodyguards of the Longmen bodyguard agency were unfavorable, you wiped out all of them, and then you met Zhang Kashan, and finally held a grand ceremony at Wangpanshan. The golden retriever lion King Xie Xuan appeared, snatched the dragon-slaying saber, and took you and Zhang Kashan away overseas. Following Yang Xiao's words, Yin Susu seemed to have entered the story. She found that if Yang Xiao hadn't appeared, things seemed really likely to go on like that. 10 years of living like a savage on Ice and Fire Island. After returning, he was forced to commit suicide. Her life is really miserable. Anyway, her current state of mind is hard to understand. Whether you are willing to sacrifice to God as a sacrifice, you decide for yourself. Yang Xiao said, I do. Yin Susu pondered for a few seconds, then agreed. Yang Xiao shouldn't lie to her about this matter. Her sacrifice would be of great benefit to herself, as well as to the white-browed Eagle King and others. It is good. Yang Xiao nodded slightly, and said, I took the dragon-slaying sword away, and my niece Yin can take, Guan Shuo, back and pass it on to the Eagle King. Presumably, the Eagle King will make the right choice. Originally Yang Xiao planned to take Yin Susu away, but seeing Yin Susu being so upbeat, he changed his mind. Yang Zuoshi, don't worry, my father has always cared about the Mingjiao, but the Mingjiao has been fighting endlessly, so he established the Tianyingjiao on his own. Now that Yang Zuoshi has the strength to reorganize the Mingjiao, and has the favor of the gods, my father will definitely be willing to return to the Mingjiao. Yin Susu said in a deep voice. Very well, I'll be waiting for King Ying and Nisian to visit at Guangmingding. Yang Xiao stood up and floated away with the dragon-slaying saber in hand. Skyhawk Sect General Altar. What? Yang Xiao snatched the dragon-slaying knife. Damn it, I'll go find him. King Yin Yi was furious when he heard the news. Stop, a majestic voice sounded, and Yin Tianzhong, the Eagle King with white eyebrows, came from the back hall, and reprimanded him. It's up to you. Do you still want to snatch the dragon-slaying knife from Yang Xiao? King Yin Yi was a little unconvinced, but seeing Yin Tianzhong's eyes, he didn't say any rebuttals. Susu, what happened? Yin Tianzhong looked at Yin Susu, knowing himself and the enemy, and only then can he be victorious in all battles. According to his understanding, Yang Xiao's personality is aloof and arrogant, so he should not be very interested in the dragon-slaying saber. Not to mention snatching it from Yin Susu. His first thought was that Yang Xiao didn't care about drinking. I'm afraid the real purpose is directed at him. Father, elder brother, you follow now. I will recite this divine scripture once, and then I will explain it to you. Yin Susu took out her handwritten contemplation of thoughts. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, neither Yin Tianzhong nor Yin Yuang would believe it. Little sister, what time is this? Do you still believe in God? It's fine if you believe in God yourself, and let Dad and I read it to you. Don't mess around. King Yin Yi glanced at consider thoughts, and said dissatisfied. Father, big brother, I must have a purpose for doing this. Please recite it with me first, and then you will understand. Yin Susu said solemnly. It is good. Yin Tianzhong took a deep look at Yin Susu. For this resourceful daughter, he trusted her more than Yin Yuang. Yin Yuang is too impulsive, brave but not resourceful. Father, isn't this the prayer of the gods? What's the use of saying it once? Can you still see God? King Yin Yi yelled. Anyway, he won't read it. It's so embarrassing. If people know that he is Yinye Wanganian, wouldn't he be making fun of the world in the future? How can he mess around in the world? Yin Susu knew Yin Yuang's character, ignored him, and began to chant reverently. Although Yin Tianzhong was puzzled, he chose to believe in Yin Susu. After a while King Yin Yi was waiting impatiently, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yin Tianzhong's body, and his cultivation base skyrocketed from late Shantian to Grand Master. How can that be? Yin Yuang was dumbfounded. However, he found that Yin Tianzhong didn't seem to feel anything, with shock, fear, excitement, and awe on his face. It's unimaginable that there are gods in this world. Yin Tianzhong's heart was overwhelmed, and the shock was beyond measure. The power of the gods was beyond his imagination. Father, are you okay? How did you break through so much at once? King Yinye asked quickly. When Yin Tian heard the words, he realized that his cultivation base had broken through. He immediately thought of the god he had just seen. This is a gift from the gods, brother. As long as you recite it devoutly, you may have a chance to break through to the master. Yin Susu said from the side. It really is a gift from the gods. Yin Tianzhong was not surprised. He was very clear about his situation. Without a chance, it would be very difficult for him to improve in this life. What? God's gift? King Yin Yi widened his eyes and wanted to say that he didn't believe it, but Yin Tianzhong was a living example right in front of him. If Yin Tianzhong breaks through to the peak of innate, he can still understand. But suddenly break through to the master. This is absolutely not normal. If you don't read it, remember to be sincere. Yin Tianzhong shouted. Yes, Yin Yuang was overjoyed. It seemed to be true. He immediately took the contemplating the FA and went to the side to recite it. Yin Tian was looking at Yin Susu, thinking of the previous events. He had a vague guess in his heart, and asked, Susu, Yang Xiao gave this to you. Father Mingzhan, this is indeed given to me by Yang Zuo Envoy. Yang Zuo Envoy asked me to tell my father, hoping that my father will return to the Ming cult, reorganize the Ming cult, and drive out the Tartars. Yin Susu nodded seriously. Yin Tianzhong was not too surprised. After knowing that it was given by Yang Xiao, he guessed what Yang Xiao meant. I didn't expect Yang Xiao to have such luck. With the favor of the gods, and the Guan Dao, that can be strengthened just by praying, he does have the strength to reorganize the Ming cult and drive out the Tartars. Yin Tianzhong nodded. I founded the Tianying sect, but I just didn't want to fight for power and profit with them in the Ming sect. Now it's time to return. Soon, Tianying cult announced to merge into Ming cult. For a while, the world was in an uproar. However, the white-browed Eagle King was originally a member of the Ming cult. Today, the Eagle cult merged into the Ming cult. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. However, this news was quickly covered by another more shocking news. The dragon-slaying sword of the martial arts supreme fell into the hands of Yang Xiao, the bright left envoy of Ming Zhao. Yang Xiaoguang posted a hero post, inviting all sects and people from the Jianghu martial arts to go to Guangmingding to unlock the secret of dragon-slaying saber for everyone. This news was like a 12th level hurricane, sweeping across the world, shaking the entire rivers, lakes and martial arts world. Wudang Mountain. Junwu Hall. Zhang Sanfeng was sitting above the main hall. His beard and hair were white, his face was ruddy, and his skin was as smooth as a baby's. It was completely impossible to tell that he was a 90-year-old old man. Master, Yang Xiao's move must be a conspiracy, and he must not rush there. Yu Dian looked at the invitation and said loudly. Because he knew the plot in advance, Yin Susu didn't throw him to the Longmen escort, but asked his subordinates to take him back to the Sky Eagle sect, and healed his injuries. Although he was cured of his injuries, he still felt resentment in his heart, and he didn't have any good feelings for Skyhawk sect and Ming sect. With the temptation of the dragon-slaying knife, all sects will definitely go. Zhang Sanfeng stroked the invitation card with his fingers, feeling the guru aura left on it, secretly startled, and then said, Old Taoist, I have stayed here long enough in Wudang Mountain, it's time to go down the mountain and have a look. He is kind to Yang Xiao odd, it's rare to meet a person of the same kind, and he wants to see it. The main reason is that his cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and he wants to see if he can make other breakthroughs. The best way is to communicate with the strong in the same realm. Amei. Master, the dragon-slaying sword fell into the hands of the villain Yang Xiao from the demon sect, and junior sister Xiaofu was also kidnapped by him. Shall we go to Guangmingding? Ding Minjun stood behind Master Miju, with a worried face, but a happy heart. Ji Xiaofu is the most favored by Juju, and now she is snatched away by Yang Xiao. No one will be able to compete with her for the position of the next head in the future. Of course I will. Juju Shite snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. She is very clear about the secrets in the Yishan sword and the dragon saber. Therefore, she had to take back the dragon-slaying knife. As for Yang Xiao's claim that he could unlock the secret of the dragon-slaying saber, she didn't believe it at all. If Yang Xiao knew the secret of the dragon saber, why didn't he come and snatch her Yishan sword? Without the Yishan sword, it is impossible to solve the secrets. At the same time, Shaolin, Washan, Kongtong, and Kunlun sects, as well as countless rivers and lakes gangs and warriors coveting the dragon sword set off for Guangmingding. The situation in the world, gathered in Mingzhou. Kunlun Mountain, Bright Peak. Underground secret passage. Haha, God helped me too. Yang Dingtian, you robbed my junior sister, I swear I will destroy Mingzhou. Just wait, I will send everyone from Mingzhou to accompany you soon. By the way, there are 6 sects and countless Jianghu warriors. How interesting is that? But you don't need to thank me. Ha ha ha. Cheng Kun laughed wildly while carrying the explosives. He was looking for an opportunity to sow discord among various martial arts factions in the Central Plains, especially Wudang and Shaolin. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiao used the dragon-slaying saber as a bait to invite all the sects in the world. Instead, it saved him a lot of effort. At that time, the Devil's Cult and other sects will fight for the dragon-slaying saber, resulting in heavy casualties. What's more, he has prepared so many explosives, and when the time comes, the entire Guangmingding will be blown up to the sky, and everyone will be wiped out. It's a pity that your wish can't come true. At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded from the side. Cheng Kun's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that someone was approaching, but he didn't notice it. Yang Xiao. Soon, Cheng Kun saw the person coming and said in surprise, How did you find this place? As a disciple of the Ming cult, how dare you enter the secret path that can only be entered by the leader? Now that I am the leader of the Ming cult, what if I enter the secret path? Yang Xiao walked slowly and looked at Cheng Kun. You seduced the leader's wife, causing Yang leader to go mad and die, and you deliberately annihilated the Lion King's wife and wiped out her whole family. The crime is heinous. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and know so many secrets. Cheng Kun was surprised. No one should know that he seduced Mrs. Yang, causing Yang Dingtian to go mad and die. Could it be that Yang Xiao was also there at that time, but he didn't notice it? It's time for you to pay off your debts, and I just hand you over to the Lion King as a gift. Yang Xiao said lightly. Depending on you. Cheng Kun sneered. Although Yang Xiao was strong in martial arts, he was not weak either. Even if you can't fight, it's not a problem to get out of your body. This is his confidence. Phantom finger. Cheng Kun made a sudden move and pointed at Yang Xiao. Supernatural powers at the flick of a finger. With a flick of his fingers, Yang Xiao sealed Cheng Kun's acupuncture points. How is this possible? Cheng Kun was dumbfounded. He never expected Yang Xiao to be so terrifying. Stronger than Yang Dingtian. Even Wudang Zhang Sanfeng is nothing more than that, right? After imprisoning Cheng Kun in death row, Yang Xiao urged his subordinates to build an altar and prepare sacrifices. While waiting for the arrival of Xie Xuan, Wei Yishao and other Mingjiao powerhouses and various sects. Transportation is inconvenient in this era. Even for warriors, if they want to rush from all directions to the bright peak of Kunlun Mountain, it will take 5 or 6 days. Kingdom of God. Hong Meng sat on the throne of the temple, with his head resting in Angel Yan's arms, enjoying the latter's exquisite massage. After his meticulous guidance in the past few days, Angel Yan seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The beautiful face is radiant and radiant. The whole body is full of a mature and charming atmosphere. This is the smell of a woman. Ding, a ray of faith has been detected. This time it has been multiplied by 1,000,000,000 times, and you have obtained 1,000,000,000 strands of faith. Ding, your believers sacrificed 3 animals and 6 animals to you. This time, you will get an increase of 10,000,000,000 times. You will get. Ding, your believers have sacrificed countless Buddhist classics and Taoist classics to you. This time, you have gained 50,000,000,000 times the increase, and you have obtained the halo of Buddhist and Taoist civilization and the halo of immortal civilization. A immortal Tao civilization halo. Level 5A increase understanding by 1,000,000 times, weaken mana damage, prevent all evils from invading, and control all laws from the heart. Practice the way of immortality, and you will be an unrivaled monster in all ages, with the appearance of an immortal emperor. A Buddhist and Taoist civilization halo. Level 4A increase the comprehension by 100,000 times, weaken the damage of the Buddha's power, practice Buddhism and Taoism, and make thousands of miles in a day. The reincarnation of the Buddha is talking about you. Journey to the west. The king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, finally repaired the altar of the starry sky and started offering sacrifices. Hong Meng's heart skipped a beat. 2 rounds of bright sacred halo flew over, respectively blending into the halo of immortal civilization and the halo of Buddhism and Taoism civilization. Instantly, Hong Meng's body shook slightly, and he felt that the Lingtai was clear and bright, and his understanding of the way of immortals and Buddhas was strengthened countless times. The heaven and earth avenue seemed to have been torn off its coat, and it was placed naked in front of him, allowing him to comprehend and watch. Ding, your believers sacrifice blood to you for the Tathagata and 3,000 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. This time, you will get a 100,000,000,000 times increase, and you will get the emperor-level solipsism. You have obtained 3,000 gods and kings. Hiss, the God Emperor level Sovereign Way and the 3,000 God King level Buddha Way. Hong Meng took a breath, surprised and delighted. It's really awesome. Ding, your believers offer sacrifices to you at Lingshan. This time you will get a 100,000,000,000 times increase, and you will be born to reach the Buddha kingdom of Baolingshan. Lingshan Buddhist Kingdom. The innate treasure contains 3,000 Buddha ways, which can transform the enemies included in it into the Dharma protector of the Buddha kingdom. The stronger the enemies are, the stronger the Buddha kingdom is, and the more enemies are saved, the stronger the Buddha kingdom is. State territory. Suppress the enemy, suppress luck. Lingshan Buddhist Kingdom. Not bad, not bad. It can suppress and trap the enemy. The stronger the enemy is, the stronger the Buddhist kingdom will be. When encountering enemies in the future, they will all be suppressed in the Buddhist kingdom and turned into Buddhist Dharma protectors. Hong Meng thought to himself. It is not easy to kill an enemy at the level of a god king, but with the Lingshan Buddha kingdom, it is much easier to suppress them directly. It can also be used for one's own use. This effect can be called against the sky. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the daughter of destiny, Miss Duan, with 200 powers of luck. This time the gain has been increased by 100,000,000,000 times. You have obtained the original power of 20 trillion paths. You get the legendary hero exorcist, Miss Duan, Duan Xiao Xiao. Miss Duan, a charming figure with a big mouth, appeared in Hong Meng's mind. Unexpectedly, Monkey King, the king of demon kings, sacrificed him. Ding, your believers held a world sacrifice, and you got a world of luck. This time, you got a 10 trillion fold increase, and you got a golden dragon of luck. An incomparably huge and majestic golden dragon of luck flew over and merged with the 9 golden dragons of luck on Hong Meng's body. Boom! The thunder exploded, as if the heavens and the earth had just opened, and the sound of the universe exploding crackled, and the 9 lucky golden dragons trembled violently, as if their bodies made of gold were condensed into substance. A mysterious and mysterious aura that transcends heaven and earth permeates from the body of the Chi-Luck golden dragon. The golden dragon eyes are majestic and agile, as if they have come to life. The luck golden dragon has turned into reality, breaking through to the level of a god king. Hiss. Hong Meng was shocked. He didn't expect that today's harvest would be so heaven-defying. What a lucky pair. Each of the 9 golden dragons of luck is truly comparable to a god king, which is equivalent to Hong Meng's 9 more god king level combat powers. What's more, the luck golden dragon is not used for fighting at all. Its real function is to increase luck. How much luck can the 9 god level luck golden dragons that have turned into reality bless Hong Meng? What a stroke of luck. Hong Meng has no doubts. If he goes out to pick up bricks now, he can become a fragment of a divine weapon, and if he saves a little fox, he can become the reincarnation of the 9-tailed sky fox. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hong Meng called Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto, and asked them to go to the world of Journey to the West to subdue demons. Journey to the West to conquer the world of demons. The altar composed of countless stars lit up in the starry sky, shining dazzling and dazzling light. Countless people in the world of Journey to the West and conquering demons kowtowed and kowtowed, chanting the name of the god of primordial origin. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, stood at the position of the officiant, and next to him were the Jade Emperor, Chonglo, Shangba, Yihei, Tu Shanrongrong and others. After that, there are all the immortals and gods in the heaven. My god's mighty power is really unimaginable. This is the real god. In front of the primordial god, what kind of gods are we? The Jade Emperor looked at the livestock that had turned into divine beasts, and Duan Xiaoxiao, a mortal exorcist who became countless times stronger than him in an instant, envious and shocked in his eyes. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, is full of expectations. This time he not only built the altar of the starry sky, but also sacrificed the entire Lingshan and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. How many rewards can he get? Boom! A thunderbolt exploded, and 2 goddesses with graceful figures and undulating curves came to the sky. There are many visions in the sky, Dao sounds burst out, and golden lotus blossoms descend. Welcome to my god. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto came to the sky above the altar, knelt down on the ground, and worshipped respectfully. Welcome to my god. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, the Jade Emperor and others worshipped him one after another. Boom! A thunderous thunder exploded, and immeasurable divine light gathered, as if a vast galaxy descended from the sky. It was suspected that the Milky Way fell 9 immeasurable rays of light converged, and a stalwart figure that was difficult to describe in any words manifested. He stepped on the chaos, the infinite universe intertwined into feathers and split on him, and the galaxy flowed through his hair. Standing there, his body was dotted with stars, and the divine light was dense, like a layer of mist. Can't see clearly. Cannot see clearly. If you stare at it, you will suddenly feel terrified. It's like blasphemy. There must be a catastrophe. God, not to be spied on. The gods should not be profaned. When the Jade Emperor and other heavenly gods saw Hong Meng, they seemed to be suffocating. Endless pressure hits the face. It's like the tide is constantly washing their hearts again and again. It's like the sky is falling and the earth is falling. Shattered like a galaxy, like the destruction of the universe. Under this pressure, the Jade Emperor felt that he was insignificant, as if he would be destroyed at any moment, and vanished into thin air. Fear. Horrible. Horrible. Terrible. This is God. A truly immortal God. Hong Meng turned his gaze slightly, and landed on Monkey King and others. Everyone trembled. Excited. Panic. Excited. God is watching me. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, has meritorious service in preaching and offering sacrifices. He bestows the post of God envoy in this world, a golden fairy way, an upgraded golden cudgel, and a set of heavenly artifact armor set. Hong Meng said calmly. Boom. A ray of divine light in the sky crashed down like a meteor, and the radiant divine light enveloped Monkey King, the king of demon kings, within it. A mark of a god appeared between his brows, and his cultivation base skyrocketed. He climbed rapidly from the 10th level of cultivation base, broke through the 11th level in a blink of an eye, and then reached the 12th level. The Rui golden cudgel in his hand flew out of his body, becoming stronger and stronger. The size has not changed, but Monkey King, the king of demon kings, and everyone else can clearly feel that the golden cudgel has become stronger. If it was a toothpick before, it is now comparable to an iron pestle. It is more than 100 times stronger. The phoenix-winged purple golden crown, Lockzig golden armor and lotus root silk walking cloud shoes on his body were transformed and sublimated under the endless divine light, and he was promoted to the heavenly artifact defensive armor. Seeing the terrifying power of the gods, the Jade Emperor and other immortals were terrified and shocked. Although the cloak on Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, is extraordinary, it is just an ordinary treasure. Now, with a single word from the God of God, it can be promoted to a terrifying artifact. It's unimaginable. The Jade Emperor is meritorious in preaching and offering sacrifices, and bestows a way of the true God. A golden light fell, and the Jade Emperor, who was originally at the 10th level, was promoted to the 12th level. Shanglu's sacrifice is meritorious, granting 2 supernatural powers and 1 divine weapon. Shang Ba, Bibi Dong, Tu Shan Rongrong. After all the main characters had been rewarded, the golden decree condensed in front of Hong Meng fell, and the endless divine brilliance enveloped all the believers. All the gods in heaven, countless common people, and exorcists, all received corresponding generous rewards according to their merits. Thank you for the gift of God. Everyone trembled. Excited. Excited. Pleasure. Everyone feels transformed. No matter the gods or the common people. Everyone cheered. Hong Meng calmly looked at the cheering scene below, and left with the women and sacrifices. The vast divine light quietly receded. The cracks in the torn sky disappeared without a trace. When everything dissipated, the world returned to calm again. Blue sky. White clouds. It's like a dream. But everyone knows that this is not a dream. The gods have come. His light shines on the world. His divine name will last forever. Congratulations, Demon King. Shang Ba, Yi He and others got up and congratulated one after another. Haha, we are happy together. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, was in a good mood. The feeling of his strength soaring at that moment just now was really great. It's like flying to the top of the clouds. He never imagined that it would be so easy to improve his cultivation. Practice. What a fart to practice. Did preaching and offering sacrifices to God come quickly? Shang Ba, Bibi Dong and the others also received generous rewards and were in a good mood. After complimenting each other a few words, everyone dispersed. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, and the Jade Emperor and other immortal gods came to the Lingxiao Palace in the Heavenly Court. From then on, Heavenly Court was renamed Hongmeng Sect. Sun Wukong, the king of demon kings, is the leader. The Jade Emperor is the deputy leader. The celestial gods of heaven are members of the Hongmeng sect and are mainly responsible for preaching to the god of Hongmeng. Kingdom of God. A small mountain appeared in Hong Meng's palm. This small mountain was extremely mysterious and contained a big world inside. 3,000 Buddha phantoms sit cross-legged in the center of the world, the Sanskrit sounds burst out, and the mighty and rich Buddha power fills every inch of space, making people feel like taking refuge in my Buddha. The strong under the king of the gods, if they are suppressed together, they will be saved in an instant. Even the God King and the strong can't bear it for a moment. This hill is the Shantianji Baoling Mountain Buddhist Kingdom. The power is boundless, mysterious and unpredictable. Please indicate the source. It's a good baby. Hong Meng played with it carefully before taking it into his body. Suddenly, Hong Meng felt that there was a change in the heaven and earth outside of God. There was a terrifying vision rising, the long river of time was looming, and the heaven and earth avenue roared. Hong Meng's figure flashed and appeared in Zizhu residence. Her gaze pierced through the void, and she saw a pattern of yin-yang fish emerging from the sky above the yin-yang sect, covering the sky and the sun, covering hundreds of millions of miles. This is not to be promoted to Deluo Golden Immortal, but to be promoted to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hong Meng saw the reality of the other party at a glance. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal corresponds to the Emperor, and in the vast and boundless eternal continent, he can be regarded as a powerful party. Swish. Ji Hongsha's graceful and plump body appeared next to Hong Meng. Her eyes were solemn. Someone from the Yin-Yang sect broke through to the primordial Golden Immortal. I'm afraid it will be troublesome now. Is there no Hunyuan Golden Immortal in Yaoqi? Hong Meng was a little curious. Could it be that as a holy place, there is only Da Luo Jingxian's suppression background? Yaoqi used to have Hunyuan Jingxian and above strong people, but they all left 100,000 years ago for some reason, and the same is true for the Yin-Yang sect. Not only Yao Kai and Yin-Yang sect, but other major forces are not far behind, so even if there are strong people above Hunyuan Golden Immortal in Dongshuan domain, there are very few. Hong Meng was taken aback by Ji Hongsha's words. All the strong people above Hunyuan Golden Immortal have left. Where did they go? What are you going to do again? It's a pity that Ji Hongxia didn't know either. He couldn't figure it out, and Hong Meng didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, just keep getting stronger. As long as he is strong enough, no matter what danger or weirdness he has, he can be eliminated with one punch. Yin-Yang sect. The Great Elder has broken through. Great. The Great Elder has broken through the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Yin-Yang sect is boiling. Everyone is excited. Once the Great Elder breaks through the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the power of their Yin-Yang sect will inevitably increase, and they will be able to hold their heads high and look down on all directions when they go out in the future. The Great Elder has broken through. In the cave of the Yin family, the figure of the patriarch Yin Hao appeared, looking at the breakthrough figure in the sky. His eyes were full of envy and awe. Yin Yu, the patriarch of the Yin family, was excited. The first elder made a breakthrough. His son Yin Zhao and Lao Su Yin Kun's revenge could be avenged. Without hesitation, Yin Hao and Yin Yu hurried to the Yin Yang sect master peak. The same is true for other powerhouses of the Yin Yang sect. Soon, Great Elder Yang Pochu finished his breakthrough, came to the Yin Yang sect master's hall, and sat directly on the sect master's throne. Wearing a Yin and Yang Taoist robe, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, he looks like an 18-year-old boy. The Yin and Yang patterns in his eyes seem to be able to swallow people's minds. Greetings to the Great Elder. Congratulations to the Great Elder for breaking the Hunyuan, the Tao is eternal. Everyone bowed in unison. Don't be too polite. Yang Pochu smiled slightly, and the invisible force lifted everyone up, retreated for 129,600 years, and finally proved the Hunyuan golden immortal. He is in a good mood. Indescribably fun. Where's Yin Kun? Isn't he in the Yin Yang sect? Yang Pochu found out that there was one less Jinxian in the great Luo of the Yin Yang sect, so he asked casually without paying too much attention. It is impossible for Da Luo Jinxian to stay in the sect, and some go out to hunt for treasures, or to do errands, which is normal. Great Elder, Kuner has fallen. Yin Hao took a step forward, with a mournful expression on his face, which made people feel sad and cry when they heard it. What's going on here? Who dares to kill me, the great Luo Jinxian of the Yin Yang sect? Yang Pochu's face darkened. He didn't care much about Yin Kun, but Yin Kun died. If he didn't care about it, where would he put his face? What's more, he broke through the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his cultivation-based sword, and he was looking for a big Luo Jinxian to stand up, but he didn't expect someone to come to his door. He knew that the strong people above the Hunyuan Golden Immortal had basically left, and there were very few Hunyuan Jinxians still existing in the Eastern Profound Realm. Even if there are, most of them are breakthroughs, and their strength is not strong. So, he has no fear. Great Elder, you have to decide for us. The master of the Yin Yang sect also complained with snot and tears. He told all about the murder of the Yin Yang sect son and Yin Kun. Innate treasure. When Yang Po first heard the words, his heart beat a little. Innate treasures are very rare. He doesn't have one, but the other party has two. If the opponent is the primordial golden immortal, with the prestige of the innate treasure, he is definitely not an opponent. Yinhai, please send the scene of the fight to me to see. Yang Pochu looked at Yinhai. When Ji Hongxia broke through, Yinhai attacked, but Hongmeng sent Selenum Nigrum to beat him back with a magic sword. Yes, Great Elder. Yinhai immediately passed the scene of the fight to Yang Pochu with his spiritual consciousness. Yang Pochu looked at the scene of the fight, and his eyes lit up immediately. As the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he is very familiar with the power of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and the other party most likely did not reach the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Thinking of this, Yang Pochu suddenly made a decision in his mind. Kill the Yaoqi and force the opponent to come out. If the opponent is Da Luo Jinxian, then kill Qinbao. If the opponent is the primordial golden immortal, use his strength to protect himself. As for whether it will implicate the Yin Yang sect in retaliation. What does that matter to him? Lured by the innate treasure, he decided to take a gamble. If you lose the bet, the worst thing is to run away. If he wins the bet, he gets rich. Maybe you can grab two innate treasures. Yaoqi is too deceitful. Follow me, conquer Yaoqi, and use those little cousins as the furnace for our Yin Yang sect's cultivation. Yang Pochu stood up and said in high spirits. Yes, Great Elder. Everyone stood up. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, their blood accelerated and their blood boiled. With the Great Elder of Hunyuan Golden Wonderland leading the team, what are they afraid of? Set off. Yang Pochu led the Yin Yang sect powerhouse directly to Yaoqi. Boom. A yin-yang pagoda exuding endless celestial light turned into a mountain of hundreds of millions of feet and pressed down on Yaoqi. The void layer upon layer collapsed, and the terrifying aura swept across the 360 states of the Eastern Profound Realm. You dare. There was a roar of anger in Yao Kai, and a small tower flew up into the sky, blocking the yin-yang tower. At the same time, horrible formations lit up in the sky above Yaoqi, and 5 women in palace attire exuding the aura of the Da Luo Jinxian appeared, presiding over the formations and the small towers to fight against the Yin-Yang Tower. Yang Pochu, you really think that you will be invincible if you break through the Hunyuan Golden Immortal? You want to provoke a war between the two factions? In the sky above Yaoqi, the leading beautiful woman in palace costume shouted sharply. She exudes the domineering aura of the peak of Da Luo Jinxian. Instigate a war between the two factions. Yang Pochu didn't take it seriously, and said with a sneer, Duan Muxi, you Yaoqi first killed the son of the Yin Yang sect, and then killed me, the elder of the Yin Yang sect. Either you hand over the murderer today, or I will destroy Yaoqi. Of course, if you are willing to be my woman, I can accommodate you, let the past go, and let you go. He knew that Yao Kai would not agree, so he deliberately said this to tease the other party. It's up to you. Also worthy. Duan Murong's eyes were full of sarcasm, she knew that she couldn't be kind today. I'll let you see if I'm worthy of this seat today. At the beginning of Yang Pochu, the mana of Hunyuan Jingxian and Dao were poured into the Yin-Yang pagoda. Boom. Immediately, the Yin-Yang pagoda erupted with incomparably terrifying power, the starry sky swayed, and the sky and the earth trembled. Countless beings in Qingzhou and even Dongshuan region were terrified, trembling, and terrified. One by one, the strongmen quickly opened the defensive array, and the sky and the earth were filled with colorful lights, and every inch of space was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Little brother, I'm going to help the ancestors. In Zizhu residence, Ji Hongxia explained to Hong Meng, and then came to Jiyu. Although she had only broken through not long ago, she was also a Daluo Jingxian. Can be of some help. Is this the new Daluo Jingxian from your Yaoqi? She is really a stunner, with a six-desire mortal body and a good physique. It's a pity that someone took the lead, but it's not bad to catch and play later. Exclamation mark quote. When Yang Po first saw Ji Hongxia, he said with a wicked smile. Yin Yang sect's reputation has long been rotten, so. He also has no scruples. What's more, he has played with countless aristocrats and sect saints in his life. He has long been notorious and rotten. Shameless. Ji Hongxia scolded angrily, but Duan Muxi and the others didn't react at all, they were already used to Yin Yang sect's shameless style. Everyone in the Yin Yang sect has this virtue. It's not worth it to be angry with him. Zizhu residence. Hong Meng's eyes sank, he dared to flirt with his woman, he really wanted to die. Yang Pochu, I'll take you to try the Lingshan Buddha kingdom I just obtained. Hong Meng's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. Next moment, the void was shattered, and the Buddha's light shone everywhere. A boundless spiritual mountain and Buddhist kingdom burst out of the sky, suppressing it with endless power. Not good. Yang Pochu was shocked, and wanted to escape, but found that the surrounding void had solidified, and the Lingshan Buddha kingdom in the sky above emitted endless Buddha light, forming an incomparably vast field, covering him in one fell swoop. A congenital treasure of the domain class. Yang Pochu's heart sank, and he quickly said, I don't know which great virtuous monk is here. Please forgive me for any offense. Town. A majestic sound of Taoism came from the void, and a majestic Buddha sitting cross-legged on the top of Lingshan Buddhist kingdom, with the aura of Buddhism and Taoism circulating behind his head. He pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. Heaven and earth, I am the only one. The God-level solipsism bloomed from his spiritual platform, surrounded by 3,000 God-level Buddhas, making him more majestic and sacred. Just like the arrival of the ancient Buddha, the Dharma is boundless and the majesty is vast. With his appearance, the power of Lingshan Buddhist kingdom soared, breaking through Yang Pochu's defense in an instant, and suppressing him. Great Elder, save me. Yin Hai, Yin Hao and other Daluo Jingxians of the Yin Yang sect shouted in horror that the suppression of Lingshan Buddhist kingdom is too wide, and they are among them, suffering unspeakably. As Hong Meng showed his power, they even felt the breath of death. Holy monk, if you have something to say, I am willing to compensate you. Yang Pochu roared loudly. He had a strong premonition in his heart, once he was suppressed by this innate treasure, he might never be able to stand up. Receive. From Journey to the West Tathagata of Conquering Demons, Hong Meng obtained the full force of the God Emperor level self-respecting Taoism, and the blessing of 3,000 God King level Buddhism and Taoism. The Lingshan Buddha kingdom suddenly erupted with endless divine power, and a terrifying devouring force swept out, engulfing the four great Luo Jingxians of the Yin Yang sect. Even if Yang Pochu, it was only resisted for a moment, and then it was taken in. Don't want. The terrified voice echoed all over the world, and everyone was dumbfounded. Yang Pochu, who had just broken through to the primordial golden immortal, was suppressed in this way because he wanted to set foot on Yaoqi in high spirits. Who is this great Buddha? He actually comprehended the 3,000 God King level Buddhism. So scary. Especially the terrifying aura of the sovereign way made them feel extremely depressed, it was too strong. It really is a good baby. Looking at the Lingshan Buddhist kingdom that suppressed Yang Pochu, Hong Meng was overjoyed. Thank you senior for your kindness and help, everyone in Yaoqi is grateful. Duan Muxi and all the powerful Jingxians in Yaoqi came to Hong Meng, bowed their hands and thanked. Senior, if you don't dislike it, please move to Yaoqi, let us show our gratitude as landlords. Duan Muxi fluttered in a snow-white dress, outlining her slender and beautiful figure with undulating curves, graceful and varied, so perfect that she couldn't pick out any flaws. A pair of eyes, smart and beautiful, like two brilliant stars. Bright, deep, on the flawless and clean cheeks, there is a kind of brilliance that makes people feel ashamed, like a 9-day fairy, elegant and elegant. The fairies of Yaoqi really deserve their reputation, all of them are beautiful and moving. When Hong Meng was feeling emotional, he suddenly felt a gaze, but it was Ji Hongxia who was standing beside Jiyu, looking at him secretly. I've never seen a holy monk before, why do I have a feeling of da copyright Yavu? Ji Hongxia was somewhat puzzled. She was quite sure. I have never seen this holy monk. But there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling can only be felt by those who have had a deep relationship with her. It's just that she couldn't figure out who it was. As for Hong Meng, she instinctively ignored it. The cultivation gap is too big. Amitabha. Hong Meng clasped his hands together. He naturally felt Ji Hongxia's gaze, and said calmly, the little monk just doesn't like them, it has nothing to do with Yaoqi, don't worry about it, benefactors. After finishing speaking, Hong Meng put away the Lingshan Buddhist kingdom and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Stay longer, the greater the possibility of exposure. After pretending to be forced, run away. How exciting, please indicate the source. Hiss. A Hunyuan golden immortal was suppressed like this. Horrible. I don't know who this holy monk is. It's too strong. It's unimaginable that someone who cultivated at the level of a god emperor has comprehended the Buddha way of 3,000 god kings. Sure enough, the world is too dangerous, I'd better keep a low profile. The yin-yang sect is over. Countless powerhouses in Qingzhou and even the entire Dongshuan territory are boiling. Everyone was shocked, firmly remembering the solemn figure of the Buddha and the innate treasure of Baolingshan Buddha. Yao Kai, do any of you know the holy monk just now? Duan Muxi looked at Jiyu and the Yaoqi de Luo Jingxian. She didn't believe that the other party appeared by chance, and because she didn't like the Yin-Yang sect, she conveniently suppressed Yangpo Elementary Yin-Yang sect powerhouse. I have never seen or even heard of this holy monk, not even the innate treasure in his hands. Jiyu shook her head. Generally strong people like Hunyuan Jingxian, they all know more or less. Especially the strong who also possess the innate treasure. Even if this strong man's reputation is not obvious, the reputation of the innate treasure can easily spread. What's more, every congenital treasure has its own history, and it is impossible to appear out of thin air. I've never seen it either. Me too. Everyone spoke up. Duan Muxi's eyes were even more puzzled. Could it be that this holy monk had friendship with other sages in Yaoqi, so he helped them? Old ancestor, I always have a sense of deja vu when I see the holy monk, but I'm sure I've never seen him before, and I don't know if it's an illusion. Ji Hongxia spoke weakly. All of a sudden, all eyes turned to her. When you arrive at Deluo Jingxian, your perception is very keen. Since you have a feeling, it can't be an illusion. Duan Muxi's voice was very positive, and he asked quickly, then do you know anyone or have powerful forces behind them? You say you don't know the other person, but it is very likely that you have met, but the other person is not like that. Could it be Hong Meng? Before Ji Hongxia could speak, Jiyu had already exclaimed. She has been in charge of Yaoqi's affairs during this time, unlike Duan Muxi and others who are either in retreat or busy with other things, taking care of Yaoqi's affairs flawlessly, and don't know about Hong Meng's affairs. Who is Hong Meng? Duan Muxi asked. She sensed Yang Pochu's aura today before leaving the customs, and she didn't know anything about other things. Hong Meng is. Jiyu quickly told a series of things that happened in Yaoqi recently. Duan Muxi thought in his eyes, and pondered, it is indeed possible. It's just that if this strong man is also the person behind Hong Meng, then the power behind the other party may not be simple. The person who made the attack last time used a magic sword innate treasure, but this time it used an innate treasure from the Lingshan Buddha kingdom. And the strong man who killed Yin Kun used another bell-shaped innate treasure. Not to mention strength. It's hard to imagine just because the other party can take out 3 innate treasures. Then someone hesitated. These are just speculations, business as usual. Duan Muxi said, up to now, no matter Hong Meng or Shengsang, they have shown kindness to Yaoqi, so naturally they can't destroy this kindness. Everyone has a secret, and since the other party chooses to hide it, they just don't want others to know about it. If they go to the bottom of it, it will definitely be annoying, and the gain outweighs the loss. Didn't Hong Meng know that Duan Muxi and the others had guessed that he was the strong man behind? Of course, even if you know it, you won't care too much. He is now urging the 4 great Luo Jingxians of Huayangpochu and Yinyangzong in Lingshan Buddhist kingdom. In the inner world of Lingshan Buddhist kingdom, there are bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and rich Buddha power flows down, like a tidal wave, constantly washing away the soul and will of Yang Pochu Wu. No, please, let me go. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to recognize you as master. Holy monk, please forgive me. Daluo Jingxian begged for mercy in horror. They felt that their hearts and wills were being distorted, and their consciousness was rapidly blurring. Once they are reduced, they become puppets completely. So, they would rather recognize the master and be driven by Hongmeng than be turned into puppets. Pity. Hongmeng ignored them. With the blessings of the god-level solipsism and the 3000 god-level Buddhism, Lingshan Buddha was filled with endless Sanskrit sounds. Every note is like a rune of the great Tao, which is constantly imprinted in the depths of their hearts and in the origin of their true spirits. Ah, Val donkey, you wait for me. One day, the ancestor Yin Yang will return, and he will not let you go. I won't let you go. The four big Luo Jingxians let out a final roar of unwillingness. Immediately afterwards, their minds and wills were distorted, their consciousness was completely blurred, and they became the puppets of the guardians of the Lingshan Buddhist kingdom. And with the conversion of the four Da Luo Jingxians, the power of the Lingshan Buddhist kingdom has risen to a higher level. Hunyuan Golden Fairyland's yang breaks at the beginning and the pressure suddenly increases. He struggled hard, but it seemed as if the entire universe was pressing on him on his back, making it difficult for him to move, and he could only resist the pervasive Sanskrit sounds and Buddha power with difficulty. These Sanskrit sounds and Buddha power kept flowing into his body, constantly distorting his spiritual will, trying to assimilate him or turn him into a puppet of the Dharma guardian of Lingshan Buddha kingdom. Hunyuan Jingxian is really powerful. According to this speed, it will take at least 3 months to fully transform. Sensing the situation inside, Hongmeng sighed in his heart. 3 months is actually not a long time, and it is even very short for a strong person above Da Luo Jingxian. Hongmeng had nothing to do, so he urged his divine power to accelerate Wayang Pochu with all his strength. Yishan World, Kunlun Mountain, Bright Peak, Mingjiao General Forum. Yang Xiao, come out for me. What do you want to do by attracting the 6 sects and many people from the Zhonghu to Guangmingding? You are trying to destroy Ming cult. Zhou Dian, Monk Peng Yingyu, Monk Bu Yudai couldn't wait for Wu Sanren and Green-Winged Bat King Wei Yishao to strode over from outside shouting. The relationship between Mingjiao and various factions in Zhonghu is not good, so it is called the demon cult. Now Yang Xiao is using the dragon-slaying saber as a lure to attract all the sects to come, which is to lure the wolf into the house. If it is not done well, Mingjiao will suffer huge losses, or even be destroyed. Yang Xiao, do you know where that thief Cheng Kun is? Where is that dog thief Cheng Kun? A sound like a lion's roar came, and the golden-haired Lion King Xie Xuan rushed in from outside holding a double-headed mace, exuding a violent aura. The Lion King is here too. Haven't seen the Lion King in years. I heard that he has killed people and sought revenge from Cheng Kun all these years. He is going crazy. Zhou Dian, Monk Peng and others were discussing that Mingjiao's reputation is getting worse and worse, and it is inseparable from the fact that the Golden Lion King kills people everywhere, and the Green-Winged Bat King Wei Yishao sucks human blood. Lion King, long time no see, your heroic appearance remains the same as before. Green-Winged Bat King Wei Yishao looked at Xie Xuan, the 4 great Dharma kings of the Ming sect, who were married to Jinlan and had a good relationship with each other. Certainly, the Zishan Dragon King Daikizi got rid of her. Women's friendships are different from men's. Bat King, 5 scattered people. Xie Xuan nodded, greeted everyone, and then saw Yang Xiao walking slowly from the back hall. Yang Xiao, where is that thief Cheng Kun? Tell me quickly. Xie Xuan rushed forward and shouted hastily. Bring Cheng Kun up. Yang Xiao raised his palm and waved it lightly. 2 Mingjiao disciples immediately escorted Cheng Kun from the outside. Cheng Kun, it's really Cheng Kun. I shaved my head, is this going to be a monk? It seems that this guy is hiding in Shaolin Temple. No wonder the Lion King has been looking for him frantically all these years, but there is no news at all. How did Yang Xiao find it? Zhou Dian, Peng Heshang and others were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Yang Xiao not only knew the whereabouts of Cheng Kun, but also found Cheng Kun. Cheng Kun, seeing the enemy, Xie Xuan's eyes instantly turned red. Like a mad lion, he roared angrily, raised all his strength, and punched him with the 7-injury punch. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of fist shadows bombarded Cheng Kun's body, and the terrifying force instantly shattered Cheng Kun's internal organs and bones. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Cheng Kun slammed heavily on the nearby column like a rag doll. Now Xie Xuan's heart is full of murderous intent, unlike in the original book where he was brainwashed by Shaolin Temple for several months and his hostility disappeared forever. Not only did he forcibly receive Cheng Kun's 3 palms, but he also repaid Cheng Kun's favor of preaching and accepting his job. In the end, he only crippled Cheng Kun's eyes and did not kill Cheng Kun. Wuji boy, I finally avenge you. After beating Cheng Kun to death, Xie Xuan seemed to have lost all his strength, and knelt down in front of Cheng Kun's corpse, crying bitterly. He originally had a full moon child named Xie Wuji, but he was killed by Cheng Kun, his wife was also killed, and his family was wiped out. That's why Zhang Wuji got his name. Ah, Yang Xiao, Wei Yishao, Zhou Dian and others did not speak, but sighed deeply. They are of the same generation as Xie Xuan, and they are also high-ranking members of the Ming cult, so they naturally know something about Xie Xuan's experience. A long time, Xie Xuan's vengeance was avenged. He stood up, the stones and knots in his heart were finally untied. He looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Zuoshi, thank you for helping me catch Cheng Kun and avenge the family of 13. If there is an order in the future, I will die. Yang Xiao, you can do it. Zhou Dian's strange voice came from the side, and said loudly, don't think that if you avenge the Lion King, you can become the leader with the support of the Lion King. I, Zhou Dian, will be the first to refuse. Oh, then how do you take it? Yang Xiao looked at Zhou Dian meaningfully, and immediately the terrifying aura of the peak guru erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, pressing heavily on Zhou Dian. Not only Zhou Dian, Peng Hesheng, Wei Yishao and everyone present felt an incomparably terrifying pressure, as if a mountain was pressing on their backs, making it difficult to breathe. How is this possible? Have you broken through the Grand Master? Zhou Dian's eyes widened, his body gradually bent down, his 2 strands were fighting like a candle in the wind, ready to be crushed at any moment. Is this the master? Wei Yishao's eyes were horrified. He had a congenital late-stage cultivation, but at this moment he seemed like a lonely boat in the raging sea, which would be destroyed at any time. Is the Grand Master really so strong? Grand Master strong. So scary. Haha, it seems that I came at the right time. It is the first time that Mingzhao has been so lively since the disappearance of Master Yang. Only the Dragon King and Fan Yushi are missing. There was a hearty laugh, and the white-browed Eagle King Yin Tianzhong came striding from outside with Yin Yuang and Yin Susu. Although the aura of a strong master on his body is not as good as that of Yang Xiao, it is not difficult to resist Yang Xiao's aura. Eagle King, everyone exclaimed. Wei Yishao's eyes were full of surprises, but immediately froze, and said in shock, Eagle King, You also broke through. That's right, thanks to the gift of my god, barely reaching the middle stage of the master, it can't compare to Yang Zuoshi who is already at the peak of the master. Yin Tianzhong said with awe, adoration and fanaticism in his eyes. Peak master, my god. Wei Yishao and the others were both shocked and puzzled, their minds were muddled, and they felt like they were about to shut down. Eagle King, what is going on? How did your cultivation break through so quickly? Monk Peng was very curious and felt that everything today was beyond his imagination. Gods are real and great existences. Yang Xiao was lucky to be favored by the gods, and his cultivation base skyrocketed. Yang Xiao said slowly, I know it's hard for you to believe it, but now you'll understand by reciting the visual thoughts handed down by the gods along with me. The Lion King, the Bat King, and the 5 Sanren, what Yang Zuoshi said is true. I just saw the majestic body of the gods after reciting visual thoughts, and then I gained the grace of God and broke through the master. Yi Wang and Su Su too. Yin Tian was echoing from the side, and then looked at King Yin Yi and Yin Su Su. The two knew each other, and the breath of the peak of innateness immediately permeated from the body. Peak of heaven. Seeing this scene, Zhou Dian and the others almost popped their eyes. The sons and daughters of the white-browed Eagle King have higher cultivation bases than them, so they can't bear it. They want to say how can there be gods in this world? But seeing Master Yang Xiao at his peak, Yin Tianzhong at his middle stage, King Yin Yi and Yin Susu at his innate peak, they couldn't believe it or not. It's so weird. Perhaps only the gods can really explain it. Now you recite it with me, as long as you are devout in your heart, you can break through to the Grand Master. Yang Xiao's eyes swept over everyone one by one, and after he finished explaining, he began to chant to himself. Yin Tianzhong, Yin Yuang and Yin Susu also followed suit. Although it is not the first time for them, they can get some divine grace to some extent and can increase their cultivation base. They can't wait to recite hundreds and thousands of times a day. Zhou Dian, Wei Yishao and the others had weird eyes, but seeing the pious attitude of Yang Xiao and Yin Tianzhong, they restrained their expressions and began to chant reverently. Boom boom boom. A moment later, one after another, the aura of breaking through the guru filled the air. Wei Yishao and others recovered from the shock, their 3 views were overturned, and their hearts were overwhelmed. It turns out that there is a god in this world. The primordial god is really too great and too generous. Praise you, the great grand god. I, Yin Tianzhong, support Yang Zuoshi as the leader. What do you think? Yin Tianzhong looked at the people who were still in shock and excitement, and said loudly, I, Wei Yishao, have no objections, and I am willing to support Yang Zuoshi as the leader. Wei Yishao was in a good mood. Not only did the cold poison that had troubled him for many years disappear under the grace of the gods, but his cultivation level was also promoted to the level of a master that he had never dared to hope for before. Why would he not support it? Zhou Dian, Monk Peng and the other 5 scattered people looked at each other. They had just benefited and their cultivation levels skyrocketed, so they had the nerve to object. Not to mention the golden retriever Lion King Xie Xuan. The attitude has already been expressed before. White-browed eagle King Yin Tianzhong, golden-haired lion King Xie Xuan, green-winged bat King Wei Yishao, Zhou Dian, Peng Yingyu. Meet the leader. Everyone knelt on one knee and worshipped together. This moment, Yang Xiao officially became the 34th leader of Mingjiao in Zongtu. Everyone please get up. Yang Xiao helped Yin Tianzhong and the others up, and then discussed Mingjiao's future goals with them. This meeting, it is determined that Yang Xiao is the leader, the religion believes in the god of Hongmeng, and it is the important thought of expelling the Tartars and restoring the rivers and mountains. The whole Mingjiao mobilized one after another to set up a statue and an altar of the god of harmony in Guangmingding Square. All Mingjiao disciples had to pray to the god and believe in the god of harmony every day. The first step of integrating Mingjiao is basically completed. The second step is to wait for the arrival of the 6 sects and countless people from the Zhonghu martial arts, and then offer sacrifices to my god, and dominate the Zhonghu. The third step is to lead the Zhonghu martial arts figures and the uprising army under their command to drive out the Tartars and restore the rivers and mountains. The fourth step is to let the glory of the primordial god shine on the whole world, and let the people all over the world recite the name of the primordial god. Yang Xiao sat on the throne of the leader, thinking in his heart. At this time, a reminder from the chat group suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the orphans of Kaomiao village joined the chat group. Ding, martial ancestor joins the chat group. Quote dot. Ding, the orphans of Kaomiao village joined the chat group. Ding, martial ancestor joins the chat group. I don't want to be Zhao Gao. Wow, here comes a newcomer, welcome. Head of Washan. Welcome newcomers, sprinkle flowers. JPG, the overlord of the Tianxiahui. Welcome newcomer Bao Jiao, report your name. Lustful immortal of Hama Mountain. Welcome newcomers, my latest masterpiece is Intimate Heaven, do you want to know more about it? Tu Shan's second boss. Welcome newcomer, martial ancestor. The newcomer's nickname is so domineering. He seems to be a big boss. I have to find a way to lick him. JPG. Queen of Demons, a second order martial ancestor. Squinting smile. JPG. Sect Master Yunlin. Mortal Yi Tiandi, please understand. When Yihei joined the group, the default nickname in the chat group was Yi Tiandi, but Yihei hadn't started to practice yet, he was just an ordinary person. Shengshan Guzi. Sister Yun, the new martial ancestor may have something to do with you. Sect Master Yunlin. Guzi of the High God. I said before that the Dupo world you are in belongs to the lower plane. If you leave the Dupo world, you will enter the world of masters where thousands of planes meet. And this martial ancestor is probably the son of destiny from another lower plane like the Dopo world you are in. Existence similar to Xiao Yan. Yi Tiandi. Group status 1. Xuanxi sleeping little dragon girl. Welcome newcomers, group status 1. Orphan from Kaomiao village. This junior has met all the immortals. I don't know what orders you have for bringing this junior here. Head of Washan. Immortals. It seems that there are immortals in the newcomers world. But we are not immortals. Descendants of the Dian royal family. Although we are not immortals, our leader, the god of primordial mist, is a great existence beyond immortals. Newbie, do you want to believe in my god? Demon Queen. It smells like a pyramid scheme. You will scare away newcomers. Holy Maiden of Wuhun Temple. Wu Zhu, the orphan of Kaomiao village, welcomes newcomers. If you don't understand anything, please read the group files. You can speak, post videos, pictures, and view group files by meditating in your heart. Quote dot. Kingdom of God. Orphans in Kaomiao village. Wu Zhu. 9 out of 10 orphans in Kaomiao village are Zhang Xiaofan or Lin Jingyu. According to the speech, it is more likely to be Lin Jingyu. As for martial ancestor, 2 figures first appeared in Hong Meng's mind. One is Lin Dong in the world of martial arts that Guzi speculated. One is Wu Mu from the Wu Tun world. Hong Meng estimated that the former is more likely. Certainly, the possibility of others is not ruled out. There are too many people with the title of martial ancestor these days. In the world of fantasy, practicing martial arts, many pig feet will have such a lofty title as martial ancestor. Jade Immortal World, Qingyan Mountain, Longsho Peak. The chat group of the heavens. Is this the method of an immortal? It appeared directly in my mind. Joining Longsho Peak, Lin Jingyu, who was apprenticed to Taoist Kangsong, sat on the bed in the room. His handsome and resolute face was full of surprise. Beyond the existence of immortals. The god of Grand Mist. Look at the group files if you don't understand. Should be this. According to BB Dong's prompt, Lin Jingyu found the group file and clicked to enter it. The chat group of the heavens is an existence that communicates with the heavens and the world. It may be the treasure born in the universe, or it may be the treasure refined by the gods. It turns out the world is so big. Beyond our world, there are countless magnificent worlds. The god of primordial mist. A true immortal god who transcends the heavens and is supreme. Believe in him and you will receive divine grace. Preach the word and sacrifice, and you will be rewarded. Is there really such a great god? Lin Jingyu was dubious, and then clicked on a live recording video. Hiss. Is this a battle between gods and demons? Too horrible. Lin Jingyu was stunned when he saw the video of Chonglu, the king of demon king Sun Wukong and others fighting the Tathagata Buddha and the Buddhas of Lingshan. His legs were shaking, his vest was cold, and his clothes were wet with cold sweat before he knew it. Terrible. Is this the power of gods and demons? Destroy the world at every turn. Lin Jingyu was terrified watching it, and then mustered up the courage to click on the next video. Call. Fine. This time there was no battle between gods and demons. Lin Jingyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This is a sacrifice video. However, seeing the altar built with countless stars as the cornerstone, Lin Jingyu's eyes widened again, but this seemed to be a continuation of the previous video. Thinking of the terrifying power of those gods and demons, it seems that it is not difficult to build such a majestic altar. He continued to look, and then saw that the Buddhas who had been killed before were placed on the altar as sacrifices, and finally there was an extremely majestic spiritual mountain. That Lingshan mountain was much bigger than the Qingyan mountain where he was. If that Lingshan falls on his world, it may smash his world to pieces. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Those ordinary livestock turned into divine beasts, each of which was thousands of times stronger than the water unicorn he had seen. He used to think that the water unicorn was the most terrifying beast, but compared with the transformed beast on the altar, the water unicorn was nothing more than ordinary. And that mortal woman turned into a goddess at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is incredible, unimaginable. No wonder the members of the group seem to him like immortals, but they all believe in the god of primordial origin. The primordial god is really terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Jingyu's breathing became short of breath. He saw that the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, was rewarded, his cultivation base skyrocketed, and he also got a divine weapon. If I also get the reward, and my cultivation strength will skyrocket, I will be able to find the murderer and avenge the family members and fellow villagers who died tragically in Kaomiao village. Lin Jingyu's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes were slightly red. He practiced desperately these years, although his cultivation base has improved a lot, but he is still far from the top powerhouse. If he wanted to find out the bloody case in Kaomiao village, he needed a stronger force. He resisted his excitement and continued to look down. One by one video. A record. The god of primordial origin, the true god. After reading all the documents and chat records, Lin Jingyu was amazed. Shocked. Excited. Excited. It's really fate. Wrong. It's God's fate. However, with his cautious character, there is still one last step to be confirmed. He immediately downloaded the Vipassana thoughts and started to recite them. This is Qingyuman Longsho Peak. Regarding safety issues, he is still very confident. In the chat group, head of Washan, why hasn't martial ancestor erupted yet? A descendant of the Dian royal family. I guess I haven't believed in the chat group yet, maybe I think it's a demon or something. Lord of Great Qin, how long do you think the orphans in Kaomiao village will believe in my god? The overlord of the world will. If the newcomer checks the group file after seeing the news about Baisheng, he has almost finished reading it now, at most 3 minutes, he will definitely bubble up. The lecherous fairy of Hama Mountain. In my opinion, at most 1 minute. Demon Queen. You guys underestimate my god too much. In my opinion, 3 seconds is enough for a newcomer. God's dog. Is this 3 seconds serious? Funny. JPG. Tu Shan's second head. What's Sister Yuyan up to lately? How does it feel to be 18 again? Shengshan Guzi. What do you mean returning to 18? I wish my sister was 18, okay. Tu Shan's second boss. He is also 18 years old. God's dog. I'm 20, do you want to get in and find out? Descendant of the Dian royal family. my Dioshan is on my waist. 2 Shan Rongrong. A bunch of LSPs. Demon Queen. Little Fox, aren't you hundreds of years old? Head of Washin. 3 seconds of silence for the little fox. It hurts my heart. God's dog. Pierce the heart. I just penetrated into the enemy's belly. What the hell, it's so terrifying. 2 Shan's second head. I am a monster. How can my age be calculated according to the age of a human? You are an old woman who is tens of thousands of years old. Demon Queen. Damn, who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, my old lady asked God to turn me back to 18 years old. Descendant of the Dion royal family, I suspect that the upstairs is the Queen of Dis. Demon Queen Yin. My situation is quite special, everyone must consider it carefully. Demon Empress. I have just ascended the throne and become an empress recently, so I have a lot of things to do. God's dog. Wow, I wish my sister became an empress, congratulations, I really want to hug my thigh. JPG. 2 Shan's second master. Kick you flying with one kick. JPG. The orphan of Kaomiao village. Lin Jingyu has met all the seniors. From now on, the god of primordial mist is the only true god I believe in. Lin Jingyu felt the soaring magic power in his body, thought of the majestic and immortal body of the god of primordial Meng, opened up the infinite ancient universe with his breath, his eyes were full of awe and fanaticism. The god of primordial origin, the true god. Demon Empress. Looks like I guessed wrong, the newcomer is not San Miao, but a real 9 seconds man. Shengshan Guzi. I wish my sister's speed is a little bit faster. Descendant of the Dion royal family, get to know the Yingui faction. Besides, although the Yinho is 18 years old and still a pure girl, she has inherited the memories and experiences of the future Yinho. The overlord of the world will. God of cars. Car lights are the god of speed. God's dog. Damn it, I can't keep up with nutrition. Holy Maiden of Wuhun Temple. ULSPs, don't scare the newcomers. Holy Maiden of Wuhun Temple. Hi, orphan of Kaomiao village, I'm Bibidong, welcome to the family of the god of primordial mist. Everyone is a believer in my God. You don't have to be too restrained. You can find me if you have any questions, or you can ask other group members in the group. Orphan in Kaomiao village. Thank you, Bisheng NB. Guzi of Shengshan. Orphans in Kaomiao village, I will send you a newcomer welfare. Ding, God's dog has uploaded Zhu Xian. 2 Shan's second head. Wow, there is a new drama, Guazi Cola potato chips. The overlord of the world will. Let the old man take a look at the miserable life of the newcomer. No, it is a soul-stirring life. I don't want to be Zhao Gao. It's enough for you. The nickname of the newcomer is very pitiful. You are still here to gloat. I have to take a good look. Orphans in Kaomiao village. Lin Jingyu found that the seniors in the group seemed to be easy to talk, but the words they said were weird. It's like when I was talking about age, 18, 20, etc. But suddenly my Diao Chan appeared on my waist. The foreword does not match the afterword. Just what is Dioshan? Is it the belt? The seniors in the group are pretty good, but they have problem thinking. But Lin Jingyu didn't think too much, and downloaded Jade Immortal with some excitement and anticipation. After reading the chat records, he knew that this might be his future. He wants to know the future. At the same time. Dian Dynasty, Tiandu County. Tianyan Mountains. In the depths of the ancient tomb. A handsome young man with a resolute face sat cross-legged in a stone room in the tomb. He was wearing a purple-black robe, his whole body was full of vigor, and his expression kept changing. He is Lin Dong, a disciple of the Lin family branch of a declining family in Qingyang Town, Tiandu County, Dian Dynasty. In order to help his younger sister Qingtan condense the Yin Dan quickly, he followed the members of the Lin clan to this tomb of a strong man in the Nirvana realm where the extremely evil Yin dragon saliva exists. Little Mink, have you found anything? That illusion has been in my mind. No matter what I do, there is no way to get rid of it. Lin Dong felt that he must have fallen into the illusion arranged by the master of the tomb. The owner of the tomb is a powerful man in the Nirvana realm. The array arranged is no small matter. Boy, I'm sure, there is absolutely no formation here, and you haven't been hit by any illusion. Xiao Diao's confident voice sounded in Lin Dong's mind. It used to be a strong man in the profound realm, but even now that it has lost its physical body, its strength is non-existent. But relying on the formation arranged by a mere Nirvana-level powerhouse, he would definitely not be able to hide it from him. Then what's going on in my head? Lin Dong was puzzled. Tell me what's on your mind carefully. The little mink pondered. Martial arts world. Great Yan Dynasty. Tianyan Mountains. In the depths of the ancient tomb. Chat group. Can you communicate with the heavens and the world? The supreme god of the primordial. Open up an infinite universe in the breath. Can you cross the heavens and the world at will? Ordinary livestock instantly turned into terrifying beasts. How can that be? Even the talisman ancestors can't do it. Quote. Listening to Lin Dong's words, Xiao Diao's illusory figure emerged, horrified, his entire soul trembling, as if about to dissipate. He is not surprised that there are other worlds outside this world. The extraterritorial demons that once invaded the world are creatures from other worlds. But those livestock that Lin Dong talked about turned into gods and beasts, ordinary people transformed into gods, and they were given 10,000 years of cultivation, 100,000 years of cultivation. It was simply beyond his imagination. Xiao Diao, it is said that by reciting visual thoughts once, you can see the god of primordial mist and gain divine grace. Shall I try it? Lin Dong was curious, but he was afraid of traps. Just recite it once, let me try. Xiao Daoyi is a bold man, he doesn't believe that just reading it once can do anything to him. He wants to see what the god of primordial mist is. Is there really such a terrifying existence in the world? Lin Dong nodded. Little Diao, be careful. Xiao Diao started to recite from Lin Dong's downloaded, viewing thoughts. Lin Dong stared at Xiao Diao's face with burning eyes. It's not about the handsome body of Xiao Diao. Nervous. Expect. Perturbed. All kinds of emotions came to mind. If the primordial god is real. If this is the trap. If suddenly, under his nervous and expectant gaze, Xiao Diao's handsome face changed. Shocked. Frightened. Excited. Fanaticism, various complex expressions kept changing, and Lin Dong's heart ached and he opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to disturb him. Time passed bit by bit. It didn't take long, but Lin Dong was incomparably tormented. It seems like a century has passed. Little mink, you can't do anything. Lin Dong prayed in his heart. Xiao Diao is well informed and capable, and he is his mentor on the way of cultivation. Without Xiao Diao, how would he survive in the future? Suddenly, Xiao Diao opened his eyes were dull. Little mink, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Lin Dong said worriedly. I'm very good, better than ever. Xiao Diao laughed loudly, and Lin Dong's face became paler with fright. Is this still good? There is a problem with this look. It turns out that there really are such great immortal gods in this world. I used to just sit and watch the sky, not knowing the vastness of the world. Xiao Diao felt that his soul body was at least half solidified, and couldn't help but excitedly said, the god of primordial Meng really exists. Boy, read it quickly, after you finish reading, you will truly understand how great the primordial god is. Little mink, are you okay? Are you under control? Lin Dong's eyes were full of vigilance. Get lost, you are the only one under control. Xiao Diao didn't have a good air, and then started to chant again. Is there really such a god? At this time, Lin Dong also found that Xiao Diao's body was much more compact, and his aura was much stronger, and he became even more curious. He also followed suit. Sure enough, it's Lin Jingyu from the world of Jade Immortals and Lin Dong from the world of martial arts. In the kingdom of God, Hongmeng was as expected. When Xiao Diao and Lin Dong recited visual thoughts, he could locate them according to the channel of faith. With the mind together, you can observe the thoughts of the believers. Hongxia is here. Suddenly, Hongmeng felt movement in Zijuju's formation. He put away the Lingshan Buddha kingdom and disappeared into the divine kingdom in an instant. Ziju residence. Hongmeng opened the formation, and a flaming and graceful figure rushed towards his face accompanied by a gust of fragrant wind. Ji Hongxia's plump and delicate body like a water snake fell into his arms, her white lotus root arms wrapped around his neck. Sister Dashi misses me so soon. Tens of billions each time, sooner or later my family will be emptied by Sister Dashi. Hongmeng hugged the beautiful woman's soft jade body, looked at the beautiful woman's charming and delicate cheeks, and already guessed some of her intentions in his heart. Little villain, do you dislike your sister so quickly? Ji Hongxia's delicate red lips moved close to Hongmeng's ears, Chong Nose sniffed his head, and smiled coquettishly, HMPH, I just want to evacuate your property, so as to save other goblins. She obviously smelled a woman on Hongmeng's head. You're not a greedy little goblin. Hongmeng hugged her and walked towards the house. Ji Hongxia said curiously, little villain, just appeared, do you know that holy monk? I'm just an ordinary person, how can I know such a big man? Hongmeng smiled slightly. He doesn't know any holy monk, because the holy monk is himself. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, my sister believed you. Ji Hongxia lightly tapped his chest with her slender finger, and she just asked casually. Hongmeng didn't want to talk about it, so she wouldn't ask too much. As for mediocre ordinary people, can ordinary people's cultivation base skyrocket in 2 days? Can ordinary people get her a branch of the best innate spiritual root suitable for her cultivation? Little villain, thank you for the gift last time, my sister likes it very much. Ji Hongxia cupped Hong Meng's cheek with her soft hands, and kissed him deeply. It's just a branch, nothing. Hong Meng smiled and said nonchalantly. Ji Hongxia, I just quietly watched you pretend. The ultimate spiritual root is nothing. Why don't you go to heaven? If you like it, I will give you a thicker and bigger one in the future. Seeing Ji Hongxia's speechless expression, Hong Meng laughed. No, no, the previous one is enough for me. Ji Hongxia quickly refused. Although she had become Hong Meng's woman, she didn't want to take anything from Hong Meng because of her status. Although Hong Meng said it lightly, but it was a top-grade innate spiritual root branch. Even if Hong Meng had a strong background, he would have to pay a considerable price. People just want. Ji Hongxia's coquettish voice was like a cat's paw scratching her chest, and her scorching breath hit Hong Meng's ear, exhaling like blue. You goblin. Hong Meng felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he cheered up. Subdue demons. Just today. Goblin, eat my grandson. Martial arts world. The stone chamber of the tomb. The primordial god is really too strong, too great, and so terrifying. Lin Dong opened his eyes in shock, his heart was ups and downs, and he was overwhelmed. The god of primordial origin, the true god. The size of the divine body is unimaginable, and the universe is in front of him. Like dust, the strength of the divine body is unfathomable, and the gods and demons are in front of him. Like ants, he and Xiao Diao looked at each other, excitedly said, You saw it too. Good. Xiao Diao nodded vigorously, and said in awe, the god of primordial Meng is worthy of being an immortal true god who can cross the heavens, and the talisman ancestor is like an ant in front of him. Boy, this is a great opportunity for you. What a great opportunity. Xiao Diao was very excited, to be able to get in touch with such a great existence as the god of primordial origin, such an opportunity is hard to find and unimaginable. Even the entire profound sky continent combined cannot compare. You have to take good care of it. Xiao Diao warned. I see. Lin Dong nodded seriously, and then entered the chat group. Tu Shan's second head. Wu, Baguio is too pitiful, Xiao Lindsay, you must save her. Sect Master Yunlin. 9 nether yin spirits, gods and demons of the heavens, use my blood body as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 lives, I will fall into hell forever, just for the sake of love, even though I die, I will not regret it. Ask what love is in the world, and teach life and death. Yun Yun's heart was full of emotions, where had she seen such a story? Descendants of the Dian royal family. Brother Lin, you can dedicate Bai Yao and Shui Qi to my god. Not only can you change their tragic fate and make them ascend to gods, but you can also get rewards from my god, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tu Shan's second boss, Sect Master Yunlin. The originally sad atmosphere was instantly shattered by Morong Fu's words. It is worthy of being the first sister-in-law madman in this group. Gods Guzi. My Baguio goddess, Shueqi goddess, drooling. JPG. Orphan in Kaomiao village. Thank you for your guidance, seniors. Now that I join the chat group and meet my god again, I will naturally not let the tragedy happen again. Martial ancestor. Little Lin Dong has met all of you seniors. Tu Shan's second in charge. Wow, the newcomer is finally bubbling, scattered flowers. JPG. God's dog. It really is you. Shengshan Guzi. At AA. Degree a registered A, Sister Yun, you have a fellow. Sect Master Yunlin. Brother Lin, if you need any help, just ask. In the future, we will still be able to preach for our God together in the world of the great ruler. Martial ancestor. Thank you, Sect Master Yun, I am very grateful. Lin Dong was excited. He had seen Yun Yun's strength before. He was like a god and demon. Even if their world legendary talisman ancestor was reborn, he would definitely not be an opponent. Although he joined the chat group, he is now a weak chicken at the alchemy level, and being able to obtain the promise of a strong person like Yun Yun is like a pie falling from the sky. Sect Master Yunlin, you're welcome. The overlord of the world will. I envy the boss who has countless planes and can preach. Head of Washan. Envy and envy. Shengshan Guzi. Little Dongzi, come to receive the benefits of newcomers. Ding, Shengshan Guzi uploaded a file, Martial Universe. Martial Ancestor. Thank you, Prince. Tu Shan's second head. Haha, it's really comfortable. Every time a newcomer joins, there will be a new drama to watch. Yi Tiandi. Looking forward to the magnificent and legendary life of Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor. Emperor Yi Tian has won the prize. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I should suppress all enemies in the world. Emperor Yi Tian is really a role model for my generation, and the younger generation admires it. The world will be the overlord. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I shall suppress all enemies in the world. Lord of Great Shin. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I shall suppress all enemies in the world. Head of Washin. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I shall suppress all enemies in the world. Yi Tiandi. I beg you, please let me go, you are flattering Mengxin, I want to complain. My God is above, who can be said to be invincible? Who dares to say that he is invincible? God's Guzi. Damn it, is no. 10-time traveling possessed, shocked, demon queen, who is number 10. Sect Master Yunlin, who is number 10. God's son, Emperor Yi Tiandi's predecessor, Huang Tiandi. Tu Shan's second head, you can tell by the name that he is a big boss. I don't know if there is a chance to join the chat group. I have to lick him. God's dog, there should be a chance. Yi Tiandi, desolate emperor. He is also from our world. Why haven't I heard of it? Curiosity. JPG. The dog of the god of God. The emperor of Wangtian is named Shihao, a monk at the end of the chaotic ancient times, born to be supreme, with unparalleled talents, born to cultivate the Tao, and came to respond to the catastrophe, to quell the forbidden zone, to quell the darkness and turmoil, and to create the heaven that you practice now. System, extreme brilliance in one's life, creating endless legends, arbitrarily eternal. Quote. Emperor Yi Tian. Emperor Wangtian, it's so terrifying. Tu Shan's second master. Wangtian Emperor, so terrifying. Martial ancestor. Emperor Wangtian, so terrifying. Quote. Guzi is still a wild emperor. Hong Meng paid attention to the chat group with a sliver of consciousness, but he stopped paying attention after looking at it. Whatever. The important thing is to firmly grasp one center, 2 basic points. He knows it all too well. He also knows this well. The way is well connected. All lungs are flourishing in the chat group. Guzi made a fuss about Emperor Wangtian, but he didn't post the perfect world novel to the group, and everyone's attention quickly shifted to Wudong Chenkin. Lord of Great Qin. I found that Xiao Yan in the world of martial ancestor and sect master Yun is similar. Empress Momin Yin. Xiao Yan. I have 2 wives, one gets on the train first and waits for the ticket. Lin Dong. I also have 2 wives, one gets on the train first and waits for the ticket. Shengshan's Guzi. Sister Zhu really grasped the key point at once, and the speed of the car picked up in an instant. Head of Washin. As expected of the Queen of Yin. Lord of Great Qin. Xiao Yan. I was born in one of the 3 great families in Wudong City of the Jama Empire. Lin Dong. I was born in one of the 4 great families in Qingyang town of the Great Yan dynasty. Head of Washin. Xiao Yan. There is a soul named Yao Lao in my Naji. Lin Dong. There is a soul named Xiao Diao in my ancestral stone. The overlord of the Tianxiahui. Xiao Yan. There is a mitre auction house near my house. Lin Dong. There is also a Wanjin Chamber of Commerce near my house. Tu Shan's second boss. Xiao Yan. There is a goblin in the auction house named Yafei who has an affair with me. Lin Dong. There is also a goblin named Zan Su in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce who has an affair with me. I don't want to be Zhao Gao. Xiao Yan. After 3 years of hard training, I want to go to the Yunlin sect to defeat Nalin Yanren. I will be ashamed. Lin Dong. After 2 years of hard training, I want to defeat Lin Langtian and avenge my father. The lustful fairy of Hama Mountain. Xiao Yan. I finally collected all the different fires, defeated the Huntian Emperor, and became the Yan Emperor. Lin Dong. I finally collected all the ancestor symbols, defeated the Yimo Emperor, and became the martial ancestor. Quote. Lin Dong. It's so scary, I'm shivering. Sect Master Yunlin. Hey, what's wrong with the newcomer? Lord of Great Qin. The newcomer must have been frightened by Sect Master Yun. Sect Master Yunlin. Tu Shan's second boss. Question mark quote. Lord of Great Qin. Think about it, the newcomer is so similar to Xiao Yan, if Lin Langtian or others joined the chat group this time. Tu Shan's second boss. I understand, Xiao Yan is still locked up in the prison by Sister Yun, preparing to sacrifice his blood to my god, and his 2 wives and a bunch of confidants are also sacrificed to my god. It's really miserable. Xiao Dongzi sees Xiao Yan who has similar experiences to his own, and it is inevitable that he will be moved by the situation. If the rabbit dies and the fox is sad, can you not be afraid? Sect Master Yunlin. Quote. Martial Arts World. Tianyan Mountains. The Stone Chamber of the Tomb. Fortunately, I joined the chat group. Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking of the tragic experience of Xiao Yan, who was almost a replica of him. He felt lingering fear in his heart. Terrible. If it was Lin Langtian who joined the chat group, he probably would have just finished the game. Boy, what's the matter with you? Xiao Diao looked at Lin Dong with a pale face, as if he was frightened, and asked with concern. Lin Dong joined the chat group and met the primordial god. This is a thick thigh, he must hug it. It's okay, it's just a little shocking. There is a big master world above our world, where thousands of planes meet, and there are countless planes like ours. Among them happens to be a lower plane called Do Po World, and that plane also has an envoy of my god, and a destiny's son named Xiao Yan. Lin Dong explained the news of the chat group to Xiao Diao in detail. Anyway, the news of the chat group does not need to be kept secret. And Xiao Diao is now his right-hand man, equivalent to his dog-headed military advisor, and he also wants to hear Xiao Diao's good opinions. It turns out that you are the son of destiny in our world. No wonder I can't see that you are not a thing in the pool. The little mink Tut Tisk exclaimed. Lin Dong, is that the point? Xiao Diao was curious and didn't see Lin Dong's resentful little eyes. His eyes were full of surprise, and he jokingly said, so the mysterious beauty I saw before is the descendant of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, or your future wife. You only need to go in and annihilate her now, and you will be able to embrace the beauty in the future. Tisk tisk, that's the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, one of the super sects of the Eastern Profound Realm. Lin Dong gave him a blank stare and said, I don't have a dime relationship with her now. This is the daughter of destiny. Of course it is a sacrifice to my god. Xiao Diao smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said with satisfaction, boy, if you are enlightened, a woman or something will only affect your speed of cultivation. It is the right way to offer it to my god in exchange for rewards. Didn't you say that the owner of the tomb mansion has tampered with Nirvana's heart? Come on, let's go and see. This is a reward for walking, and we can't let her suffer any damage. Xiao Diao rubbed his fingers, with an excited expression on his face, urging, as if a little money fan saw a mountain of gold and silver. Lin Dong nodded. According to the original plot, no one else could enter the center of the tomb except him and Ling Qingzu. But he has been here for so long, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. In case Lin Langtian went in by mistake and took the lead, wouldn't he die at a loss? Soon, Lin Dong brought Xiao Diao to a sea of flames, and Lin Langtian and others were trapped in the sea of flames formed by the formation. Having read the original book, he didn't ask Xiao Diao to point him out this time, and rushed directly into the sea of flames. Really, this sea of flames is illusory and will not cause him any harm. Passing through the sea of flames, a bronze door appeared in front of him. Lin Dong didn't hesitate, and went in directly. As he entered the bronze gate, all the crimson surroundings disappeared, and a quiet stone palace appeared in his sight. There is no overly luxurious decoration in the stone palace, but it looks extraordinarily simple, empty, and there are not many decorations. In the center of the hall, there is only a mysterious woman with jade feet on green lotus that he has seen before. He now knew that this mysterious woman was Ling Qingzu, the descendant of Nine Heavens Taiching Palace. Seeing Ling Qingzu at close range, Lin Dong just realized her stunning beauty. In his clear eyes, it was like a pool of quiet water. The light pigmented skirt matched his almost perfect figure. This kind of woman, just like the fairy who fell from the fairyland to the mortal world, possesses a beauty that astounds the world. But that kind of beauty is so shockingly beautiful, so beautiful that there is no fireworks in the world, and at the same time, it also makes people feel a kind of unreachable. It can be seen from a distance but not played with, just like the green lotus under its feet. But at the moment, Aya Qingzu doesn't seem to be in a good condition. In the green lotus, her snow-white skin that was exposed outside her clothes was slightly rosy at this moment. An extremely pure and powerful energy roared out from his body continuously, shaking the light curtain of Qinglian until it sent out ripples. She waved her slender hand, and an extremely strong force burst out from her body, trying to suppress the raging pure yin energy. Sure enough, she has already refined her nirvana heart, and fell into the bad trick of the master of the tomb palace. Lin Dong secretly thought that it was true. The owner of the tomb palace used the power of yin and yang to advance to nirvana, and the nirvana heart he left behind needs to be solved by reconciling yin and yang, and if yin and yang are not reconciled, he will definitely get the result of burning his body. This young man, seeing Lin Dong coming in, Ling Qingzu was taken aback for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Dong, and her voice was soft. You don't want to borrow my yang energy, do you? Ling Qingzu was stunned by Lin Dong's straightforward words, and immediately asked in surprise, how do you know? Could it be you who did it? Aya Qingzu's eyes suddenly became sharp. As soon as Lin Dong came in, he not only saw that something was wrong with her, but also knew that she needed yang qi, which was absolutely abnormal. Miss Qingzu misunderstood. I don't have the strength to play tricks, but it's very simple to solve the problem in the girl's body. Lin Dong said, young master, is there a way? Ling Qingzu was dubious, looking at Lin Dong vigilantly. Although it feels like Lin Dong is only at the Yuan Dan realm, he is not a threat to her. But for some reason, she felt that the other party was a bit wicked. Of course, I have a spiritual scripture here. As long as Miss Qingzu recites it with me, the hidden dangers in the body will naturally be solved. Lin Dong murmured and spoke, his voice full of confidence. Ling Qingzu frowned slightly. What kind of spiritual scriptures can solve the hidden dangers in her body? If the girl doesn't believe it, you might as well recite it with me. If it's false, it won't be too late for me to borrow the girl's yang energy. Lin Dong said, flicker 3 steps. The first step is to let her believe in my God. The second step is to send her to the altar. The third step, you're done. Thank you, Master Qingzu. Ling Qingzu had no other choice at the moment, so he had to give it a try. I can't. Then the only option is to take Lin Dong's yang energy. Certainly, it is impossible for her to use the method of making love between men and women, but there are other means. However, once the yang energy in the body is forcibly extracted, it will inevitably damage the foundation, and the sequelae will be extremely serious. Lin Dong had read the original book and knew what Ling Qingzu was planning. He didn't blame Ling Qingzu. In the world of cultivation, the weak prey on the strong. Ling Qingzu didn't kill him, but only took his yang energy, and was willing to pay him compensation, which is considered pretty good. You must know that when embarking on the journey of cultivation, whoever is not fighting for life with the sky, and fighting for treasure with others, those who can become strong are ruthless people, and they are decisive in killing. Ling Qingzu is stronger than him, and he can understand that he wants to take his yang energy. The same way, he can also fool the other party with a clear conscience and sacrifice Ling Qingzu to the god. Then you and I pray to the great primordial god now, and remember that the more pious your heart is, the better the effect will be. Lin Dong exhorted. He had recited it before, and his cultivation had broken through from the small perfection of the Danyuan realm to the great perfection of the Danyuan realm, and almost stepped into the shape-making realm with 1 foot. It is good. Ling Qingzu was more suspicious in her heart, but she didn't ask any more questions, and began to chant in a low voice. Her expression kept changing, from initial anger to panic, appalled. In the end, I was too shocked to speak. The 3 views are subverted. The branches trembled. The violent pure yin energy that tortured her in her body was also refined, and her cultivation broke through to the realm of good fortune. However, Ling Qingzu didn't care about the breakthrough in cultivation. Her beautiful eyes were still full of shock, her plump chest curves up and down. It turns out that there are such powerful gods and spirits in the world. The talisman ancestor I thought was the strongest is just an ant in front of the primordial god. Ling Qingzu didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment, just like Columbus discovering the new world, mortals soaring to the fairyland. A brand new door opened deep in his heart. Miss Qingzu, how are you? I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Dong's voice came from the side, and Ling Qingzu recovered from the shock, looked at Lin Dong with a smile on his lips, cupped his hands and said, thank you for your generous help, young master, have you asked your name? Lin Dong. So it's Mr. Lin. Ling Qingzu's voice was soft and melodious, and said softly, I don't know what the relationship between Mr. Lin and Lin Langtian is. Enemy. Lin Dong didn't shy away from it. Ling Qingzu had nothing to do with Lin Langtian, and he wasn't afraid that Lin Langtian would know. He is now halfway to the shape-making realm. Even if he is still a little behind Lin Langtian, he is not afraid of Lin Langtian. Mr. Lin's generosity to help each other, Qingzu will always remember it in his heart. If there is a need, Qingzu is willing to help with all his strength. A Tianzhao of the Lin clan of the Great Yan dynasty is nothing in her eyes. If she can make friends with Lin Dong, even if the Lin family is wiped out, it is worth it. Although Lin Dong is not worth mentioning, but behind him is probably related to that great immortal god. Thank you, Miss Qingzu. Lin Dong smiled slightly, and said to himself, Lin Langtian is nothing to be afraid of, so I won't bother Miss Qingzu. However, I have a great opportunity here, which can make Miss Qingzu rise to the sky in 1 step and become a god beyond the talisman ancestor. I just don't know if Miss Qingzu can catch it. Climb to the sky in 1 step, surpassing the gods of the talisman ancestors. Ling Qingzu's breathing became faintly rapid, and Wyan's chest was undulating. The more people who understand the talisman ancestor, the more they know the power and terror of the talisman ancestor. Ancestor talisman is like a god in her heart. Now she actually has a chance to surpass the ancestor talisman. Excited just thinking about it. It's just that she knows that there is no free lunch in the world, and it is impossible for Lin Dong to give her such a heaven-defying opportunity for no reason. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. I don't know what Mr. Lin needs me to do. Ling Qingzu was vigilant. Did Lin Dong want to get her attention? Actually, Miss Qingzu doesn't need to do anything. Hearing this, Ling Qingzu's eyes grew more vigilant, obviously not believing it. Lin Dong continued. Ms. Qingzu should have felt the greatness and terror of my god just now. The great opportunity I said was to let Ms. Qingzu be a sacrifice. Ling Qingzu's face changed slightly, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Dong wasn't surprised by this. As if he didn't see it, he continued to explain. I have seen priests from other worlds, and the saints they sacrificed as sacrifices can all be cultivated and transformed into gods under the mighty power of my god, and then ascend to the kingdom of God to serve my god. Have you seen priests from other worlds? Ling Qingzu's eyes were full of surprise. Although she knew that there were other worlds beyond this world, it was not so easy to go to other worlds, and it was even extremely difficult. Naturally, my god's means are beyond our imagination. Lin Dong didn't explain the existence of the chat group, saying, I know Miss Qingzu may be worried that I'm lying to you, but I can swear in the name of my god that everything I just said is true. My god is so great, I absolutely dare not lie to Miss Qingzu. Ling Qingzu believed a little bit in her heart, but she was still puzzled. Since you can ascend to God by offering sacrifices, why did you choose me? Miss Qingzu thinks that just anyone is qualified to go to heaven to serve my god. Lin Dong asked rhetorically. Ling Qingzu nodded slightly, believed a little more in her heart, and asked, You can gain great benefits by offering me up as a sacrifice, right? Good. Lin Dong didn't refute. A fool can guess this question. You can get rewards for preaching and offering sacrifices for my god. As long as you have enough credit, becoming an immortal or god is also not a problem. Miss Qingzu was able to sacrifice to my god not only because of her beauty and status, but also because of her great luck. This is why I found Miss Qingzu. Lin Dong's words once again dispelled Ling Qingzu's great doubts. No wonder Lin Dong would look for her, it was because of this. Can I come back after ascending to the kingdom of God? Ling Qingzu asked. I don't know about this either. I've only seen the saintesses who were sacrificed up to become gods and then came to other worlds to do things for my gods. Lin Dong said truthfully. Although he said he was fooling, he was not actually lying. Ling Qingzu was slightly silent. She probably understood a little now. The price of being able to ascend to heaven in one step and become a god beyond the ancestors of talismans is actually to be loyal to the god of primordial origin. At this point, there is nothing wrong with it. She can also understand. What about the god of primordial Meng? Greatness, it is impossible to help her become a god for no reason, and she has no resistance to being loyal to the other party. After all, this is a great god who has his feet on chaos, clothed with stars, and opened up an infinite universe with his breath. I don't know how many strong people want to be the dog's leg of the other party, but they can't get it. It can be said that it is her honor to serve the primordial god. Only, she couldn't decide for a while. I want to ask my master, can you tell me about the primordial god? Aya Qingzu raised her head, a little expectant, a little nervous. The closest person she has in this world is her master. No problem, my god is great and fraternal. The contemplation of thoughts just now is passed on to all believers, not only your master, even if it is passed on to other people, there is no problem at all. I see. Ling Qingzu nodded slightly, and immediately seemed to think of something, and said, If my master is willing, can she sacrifice it? Your master. Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. Is this buy one get one free? And this good thing. But he also said before that not just anyone is qualified to sacrifice. If there is no great luck, the sacrifice may fail. And if the sacrifice fails, you will die. However, as the master of Ling Qingzu, the daughter of destiny, and the master of the super sect Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, she should be considered a daughter of great destiny. What's more, he has seen the priests, masters and apprentices or sisters of the people chatting, and they should have special blessings. Sacrificing to the gods must meet two conditions, one is to have great luck, and the other is to be pure. Lin Dong looked at Ling Qingzu. The former, your master should be fine, the latter. My master keeps his body clean, and he is also a pure body. Aya Qingzu said with a hint of shyness in her voice. This can be said to be a privacy issue, or if it is normal for her master, she will never tell the second man. That's fine. Lin Dong nodded, with some anticipation in his heart. Nine Heavens Taiching Palace is a super sect, and there are many dynasties under its jurisdiction. As long as Nine Heavens Taiching Palace is taken care of, it is tantamount to taking over these dynasties. Then I'll go back to the sect first. After Ling Qingzu got the answer, she couldn't wait to tell her master Huang Yueching the news she got today. As for the matter of being a sacrifice, although she was a little moved, she still had to listen to her master's opinion. It is good. Lin Dong nodded cheerfully. He wasn't worried that Ling Qingzu would never return. No matter Ling Qingzu or Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, since they know the great existence of the god of primordial mist, no matter whether Ling Qingzu is willing to sacrifice to him or not, they will definitely come to him in the end. The two left the tomb mansion together, but Lin Langtian and others were still in the illusion of the tomb mansion. Lin Dong did not clean up Lin Langtian for the time being. His current strength is still a bit weak. After a while, he will use absolute power to make Lin Langtian feel what despair is. After separating from Ling Qingzu, Lin Dong came to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The reason why he didn't go to Nine Heavens Taiching Palace with Ling Qingzu was to fool a few more lucky daughters. Jade Immortal World. When Lin Dong was busy fooling the daughter of great luck, and was busy preaching and offering sacrifices to the god of primordial mist, Lin Jingyu, who joined the group with him, was not idle either. Lin Jingyu read the document sent by Guzi, and knew that his master Kengsong Taoist was the indirect murderer who killed hundreds of villagers in his Kaomiao village. So, instead of looking for Kengsong, he quietly came to Tongtian Peak and asked to see Master Daoshuan, the head teacher of Qingyan sect. He is just a disciple of Longsho Peak now. If he wants strength, he has no strength. If he wants power, he has no power. And if he wants to preach and sacrifice, he has to rely on Daoshuan. As long as Master Daoshuan is dealt with, the rest of the matter will be easy. Junior brother, come with me. Xiao Yikai waved his hand, then led Lin Jingyu into the main hall, respectfully said, Master, bring Lin Jingyu here. Above the main hall, Daoshuan nodded slightly. He was dressed in a dark green Taoist robe with a crane bone fairy style, his eyes were warm and bright, and he was sizing up Lin Jingyu. Lin Jingyu, you said that you have important news related to Qingyan's rise and fall, now you can say it. Daoshuan actually didn't really believe that Lin Jingyu had any important news about Qingyan's rise and fall. But since Lin Jingyu came to ask for an interview in secret, there must be something important. He was a little curious about what Lin Jingyu wanted to say. He had a good impression of Lin Jingyu before. He was talented, intelligent, and had a bright future. Lin Jingyu took a step forward. Even though he had the confidence, he would inevitably feel a little nervous when facing the famous head of the Qingyan sect, the number one sect of the righteous way, to the master. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said, Disciple, I have met a truly immortal and immortal. Immortal. Master Daoshuan frowned. His first reaction was disbelief. There are no gods in this world, but since ancient times, human beings have seen all kinds of strange things in the world around them. Lightning and thunder, natural disasters and man-made disasters, countless casualties, and mourning are everywhere. It is absolutely beyond human power and resistance. So I thought that above the 9 heavens, there are all kinds of gods, and under the 9 secluded worlds, it is also the place where ghosts return, the palace of Yama. So the gods said, spread in the world. Since ancient times, all mortals have died. Everyone in the world hates death and loves life, and there is even the theory of hell, Yama, which adds a bit of suffering and fear. Under this, there is the theory of immortality. Compared with other living species, human beings may be at a disadvantage in terms of physique, but it is absolutely true that all things are primates. Under the driving force of pursuing longevity, generations of intelligent and talented people have devoted their whole lives to studying hard. So far, although immortality in the true sense has not yet been found, there are some cultivators who have penetrated into the good fortune of the world, mastered tyrannical power in the body of a mortal, and with the help of various secret treasures, they can shock the world. Has the power of thunder. Daoshuan is the head of the Qingyan sect, the number one sect in the orthodox way. His Taoism is profound and unfathomable, and he can be regarded as one of the strongest practitioners in the world. Although he asked for immortality and pursued great strength, he had never seen a truly immortal and immortal. The world is not benevolent, and treats everything as a straw dog. Even the 11th generation patriarch of Qingyan sect Patriarch Qingye, who is amazingly talented, a leader among others, peerless, and overwhelms an era, only lives 750 years old. This is already the longevity of the comprehension world. Immortal god. Who is he? Which sect? Daoshuan asked lightly. He guessed in his heart that this was probably caused by other hostile forces. Lin Jingyu has been in Qingyan for nearly 10 years, and his cultivation level is not bad among the younger generation. He is no longer an ignorant mortal. In the eyes of mortals, these monks are immortals. But these monks are very clear that they are far from the immortal and immortal gods in the legend. Even whether there are immortal gods is still a matter of debate. Anyway, Daoshuan lived for hundreds of years, Qingyumen was established for thousands of years, and there is never heard of a real immortal. To be able to make Lin Jingyu say these words, the other party should have some ability. Could it be someone from the demon cult? Or the other two pies? Among the orthodox sects in the world, Qingyuan, Tianyan Temple, and Fenxiang Valley are the three pillars, and the leader is the leader. Their relationship is acceptable, but they also secretly compete. They may not be able to attack Qingyan. Leader Qi, the gods mentioned by the disciples are the gods of primordial enlightenment. Lin Jingyu took a deep breath, raised his head, and said slowly, neither humble nor overbearing. The god of primordial Meng is the true immortal god, omnipotent, omniscient, supreme, and eternal. Reverend Daoshuan heard a black line. If he had some suspicions that someone was doing something wrong before, now he is sure that someone is doing something wrong. 9 times out of 10 it is the devil's cult. There was a hint of coldness in his deep eyes. He was so daring that he even reached into the Qingyan gate. Qingyumin has been famous far and wide since Qingye Patriarch. Its thunder magic sword contains the power of thunder, which can be called a unique skill. Junzong's most treasured Zushan sword has the power to kill immortals and destroy gods. Deterrence of good and evil. Although he Daoshuan is not as good as Patriarch Qingye, but do you really think that he Daoshuan can't pull out his sword? Junior brother Lin, who did you listen to these words? In front of the head, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yikai saw that Master Daoshuan's face turned cold, and the atmosphere in the hall was suppressed, so he hastily reminded him. Master, senior brother Xiao, this disciple also knows that these words are hard to believe, but here I have a scripture handed down by the god of primordial mist. You only need to recite it once to know whether the god of primal Meng is true or not. Lin Jingyu didn't panic. He naturally knew that no matter what Daoshuan or others would believe based on his words alone. But he has proof. He took out the handwritten contemplation of thoughts and handed it over with both hands, saying, as long as the headmaster recites it once, if you find that what I said is not true, the disciple is willing to be punished. His voice is sonorous and powerful, his eyes are firm, and he has no guilt at all. Reverend Daoshuan stared at Lin Jingyu with majestic and sharp eyes, but did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Xiao Yikai lowered his head, his back was already wet with cold sweat. He held his breath and dared not speak. Lin Jingyu was stared at by Master Daoshuan, and he was also under great pressure. He still looked at each other stubbornly. Show no weakness. Do you know that if what you say is false, even if you are talented and a disciple of junior brother Kangsong, you will still be punished? Master Daoshuan finally reminded. The disciple understands. Lin Jingyu didn't flinch in any way. Master Daoshuan didn't say any more. He raised his right hand, and the contemplation in Lin Jingyu's hand was lifted by an invisible force and fell into his palm. His eyes swept over, and Daoshuan frowned even more. Isn't this just an ordinary prayer? Go to mortals if you walk around town, you can hear it 10 or 8 times a day. Master, although this method seems ordinary, but the god of primordial mist is the supreme true god, as long as you recite it once, there will be a response. Lin Jingyu reminded. Master Daoshuan didn't believe it. After a long silence, he decided to give it a try. 1. Completely made Lin Jingyu give up. Both. He also wanted to see if there was any mystery in it, but he didn't see it. He wanted to see what the enemy was up to. He doesn't believe that a single scripture, just reciting it once can get him tricked. Although all Taoism and other things in this world require the cooperation of spells, perhaps there are some spells hidden in it. But he has confidence in his own strength. Opening up the primordial. Master Daoshuan began to recite lightly. Lin Jingyu and Xiao Yikai remained silent, only Daoshuan's calm voice echoed in the hall. When he first started reciting, Master Daoshuan didn't feel anything strange about this visual thought. Continuing to read it is just a task. The task of proving that what Lin Jingyu said is not true and exposing the conspiracy. But with the deepening of chanting, Master Daoshuan's face became serious. Because he felt in the dark that he seemed to have established a connection with an unspeakable great existence. Boom. After the last word fell, his consciousness roared, as if the world had just opened, the universe collapsed, and he came to a gray world. There is chaos here, boundless. There is no time-space. There are no sun, moon and stars. There are no creatures. Only one immeasurable being stands in the center of chaos. Dao rhyme dense. Purple air lingers. Universes were born, evolved, and destroyed with his breath. Hanging galaxies dance, flow, and disillusion along with his hair. He is like an eternal law of the universe. It also seems to be the parent of the universe, heaven and earth, and everything. Just seeing him, it was like seeing the Tao. Is this the god of primordial mist? Reverend Daoshuan's body trembled, his eyes widened, Gujing Bubo's heart was hit by an unprecedented shock, his soul trembled, and infinite awe and fear welled up in his heart. He wanted to say it was fake. All this is an illusion. It's illusion, but the instinct of life, the trembling body, the trembling soul. I'll tell him that all this is true. He couldn't help kneeling on the ground instinctively. Surrender from heart. At this moment, he finally believed what Lin Jingyu said was true. There are really immortal gods in this world. Eternal is one. Supreme, immortal, never age or age. Just when his heart was shocked, the primordial god suddenly lowered a ray of eyes. Glanced at him. This ray of light was like an axe blade that opened up the world, splitting the chaos, piercing into his body, and piercing into his soul. His soul swayed, as if it could collapse at any moment. Because under that ray of eyes just now, he saw the cosmic space-time with constant sand number. See the past, present and future of the universe. I saw the Lord of the Great Tao that runs through the time and space of the universe. This moment, Reverend Daoshuan couldn't help but want to get close to the primordial God. Close to the road. Even if he would die if he got close to the Tao, and his mind would be assimilated by the Tao, he would not hesitate. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Boom. However, at the moment when he wanted to get closer, the surrounding world instantly collapsed, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Reverend Daoshuan woke up suddenly. A layer of cold sweat rose from his back. His whole body was full of shock. He was still in shock. His heart was overwhelmed. Head, Xiao Yikai said worriedly. He didn't know what Master Daoshuan saw so shockingly. But what surprised him was that Daoshuan's cultivation had broken through at that moment just now. Xingyumin practiced Taiji Xuanqing Dao, which is divided into Yuqingjing, Shengqingjing and Taiqingjing. Daoshuan was originally at the peak of the upper purity realm. Now that he has broken through in one fell swoop, he has reached the Taiqing realm. Don't look at it as just breaking through a barrier, but it is a double world. The gap between Shengqing realm and Taiqing realm is as big as a moat. So there really is a god in this world. The truly eternal and immortal god. Master Daoshuan ignored Xiao Yikai, still in shock. Excited, shocked. He only saw a ray of manifested projection of the other party, as if he saw the Tao, and countless confusions in his heart were easily solved, and his cultivation base improved greatly. So, he was sure it wasn't hallucination or illusion. No one in this world can confuse him with illusions. This is his confidence. He looked at Lin Jingyu with scorching eyes. Lin Jingyu, how did you get the primordial gods, guide thoughts? And why didn't you go to your master first and instead came to me quietly? As the head of Qingyan, Master Daoshuan was naturally not bad at thinking about the city, and immediately thought of Lin Jingyu's abnormality. Lin Jingyu, as a disciple of Longsho Peak, when encountering such a thing, the first thing he would look for was the closest Longsho Peak chief, Master Lin Jingyu Master Kengsong Taoist. This is exactly what I want to report to the head. Lin Jingyu looked at Daoshuan, and said eloquently, I was favored by the god of primordial mist by chance, and also received divine enlightenment, and saw a corner of the future. I also discovered the truth about the case of killing the door in Kaomiao village. Could it be related to junior brother Kengsong? Master Daoshuan couldn't believe it. Lin Jingyu didn't go to look for his master Kengsong, but came to him instead, and now he brought up the case of exterminating the family in Kaomiao village. He wouldn't believe it if it had nothing to do with it. It's just that Kengsong, as the head of the Qingyuman Longsho Peak, can gain anything by slaughtering a mortal village. Is it just because of Lin Jingyu? Because Kang Song wanted to accept Lin Jingyu as his apprentice, and cut off the secular ties for Lin Jingyu in advance. It's just that this is too cruel. There is no need. Master, Kang Song is not the direct murderer who slaughtered our Kaomiao village, but he is the indirect murderer. Lin Jingyu said. Didn't the Puji divine monk of Tianyan Temple come to Qingyan sect to ask the master to exchange for Qingyan Taoism, in an attempt to cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism? That's right, the divine monk Puji of Tianyan Temple did come and wanted to exchange Qingyan Taoism, but he went down the mountain after being rejected by me. Reverend Daoshuan nodded and asked doubtfully, could it be that Puji divine monk angered Kaomiao village because of this? It shouldn't be possible, right? Although Kaomiao village is at the foot of Qingyan mountain, it is just some mortals. Although it is a sheltered place of Qingyan, it has nothing to do with Qingyan. Even if those people in Kaomiao village were wiped out, it would have no effect on Qingyan. What's more, the Puji divine monk is famous far and wide, and he doesn't want that kind of treacherous, evil and narrow-minded person. Puji really won't be angry with Kaomiao village because of this. That's why I want to say that Kengsong is the indirect murderer. Because Puji possesses a treasure that Kengsong covets, the bloodthirsty bead. Bloodthirsty beads. Reverend Daoshuan was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, you are talking about the bloodthirsty bead of the black-hearted old man of the demon sect back then. It is said that the origin of this bead is unknown, but it has strange properties, and it is addicted to the blood of living beings. If any living thing gets close to it, it will be sucked by this blood-devouring bead, and die in a short while, leaving only a skin. It is really an extremely terrifying evil thing. More than 1,000 years ago, this bead was obtained by the elder of the demon sect, Old Man Blackheart, who refined it into a magic weapon because of its ability to absorb blood and erode blood. He was invincible for a while, killed countless righteous people, became famous, and later became one of the 4 treasures of the devil's cult. After the death of the black-hearted old man, the bead disappeared and has never been seen since. Unexpectedly, it was in Puji's hands. But Kang Song wanted to snatch the bloodthirsty orb. Reverend Daoshuan had many thoughts in his mind. He did not doubt Lin Jingyu's words. These are secrets. It is difficult for ordinary people to know. That's right. It's the bloodthirsty bead of the black-hearted old man. Lin Jingyu nodded. Kang Song attacked Puji in a sneak attack, causing Puji to be seriously injured and dying, but he was also repulsed by Puji. Puji knew that his fate was not long, and under the influence of bloodthirsty beads, his pursuit of both Buddhism and Taoism, and his obsession with exploring life and death, an evil idea came into his mind. That is to let other people practice both Buddhism and Taoism. If they can succeed, forget it. His wish was fulfilled. When Reverend Daoshuan heard what he said, 2 lights flashed in his eyes, and he thought a lot in an instant. Puji knew that his fate was not long, and wanted other people to practice both Buddhism and Taoism. What else can I do? You can only find someone in Kaomiao village. So, you or Zhang Xiaofan got the inheritance of Puji? Master Daoshuan asked. Yes, Puji originally wanted to pass it on to me, because I have good qualifications. Lin Jingyu said. But because I have good aptitude, I will be noticed by Qingyun's senior management and easily discovered, so Puji passed on the Dauphin wisdom of Tianyan Temple to Xiaofan. Then he was worried that Qingyun would not take us in, so he wiped out the rest of Kaomiao village. Master Daoshuan nodded. He also guessed this point. Lin Jingyu has good aptitude and is very likely to join Qingyun. But Zhang Xiaofan can't. But if Zhang Xiaofan becomes an orphan, for the sake of the orphans in Kaomiao village, Qingyun will definitely accept Zhang Xiaofan. The cause and effect are complete. And it involved a lot of secrets, definitely not something that Lin Jingyu could fabricate. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Then do you know why Kang Song wants to snatch the bloodthirsty orb? Master Daoshuan asked. Because Kang Song wants to become stronger than the head. Lin Jingyu said. Could it be that Kang Song wants to be the master? Reverend Daoshuan squinted his eyes. Kang Song's Longsho peak was second only to him in power and might want to be the head. No, Kang Song just wants to kill the sect master to avenge Wang Jian and his uncle. Lin Jingyu's words exploded in Daoshuan's mind like a bolt from the blue. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Daoshuan's body, and Xiao Yi, whose heart was overwhelmed by the side, seemed to be overwhelmed by Mount Tai, trembling with fear. It was the first time he saw his master Daoshuan getting angry. 2 battles. Heartbroken. The word Wan Jianyi is considered taboo in Qingyun. Not many people know. Only Qingyun's peaks are the first. It is also the reverse scale of Daoshuan master. In fact, Wan Jianyi did not die, but lived like a sweeping monk in the back mountain. Wan Jianyi. The corners of Daoshuan's eyes twitched. This name that no one had dared to mention in front of him for 100 years seemed to deeply stimulate him. Okay, I didn't expect that the public case back then would make Kang Song miss it so much. Reverend Daoshuan suddenly burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, Kang Song has kept such a secret in his heart, wanting to kill him to avenge Wan Jianyi. He had no doubts about Lin Jingyu's words. This matter was top secret. Lin Jingyu, a disciple who has just started for less than 10 years, would absolutely not be able to understand these secrets if he had not received divine enlightenment. Since Kang Song wants revenge so much, I will give him this chance. Reverend Daoshuan snorted coldly, and was about to leave to find Kang Song. Daoshuan, you don't need to look for me, I'm here. Kang Song came from outside with a crazy voice, and roared, I never thought that my plan for 100 years of hard work would be seen through by a rebel who has just started. I really regret that I didn't get rid of you in Kaomiao village back then. The crazily shaped figure of the pine landed in front of the hall, and a tyrannical aura permeated from the body, colliding with Daoshuan's aura and squeezing each other. Senior brother sect master, senior brother Kang Song. What happened to you guys? One after another figure came quickly. It is the first Tian Buyi and Suru of the Big Bamboo Peak. Xiaoju Peak is the first water moon. Zheng Shuchang, the first seat of Fengwei Peak. Shang Zhengliang, the first seat of Chaoyang Peak. Taoist Tianyan, the head of Luoxia Peak. They came a step late, did not hear the previous words, only saw that Kang Song and Daoshuan seemed to be in conflict. Brother sect leader, senior brother Kangsong, if you have something to say, say that everyone is a family. Who is in the same family as you ungrateful ones? Kangsong looked crazy and cursed angrily. Kangsong, are you crazy? Tien Bui couldn't help scolding. Ha ha ha, crazy. Yes, I've been crazy for a long time. Kang Song looked up to the sky and laughed. His expression seemed to be a little crazy. As early as 100 years ago, it was also in this Yuqing palace. When I saw the end of senior brother Wan Jian and Ten Wan, I went crazy. When I saw the end of senior brother Wan Jian and Ten Wan, I went crazy. Kang Song looked crazy. He pointed to Daoshuan, then pointed to the statue of Sanqing in the shadow behind the crowd, and said loudly, You. He pointed to Tian Bui, Shui Yu, Zheng Shuchang, Sheng Zhengliang and other Qingyun chiefs. All of you tell me with conscience, who should take the position of head. Is it senior brother Wan back then, or him? No one answered. Lu Shueqi, Qi Hao and other young disciples who followed were at a loss, but Tian Bui and the others were ashen-faced and remained silent. Above the main hall, only Taoist Kangsong's crazy voice echoed. Why, have you stopped talking? Are you ashamed? Actually, who doesn't know what to do? But who is sitting in this seat now? Shuiyu's face was pale. She looked at Kangsong, who looked completely different from usual, and said slowly, Brother Kangsong, it's been more than 100 years, why are you so persistent? Pooh, Kangsong let out a snarl. With disdain on his face, he sneered and said, More than 100 years. I have endured for more than 100 years, and it is only today that I have the chance to avenge senior brother Wan's grievances. In the past 100 years, each of you has been comfortable as the first seat, but do you still remember that senior brother Wan saved our lives desperately? Do you still remember who shared the experience of Taoism with us without hesitation, so that we can make great progress? And you, King Song pointed at Shuiyu, and said coldly, You said I was so persistent just now. Who didn't know that you were secretly in love with senior brother Wan, and he later rescued you and loved you? Unexpectedly, he would die that day, but today he has still come mock me. Shuiyu's complexion turned pale. Lin Jingyu looked at Kang Song, who was crazily venting the depression in his heart. Even though he had read the original book, he still felt a little emotional at the moment. And you, Tian Bui. Kang Song pointed at Tian Bui. Back then, you were just an ordinary dull disciple of the Dazu Peak sect, even your master and senior brothers looked down on you. It was after senior brother Wan met you that he recognized you and cultivated you with all his heart. He not only told you about his cultivation experience, but also strongly recommended you to join the Wilderness Five. Today's position, am I right? Tian Bui took a deep breath. With a look of pain on his face, he said slowly after a long while, Senior brother Wan has treated me with great kindness, even if I am smashed to pieces, I will not be able to repay it. Zheng Shushu, Qi Hao, Xiao Yikai, Lu Shueqi and other young disciples of Qingyun's younger generation were surprised, maybe there is something hidden in it. But at the moment, Kang Song and Daoshuan's aura is too strong, they don't dare to touch bad luck. One by one stood silently at the side, watching their noses, and hearts, as if they hadn't heard anything, but their ears were pricked up. Kang Song sneered, okay, you finally admitted it, even if you still have a little conscience, then how did you repay him, tell me. Tian Bui slowly lowered his head, clenched his teeth, as if his body was trembling slightly. Kang Song laughed wildly. Okay, if you don't tell me, I'll tell you for you. You shameless person, it was in vain that senior brother Wan valued you so much. After you returned to Qingyun Mountain that day, you knew that senior brother Wan liked junior sister Surusu from Shaoju Peak, but you took your love away. Is there such a thing? Tian Bui suddenly raised his head, wanting to say something, but for some reason, he felt as if there was a white figure standing behind Kang Song. He was speechless for a moment, and then slowly lowered his head. Suru, who was beside him, suddenly took a step forward. Senior brother Kangsong, come to me if you have something to do. Brother Wan did have a heart for me back then, but I respected and loved him from the beginning to the end. His kindness to us and my wife is as great as a mountain, but the friendship between me and Yi is all my own idea, and it can't be said that it is not a slashing love. And senior brother Wan himself was in front of the two of us back then, and he personally blessed the two of us. Kang Song sneered, senior brother Wan is so proud. After being betrayed by the two of you, how can he stalk like an ordinary person? He would rather be sad himself than let others see it. Speaking of this, Kang Song looked at Daoshuan, with endless hatred in his eyes. Senior brother Wan treated me like a brother, like a father back then. He single-handedly raised me and even saved my life in the wilderness. My life was given to him long ago. It's a shame that I tried my best 100 years ago but couldn't save him. After that, I told myself, no matter what, I will avenge him. Okay, then I want to see how you get revenge. Let's see if my senior brother is worthy of being the head. Daoshuan took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of the Taiching realm crushed towards Kangsong like an overwhelming mountain. Kangsong immediately felt pressure doubled and resisted with difficulty. Yes, you are amazing. Back then, under the Qingyan sect, senior brother Wan and you were always regarded as the peerless twins. I didn't expect you to break through the Taiching realm now. It's a shame that my plan was exposed before it started. I will fight with you. Kang Song roared. He was not Daoshuan's opponent in the first place. Now that Daoshuan has broken through the Taiching realm, he is even worse. But he was not willing to leave like this. He unsheathed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and walked 7 steps in a row. Before he could open his mouth to chant the mantra, the sky turned into a whirlpool and trembled violently. 9 heavens profound break, turned into a divine thunder. Huang Huang Tianwei, led it with a sword. The ancient incantation resounded between the sky and the earth. The sky and the earth changed color. The wind and cloud gathered. A huge and deep dark vortex spun rapidly in the sky. Lightning and thunder, and the wind howled. Xingyumin's supreme thaumaturgy, divine sword and thunder control art, was performed in Kangsong's hands, and it was full of vistas and incomparable power. It is indeed the first seed of Longshou Peak. Go back. Tian Buyi, Shuiyu and the others immediately pulled Tian Linger, Lu Shueqi and other junior disciples back quickly, and after such a battle, the aftermath would be enough to crush these young disciples who were only in the Jade Clear realm. Daoshuan's face was as gloomy as water, and a sword emerged in his hand, and he also used Qingyan's thunder suppression method, Excalibur to Yulei Junwei. An invisible shield emerged around him, and a black vortex appeared in the sky again, and the raging divine thunder moved. The divine sword and thunder control art uses the body of a mortal to arouse the power of the heaven and the earth, and spreads the sharp blade of the divine weapon to attract the thunder of the 9 heavens. In the depths of the clouds, countless electric lights gathered quickly, and the sound of thunder exploded non-stop in the sky. A moment later, in the depths of the dark vortex, a huge electric glow gathered, soaring down into the sky, and landed on Kangsong and Daoshuan's respective divine weapons. The bright light is extremely dazzling. The entire Qingyan gate shook. Countless disciples raised their heads in astonishment, feeling palpitations under Wang Tianwei. That's the master, and Master Kangsong. How did they fight? Countless disciples were puzzled. The fire of gossip was ignited, and their eyes were fixed on the sky above Tongtian Peak. Boom! Under their horrified eyes, Kangsong and Daoshuan swung their swords at the same time, and the terrifying divine thunder shot out, colliding with each other in the void. Rumble! Everyone felt that their ears were going to be deaf, and the dazzling light made their eyes hurt. Countless thunder and lightning rushed. Tian Buyi and others quickly cast spells to block the aftermath. Puff. After all, the difference in Kang Song's cultivation base was too great. His divine thunder was crushed, and the terrifying thunder pierced into his body like a long spear. Crackling, thunder flickered. Kang Song spat out a mouthful of blood, and stared at Daoshuan and Lin Jingyu with bloodshot eyes. Ah, I hate that I can't avenge senior brother Wan. I'm not willing. The voice of resentment echoed, and the figure of Kang Song fell straight. If Daoshuan hadn't made a breakthrough, he could still resist a few tricks, but when Daoshuan broke through to the Taiching realm, he had absolutely no power to resist. Hiss. Zheng Shushu, Tian Linger and other young disciples stared wide-eyed, and gasped in their hearts. They didn't expect Kang Song to die like this. He was still killed by one move. The boss is really great. Too strong. Master. There was pain in Chi Hao's eyes, and he remained silent. Ah, Tian Buyi, Zheng Shuchang, Shuiyu and other peaks were the first to look at Kangsong's corpse with complicated eyes and mixed emotions in their hearts. Soon, Kangsong's body was brought down, and the heads of Daoshuan and Qingyan's peaks and their outstanding disciples gathered in Yuqing Hall. Kangsong practiced evil methods. 10 years ago, in order to snatch the bloodthirsty orb, he attacked Puji in a sneak attack, which led to the tragedy in Kaomiao village. Now he has been punished, so there is no need to talk about it in the future. Daoshuan made a final decision. Tian Buyi and the others nodded. Just now Lin Jingyu also told them the reason of the Kaomiao tragedy. Presumably you are also curious about how Kangsong was exposed, and how Lin Jingyu knew all of this. Daoshuan's eyes swept over Tian Buyi and the others one by one, and finally landed on Lin Jingyu. Immediately, everyone looked at Lin Jingyu. Masters, this is a meditation method bestowed by the gods, you will know it after reading it. Lin Jingyu handed, viewing thoughts, to Tian Buyi and the others. The thinking thought, bestowed by the gods. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Daoshuan, senior brother sect leader. Do gods really exist in this world? Daoshuan nodded affirmatively. That's right, you guys recite it first, and then Lin Jingyu will explain all your doubts to you. It is good. Tian Bui suppressed his stomach full of bewilderment, and his eyes fell on, viewing thoughts. Zheng Shuchang, Shuiyu and others did the same. They were skeptical, but Dao Xuan's prestige was very high, not to mention that he had broken through the Taiching realm, and even cut Kang Song with one move. Even though Dao Xuan said to recite it first, they couldn't ask again. Then, Tian Bui waited for Qing Yun's strong men to chant one after another. After half an hour, Tian Bui, Shuiyu and others all woke up. This moment, in each of their eyes, there was extreme shock, excitement, and disbelief. Senior brother in charge. Is that great existence real? Tian Bui was excited and shocked. He couldn't choose what to say. He couldn't wait to look at Dao Xuan. Suru, Shuiyu, Zheng Shuchang and others also stared at Dao Xuan with burning eyes. This moment, every one of them had a stormy sea in their hearts. The three views are subverted. Shocking beyond words. It is hard to imagine that there is such a great existence in this world. In front of that existence, not to mention those cultivators, even the heaven, earth and universe are as insignificant as dust. A hanging galaxy flows between the strands of hair. One universe after another opens up around. They just recited it once and their cultivation base soared. No wonder the brother in charge suddenly broke through the Taiching realm. Seeing the majestic and immortal body of the god of primordial mist, it was like seeing the Dao. Dao Xing made great progress. It is unimaginable, difficult to guess, indescribable, horrible, fear. Seeing shocking and fiery gazes, Dao Xuan smiled slightly, then looked at Lin Jingyu, and said, Lin Jingyu, let's talk about it next. You haven't finished talking about the news about the primordial god just now. Lin Jingyu nodded. Masters, the primordial god is an immortal true god who transcends the heavens, you all understand this. Yeah, we saw it. We didn't expect that there are so many vast and boundless worlds outside the world. We are like frogs in a well, who don't know how big the world is. Tian Bui and the others nodded vigorously, their faces full of emotion. Just now when you recited visual thoughts, you were already regarded as believers of the primordial god. Your ability to improve your cultivation level is the divine grace descended from the primal god. As long as the believers pray, the god of primitive Meng will generously bestow divine grace. If you preach and sacrifice for the god of primal Meng, then you will be able to receive the real reward of the god of primal Meng. For example, 10,000 years of cultivation, the ability to cultivate immortality, the magical powers of immortals, etc. Can even reverse time and space, and resurrect the dead. Lin Jingyu's every sentence made people's breathing become short of breath. Immortality and supernatural powers. Who can resist this temptation? Jingyu, what you said is true. It was also the first time for Dao Xuan to know. His eyes were shocked and fiery, and his attitude towards Lin Jingyu had also undergone a huge change. Tian Bui and the others also looked at Lin Jingyu in unison. Now they know. It was not Dao Xuan who really encountered the gods. It was Lin Jingyu. It's absolutely true. Lin Jingyu said, the primordial god has infinite supernatural powers. I have seen gods in other worlds offer sacrifices, livestock turn into beasts, and mortal women ascend to the sky in one step and become gods directly. Lin Jingyu described the sacrifices in other worlds vividly. Dao Xuan, Tian Bui and others were mesmerized and shocked again and again. God bless me, Qingyan. I never thought that Jingyu would be so lucky that you could become the messenger of the great primordial god. With the protection of the gods, let alone becoming the #1 sect in the world, it is not impossible to become the great sect of the immortal family. Yeah, it is also possible for us to become immortals and live forever. Everyone was excited, their eyes full of longing and longing. Dao Xuan also looked at Lin Jingyu excitedly, and said, Jingyu, what did you say you need to do? Masters, the first thing we need to do is to preach for my God, so that everyone in Qingyan can believe in my God. Lin Jingyu said, this is necessary. Believe in my God, and God's grace, who in Qingyan would dare not believe in it. That's right, not only we, Qingyan, have to believe in my God, but also let everyone in the world believe in my God, and then everyone in the world will be like a dragon. Regardless of whether Dao Xuan, Tian Bui and others were the first on each peak, they didn't have the slightest opinion. There is no harm in this matter. Secondly, we have to build an altar, prepare sacrifices, and sacrifice to my God. Lin Jingyu continued. In terms of sacrifices, the more precious the better, such as rare birds and animals, magical weapons, daughters of great luck, etc. Rare birds and beasts, we have nothing more than spiritual venerables. There is nothing better than the immortal execution sword. Jingyu, you don't want to use both Ling Zun and Zhu Xian sword as sacrifices. Dao Xuan looked at Lin Jingyu. No matter Lingzhen or Zushan's sword, they all have Qingyan's background, especially Zushan's sword is the treasure of the clan. Can't be used easily. Masters, as the saying goes, you can only gain if you give up. What's more, when we sacrifice, the rewards bestowed by our gods definitely far exceed the value of the sacrifices. Possible, Lin Jingyu persuaded. Actually, the sacrifices we sacrifice are not worth mentioning to my god, what matters is the heart. Everyone nodded slightly, and the god of primordial mist opened up an infinite universe with his breath. The universe is like dust in front of the primordial gods, let alone their sacrifices. And how to express our intentions? That is to try our best to do it. However, we obviously have the more precious Zushan sword, but we are reluctant to take it out. The gods are omniscient and omnipotent. What will they think of it after knowing it? Even if the primordial god doesn't care, do we have the nerve to enjoy the gift of the primal god? Can we have a clear conscience? Lin Jingyu asked 3 times in a row. Dao Xuan, Tian Buyi and the others fell silent immediately. In fact, Dao Xuan mainly had a worry. He was afraid that if he sacrificed treasures such as the Zushan sword, he would not get the corresponding rewards, and he would lose money at that time. That was Zongmin's trump card. Lin Jingyu was quick-witted, and immediately guessed the concerns of Dao Xuan and the others, and continued, the head of the sect is worried that the sacrificed treasures will not be able to be exchanged for corresponding rewards, so that the Qingyan sect will lack the foundation of the sect like Zhu Shanjian. Dao Xuan didn't speak, but his expression was obviously tacit. Master, the Zushan sword is the supreme treasure in our eyes, but it is no different from Fanti in the eyes of my god. Do you think a great existence like the God of God will take advantage of us? My God is extremely generous to all believers, and there is divine grace in prayer, not to mention believers who have meritorious service in preaching and offering sacrifices. I've seen God envoys and priests from more than a dozen worlds, and none of the magic weapons and treasures bestowed by the gods is inferior to immortal weapons. Lin Jingyu said generously, that is a real fairy weapon, with immeasurable power. Unlike the sword of immortal execution, it has many disadvantages and cannot be easily used. The master should be very clear about it, right? Dao Xuan was startled. He didn't expect Lin Jingyu to know this. However, thinking that Lin Jingyu has the god of primordialism behind him, and has obtained divine enlightenment, it is normal to know these secrets. Yaoqi, Zijuju. Ji Hongsha's delicate body is like a water snake, soft as jade, with undulating curves, curled up on Hong Meng's strong chest like a kitten. She looked at Hong Meng, her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were as beautiful as water. This Lin Jingyu has a good eloquence, it would be a pity not to do sales. Hong Meng paid attention to the world of jade immortals with a thought, and smiled in his heart. With his current strength, coupled with the special nature of Shinto, one thought can measure all the worlds where all believers live. For example, in the world of double dragons in the Tang dynasty, Zhu Yuyan made Yang Guangzhen, ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, and became a female emperor. Now he is busy rectifying the world and building temples and statues for him. Of course, it is not completely new, but the original Buddhist temple is changed into the temple of the god of harmony, and all Buddha statues and statues are replaced with statues of the god of harmony. In the world, only the god of primordial origin is the only true god. The rest are false gods. This is true for Tianlong world, Shaoao world, Tianxing world, Fengyan world and so on. Before long, the whole world will be bathed in his divine light. Yi Hei's starry sky altar is almost finished, it seems that the third sacrifice will be held soon. Hong Meng looked at the situation in Shadian world with some anticipation. This time, Yi Hei has prepared a lot of imperial soldiers and treasures. Like Lingbao Tianzun's Jade Immortal Formation and Jade Immortal Four Swords, maybe it can be amplified into a real Jade Immortal Sword Formation. Once the Zushan Sword Formation is launched, it cannot be broken without the Four Saints, and its power is unparalleled. Lang Bing's movements are not slow, faith is almost spread across most of the universe. There is also Chonglo, the 5 spirit beads have been collected, and the 6 worlds will soon be unified. Hong Meng looked at the group members who worked hard one by one, and felt very satisfied. This is what it's like to be a boss. Let your subordinates do the dirty and tiring work, and you only need to control the general direction, grasp the lifeline, and just lie down and collect money. Thinking of this, Hong Meng was in a good mood. After spending tens of billions just now, he felt rich again, and his whole body was full of strength. Little rascal. Ji Hongxia seemed to feel something. Her beautiful eyes blurred. She looked at Hong Meng. This little villain is too rich. The tens of billions she just obtained have not been used up yet, and this little villain wants to send her money again. Jade Immortal World. Qingyan, Yuqing Palace. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit oppressive. Tian Buyi and the others did not speak, waiting for Daoshuan to make a decision. Daoshuan thought a lot, thinking of the majesty and strength of the primordial god, and thinking of his breakthrough just because of this, his hesitant eyes turned firm. He looked at Lin Jingyu, and slowly said, I promise to use the Zushan sword as a sacrifice, and I can make a copy of all the Kung Fu classics collected by Qingyan as a sacrifice. Now that the Zushan sword was sacrificed, Daoshuan was not stingy anymore. As for the spiritual venerable, his wisdom is extraordinary, it depends on its own will. Thank you, sect leader. I believe that Spirit Venerable knows that offering sacrifices can evolve into a stronger beast, so he will definitely not refuse. Lin Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief, and was overjoyed, and continued, Sect leader, Uncle Tian and Uncle Shuiyu, the daughters I mentioned earlier who offer sacrifices to great luck, can ascend to the sky in one step, become gods directly, and ascend to the kingdom of God. Senior sister Lu Shueqi and senior sister Tian Linger both meet the requirements. Of course, if senior uncle Shuiyu wants to sacrifice, that's fine too. What? A sacrifice to Shueqi. Shuiyu had black lines all over her head, but when she thought about what the god of primordial Meng and Lin Jingyu said, offering sacrifices was not equivalent to death, but could become immortals and gods, ascending to the kingdom of God, she did not immediately refuse. The same goes for Tian Buyi and Suru. Several uncles, it is absolutely true to say that you can become immortals and gods by offering sacrifices. I see that all the gods in other worlds who sacrificed will ascend to the kingdom of God. Lin Jingyu explained the situation of the sacrifice in detail, and then said, I hope all senior uncles and senior sisters will consider it carefully, this is definitely a rare opportunity. You know, even if you can obtain the immortal scripture bestowed by my God, it is not easy to cultivate to become an immortal. This is definitely a shortcut to heaven. I'll go back and discuss it carefully with Shueqi. Shuiyu glanced at Lu Shueqi, and said to Lin Jingyu, I'll go back and think about it. Tian Buyi said the same. After discussing the evangelism and preparing the altar offering for the matter of tasting, everyone dispersed separately, and took, viewing thoughts, back to pass on to the disciples of each peak. And Lin Jingyu was killed because of Kangsong, and became the new head of Longshu Peak. Certainly, because Lin Jingyu is an envoy of the gods, his status faintly surpassed that of the peaks, equal to Daoshuan, or even faintly surpassed. Xiaojufeng. After Shuiyu and Lu Shueqi finished praying, there was shock in their eyes. The primordial God is really great. Every time I pray, there is divine grace. Although it is not as good as the first time, it is also too terrifying. Shuiyu was filled with emotions, feeling this rapid upgrade method of praying to become stronger, she no longer wanted to practice by herself. Cultivation is bitter and tiring, and the effect is not as quick as prayer. Lu Shueqi nodded slightly, but did not speak. She has a cold personality and is of the taciturn type. Shuiyu looked at her and said, Shueqi, do you want to go up there as a sacrifice? If master wants me to sacrifice, I will sacrifice. Lu Shueqi said lightly. The god of primordial majesty is immeasurably powerful. Lin Jingyu should not dare to fool us with the god of primordial, so what he said should be true. Sacrificing up. The advantage is that the great power of the primordial god can be reached in the next step, directly becoming a fairy, and ascending to the kingdom of God. And the only thing that needs to be paid is loyalty. When you arrive in the kingdom of God, you must serve the god of primordial mist. Shuiyu muttered to herself, analyzing the pros and cons, as if she was speaking to Lu Shueqi, but also as if she was speaking to herself. But it is actually our honor to be able to serve such a great existence as the primordial god. It's not dog licking. Just like the ancient emperors, being able to do things for the emperor is an honor, honoring the ancestors. Senior brothers and the others, they must also want us to sacrifice. Shuiyu said, they offer sacrifices up, which means that there are people in the sky. In any case, this is all beneficial to Qingyun. I don't have anything to miss here in Qingyun. It's also good to see the legendary god realm and see a wider world. Shuiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She made a decision. She looked at Lu Shueqi. Shueqi, you don't have to worry about me, just follow your own wishes. Master, I am willing. Lu Shueqi didn't hesitate. Since the master has gone up, it doesn't make sense for her to stay here. Okay, let's master and apprentice become immortals together, and go to see the world of gods together. Shuiyu patted Lu Shueqi's shoulder in relief, and then called her eldest disciple Wen Min. She is going to hand over Xiaojufeng to Wen Min for management. The other side, Big Bamboo Peak, Tian Buyi, Suru and Tian Linger sat together. Linger, have you really thought about it? Once the sacrifice goes up, you may never come back in the future. Suru was a little bit reluctant, her eyes were red. Mother, I can't stay with you all my life, can I? I want to visit the kingdom of God, not to mention the great primordial God. Tian Linger smiled sweetly, eyes full of curiosity and longing, said, Mother, you work hard to become immortals, we will always have a chance to meet each other in the future. Junior brother Lin, don't you say it. Try to preach for the gods, and you will have the opportunity to ascend to the kingdom of gods in the end. Tian Linger saw the majesty of the primordial god, and she was fascinated. She was curious and active in her prime, so she couldn't resist the temptation to go to the kingdom of God. All right, it's hard for Tian Bui and Suru to stop him. After all, this is a great opportunity for Tian Linger to become a god. However, when you arrive in the kingdom of God, you can no longer be petty. If God has ordered you, you must do things well. It was not easy for Suru Wada to start their rotation teaching. Going to the kingdom of God is not like being at home. With their protection, Tian Linger can make whatever she wants. If it is not done well, the suffering will be mild, and even life-threatening. I know. While Tian Linger was impatiently accepting the teachings of Tian Bui and Suru, each of Qingyun's disciples was excitedly reciting visual thoughts and discussing their own gains excitedly. The entire Qingyun is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Soon, a piece of earth-shattering news came from Qingyuman. What? Qingyuman discovered an immortal. Qingyun sect is planning to offer sacrifices to the gods on May 1st, and invite all fellows from all over the world to watch the ceremony. Is there really a god in this world? Qingyuman is the #1 sect in the orthodox way, and they will definitely not just talk about it. I am afraid that they have really found the traces of the gods. I must go. Go together. With the news of the Qingyuman worshipping the gods, the cultivators all over the world boiled, and countless monks flocked towards Qingyun Mountain. Tianyan Temple, Fenxiang Valley and Qingyuman were equally famous, and the two righteous sects shook. The powerful masters of the four demon sects of Ghost King Sect, Heihuan Sect, Wandu Sect, and Chengshengtang gathered together. The world is full of wind and clouds. Mount Sumeru, Tianyan Temple, one of the three righteous sects in the world. The long bells echoed on Mount Sumeru again, announcing the beginning of a new day. As the sun rises, a small halo protrudes from the eastern sky and sprinkles the first ray of sunlight on the world. On the mountain road in the early morning, there were already many people walking towards the majestic temple along the steps of the mountain road. Most of them held incense candles in their hands, and their faces were devout. Some of them came to worship with their children. The children were innocent and did not feel tired on the mountain road. Many teenagers were jumping and running back and forth, looking very happy. The morning fog was about to dissipate. Lingering outside Tianyan Temple, the air felt a little moist. The monks who got up early had already done the necessary morning lessons for the day, and they were cleaning the courtyard at this moment, gently sweeping aside the leaves that fell last night. The entire Tianyan Temple looked solemn and quiet at this moment, bathed in the faint mountain wind, blowing by the wind, and the faint fragrance of leaves. The bell fluttered, guiding the people down the mountain, and hovering in the temple, awakening the sleeping people. The main hall of Tianyan Temple. 3 old monks sat in front of the statue of Buddha, with solemn treasures, as if they had attained the Tao. Brother Fangzong, Master Daoshuan of Qingyun sect is said to have discovered a real god, and he will sacrifice to the god in Qingyun on May 1st. Are there really gods in this world? One of the 4 great monks of Tianyan Temple, Buddha, spoke slowly, his eyes full of curiosity and longing. Although they practice Buddhism and Taoism are just a kind of Taoism. The ultimate goal is not to transcend life and death and attain Bodhi. That is to become a fairy. It's a pity that there are as many people who cultivate the truth and practice Taoism in the world, but there is not a single person who has truly become an immortal. Believe it or not, Abbot Puhong opened his eyes, neither happy nor sad, calmly said, since Reverend Daoshuan invited us, we will know as soon as we go. Brother Fang Zhong said it is true. The 2 divine monks, Pukong and Pute, put their hands together. Although they didn't have much expression on their faces, they were full of anticipation for Qingyun's trip. Daoshuan Master Daoshuan, as the leader of the Taoist sect, is well versed in Taoism and highly respected, so he will certainly not aimlessly. Even if what they find is not a real fairy, they are probably not much weaker than a fairy, definitely beyond their imagination. It would be a blessing to see such a strong person. Is it a fairy? Yun Yilin, the owner of Fenxiang Valley, one of the 3 great sects in the world, breaks through the customs and rushes to Qingyun with his disciples and elders. And when the righteous sects and countless practitioners rushed to Qingyun, the 4 powerful sects of the devil's cult gathered together. Qingyun sect Daoshuan said that he found a real god and invited monks from all over the world to watch the ceremony. Have you all heard about it? A man dressed as a middle-aged scholar said. He has a square face with slender eyebrows, and his eyebrows look elegant, but his eyes are piercing and his forehead is full, but there is an aura of calm and majesty in this elegance. Wearing a Confucian robe, with a lavender jade pendant pinned to his waist, it is exquisite and translucent, with a hint of auspiciousness, and it is obvious at a glance that it is not ordinary. He is the suzerain of the Ghost King sect. Behind the 10,000 people, there is a faint figure, tall and slender, dressed in black and covered with a veil. She is Yuji, the envoy of the Ghost King Zong Suzaku. There are no gods in this world, they are just practitioners with advanced Taoism. Yu Yangtze, the master of the Hall of Eternal Life, curled his lips. As a top monk in the world, he doesn't believe in the existence of immortals. Daoshuan's cultivation base is so profound that a cultivator who can be called a god, even if he is not a real god, I am afraid that he has an astonishing cultivation base. The old monster of Wandaman, Dushan, narrowed his eyes, like a poisonous snake, and his hoarse voice sounded like metal rubbing, making goosebumps all over his body. I heard that the first Kangsong in Longsho Peak of Qingyuman practiced evil methods and was beheaded by Daoshuan. I don't know if it has something to do with this so-called fairy. A melodious and charming voice like a silver bell sounded. This is a woman who is extremely charming and enchanting. She was wearing a red dress, her skin was frosty, her curves were exquisite, and she exuded a mature and alluring charm. Just hearing her voice can make a man's heart flutter, his mind flutter, and his body feel the urge to be on fire. However, all the people present were of advanced cultivation, and they turned a blind eye to the charm emanating from Fairy Sanmiao, the patriarch of Heihuan sect, as if they didn't realize it. Kang Song is Qingyun's important combat force, and the leader of Longsho Peak. He was killed directly. There must be something strange about this matter. Maybe it has something to do with the so-called gods in Daoshuan's mouth. 10,000 people pondered slightly, agreeing with Fairy San Miao's conjecture. We don't care if he has anything to do with the gods, you just say whether you want to go to Qingyun this time, and you should take a few people there. Cheng Shengtang Yuyangzi was a little impatient, he was too lazy to guess with them here. Since there is such a fairy character, the old man must go and have a look. The poison god of Wandaman opened his mouth quietly, and said, "This time Qingyun invites monks from all over the world, the possibility of an ambush should not be high, but we can bring more strong people, so we can be prepared." That's right, it doesn't matter what kind of medicine is sold in Zongord, anyway, you'll know as soon as you go there. Yu Yangzi said loudly. He invited monks from all over the world to gather in Qingyun. I don't believe that Zan would dare to attack or ambush, but we may find an opportunity to break it for him. Bad. I'm also curious about who the god Daoshuan is talking about, and what abilities he has. Wan Wan nodded, then changed the topic and said, however, we have a deep hatred with the Qingyun sect and other decent sects. I think we should hide it properly when we go. Anyway, monks all over the world are gathered together, and fish and dragons are mixed together, so it's hard to tell us apart. The poison god nodded. What sect Master Wan said is true, if we hide our identities, we will be in the dark. If the enemy is open and we are in the dark, the initiative will be in our hands. Well then, we will all go to Qingyun sect on May 1st. If we want to make a move, we will do it together and teach Qingyun sect a harsh lesson. It is good. The Qingyun mountains are majestic and towering, and the tigers occupy the central plains. There is a big river, Hongchuan, in the shade of the mountains, and Shanyang is an important town, Haiyang City, the throat of the world. Qingyun Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, with undulating peaks and peaks. There are 7 peaks at the highest, towering like clouds. On weekdays, you can only see white clouds surrounding the mountainside, but you don't know the true face of the mountain top. Qingyun Mountain is densely covered with forests, waterfalls and strange rocks, rare birds and animals, and it is famous all over the world. Time flies like a white horse. Fast forward to May 1st. This day, Qingyumin is crowded with people, and monks who control various magic weapons can be seen everywhere, and it is extremely lively. On the Sea of Clouds Square, at a glance, there is a vast sea of people, shoulder to shoulder, and the popularity is at its peak, which shows the prosperity of Qingyumin. On the huge square, there is a huge altar and the statue of the primordial god. And you, is this the immortal from Qingyun sect? Suddenly, a crisp voice full of surprise and curiosity sounded. It was a woman in green clothes. The woman has slender eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and her jade-like skin is as smooth as snow, full of jade, and her figure is graceful and charming. It was Baguio, the daughter of the Demon King's patriarch, who was longed for by thousands of people. Her beautiful and agile eyes looked curiously at the majestic statue in the center of Yunhai Square. The god's footsteps are in chaos, and his body is covered with stars, but his face is blurred, and his real appearance cannot be seen clearly. The Qingyan sect didn't have this statue before, and it was dedicated to the Taoist Sanqing. I think this is the god that Qingyan sect has recently heard. The cold and soft voice of a faint figure beside Baguio sounded. She was tall and tall, dressed in black and covered with a veil. Although she couldn't see her true face clearly, her curvaceous and graceful figure was full of charm and graceful curves. Compared with Baguio, it is more mature and intellectual. She is the holy envoy of the ghost king Zong Suzaku, Yuji. Are there really gods in this world? Yuji looked at the statue of the primordial god with her beautiful eyes, and immediately landed on the altar next to the statue. The altar was made of jade, majestic and majestic. It's just that Qingyan really wants to sacrifice to the gods in front of everyone. Can the gods still manifest themselves? If not, what is the point of this sacrifice? Ping'er, there may not be peace in today's Qingyan mixed with fish and dragons. If there is turmoil later, remember to preserve your strength and just go down the mountain with the flow. Fairy San Miao exhorted to a mature and charming woman in bright red clothes beside her. This woman is Jin Ping'er, the apprentice of Fairy San Miao, and the most outstanding successor of the Heihuan sect. Master, I understand, don't worry. Jin Ping'er nodded, looking at the whole Qingyan curiously. It was the first time for her to set foot in such a righteous sect like Qingyuan. Sure enough, it is a blessed place with a myriad of phenomena. Very extraordinary. Are there really gods in this world? Reverend Daoshuan said yes, so there must be. I don't know what a fairy looks like. It must be immortal, extraordinary and refined, just like Daoshuan. I don't know when the gods will appear. Do you really believe in gods? Qingyan has enshrined the Taoist ancestor of the Sanqing for thousands of years, why hasn't he seen a ghost? Countless monks talked about it, some believed in the prestige of Qingyuan and thought that there must be gods, while others didn't think so. There are all kinds of beings, not one and the same. Demon sect powerhouses such as Guiwangzong, Wandaman, Chengshengtang, and Huanzong hide in the crowd and watch secretly. There are 3 poles in the sun. While everyone was waiting impatiently, Master Daoshuan of Qingyan sect and Lin Jingyu came side by side. Behind them were Tian Buyi, Zheng Shucheng and other peak leaders. Reverend Daoshuan is here. It's really Daoshuan Master. Today I finally saw a real person. Many casual cultivators and small sect cultivators became excited, and ordinary people would never see such a great master like Daoshuan. Many people only know their name. I don't see anyone. Just like the emperor is to the common people. That is the legendary existence. Meeting each other, I haven't blown it all my life. Hey, who is that boy? He actually walked with Master Daoshuan. I know, I heard that he was the disciple of Taoist Kangsong, the first seat of Longsho Peak. After Kangsong died, he was the one who inherited the position of the first seat of Longsho Peak. But even if he inherits the seat of Longsho Peak, he shouldn't be walking with Reverend Daoshuan. Seeing Lin Jingyu, countless monks showed surprise in their eyes, full of doubts and puzzles. Senior brother Daoshuan hasn't seen him for many years, and his demeanor is even better than before. At this time, Yun Yilin, who was dressed in red and smiling all over her face, came striding forward. Behind him followed Shangguan Ce, Lu Shun and the disciples of the elder Fenxianggu. Looking at the number of people, there are as many as dozens of people. There were bursts of small exclamations from the crowd. All eyes were on Yun Yilin. As the owner of Fenxiang Valley, Yun Yilin is also a person who has been famous for many years in the world and is an all-powerful figure. Amitabha, this poor monk has met Daoshuan. The sound of the Buddha's horn sounded, and the abbot of Tianyan Temple, Puhong, came with the 2 priests, Pukong Pud, and the disciples of Tianyan Temple. It's Puhong divine monk. Pukong and Pud are here too. The gathering of the world's 3 great nobles is truly a once-in-a-century event. Even if you don't see the gods, it's worth the trip. Fart, Reverend Daoshuan said there are gods, so there must be gods. Countless casual cultivators and small sect cultivators became excited, as if they saw a celebrity idol meeting, their eyes were full of excitement. Master Yungu and Venerable Puhong, welcome to Qingyan as our guest. I haven't seen you for many years. The cultivation of the 2 is even better than before. Congratulations. Reverend Daoshuan greeted Yun Yilin and divine monk Puhong, and smiled slightly. Senior brother Daoshuan, I heard that you saw an immortal, who is it? Yun Yilin asked impatiently. As he spoke, all eyes looked at him in unison. The demon sect powerhouses such as Wanwanxiang, Yuyangzi, Poison God, and Sanmiao Fairy also pricked up their ears. This issue can be said to be the most concerned issue of everyone present. Feeling the countless fiery and questioning gazes, Daoshuan smiled slightly, pointed to the statue in the center of Yunhai Square, and said, "The gods I'm talking about are the great primordial gods. The primordial God is an immortal true God who transcends time and space, life and death, and reincarnation. He loves greatness. As long as you believe in God, you can get God's gift. As soon as the words fell, everyone was in an uproar. Is there really such an immortal God? Believe in a gift. How is this possible? Qingyan has worshipped the Taoist ancestors of the Sanqing for thousands of years, why haven't we seen them receive gifts? Yu Yangzi of Chengshengtang pouted, showing disdain on his face. In his opinion, Daoshuan's so-called god of primordial mist was also a false god like Sanqing. It's made up, not really God at all. This primordial God should be different from Sanqing, right? Otherwise, why did Daoshuan invite monks from all over the world to watch the ceremony? Is it just to embarrass Qingyan? Poison God was a little puzzled. In his opinion, the god of primordial mist might not be as powerful as Daoshuan said, but there should be something magical about it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what Daoshuan did today. Just wait and see, the results will come out soon. 10,000 people were usually calm and said lightly. Sure enough, Yun Yilin asked again the doubts in their hearts. Senior brother Daoshuan, is there a divine grace for believing in the god of primordial mist? I don't know what kind of gift senior brother Zan has obtained. Can you tell me so that my younger brother can also open his eyes? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone stared at Daoshuan in unison. Daoshuan didn't have the slightest stage fright. The aura of Taiching realm permeated his body, and said loudly, thanks to the gift of my god, let me cultivate further and be promoted to Taiching realm. What? Taiqingjing. Daoshuan was actually promoted to Taiching realm. Hateful, poison god, Yu Yangzi and the others were startled and angry. One must know that their cultivation bases were equivalent to the peak of the upper purity realm, or not even the peak of the upper purity realm. Daoshuan actually made a breakthrough first. Daoshuan was promoted to the Taiching realm, and his strength has greatly increased. I think it is fake to worship the gods, and it is true to show his strength to the world. 10,000 people's voices were dignified, and he had no thoughts of making trouble in his mind. With their current strength, they couldn't escape Qingyan at all. What the Ghost King said is true. Daoshuan must have wanted to show his muscles to the world by making such a move, so that Qingyan's prestige can be raised to a higher level. Poison God nodded, feeling that this explanation was the most reasonable. Congratulations to senior brother Daoshuan for being promoted to the Taiching realm. It's really gratifying. Yun Yilin congratulated with mixed feelings. His thinking was the same as that of Wan Wanxiang and others. He felt that Daoshuan was just showing off his muscles today, and he was very upset. But his strength is indeed a little bit worse. Their Fenxiang Valley's Fenxiang Jade Book needs to be cultivated to the Yuyang realm to be comparable to the Taiching realm of Qingyuman's Taiji Xuanqing Dao. But he's a little bit worse now. Master Pu Hong also congratulated. Daoshuan nodded with a smile, and immediately said, I know that everyone is very curious about what kind of existence the primordial god is, so today I invite you to come to watch the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the god. If you pray with us later, believe in the God, and after the God manifests, all believers will receive divine grace. Now Lin Jingyu, the envoy of the High God, presides over the sacrificial ceremony. Wow, everyone was in an uproar. A look of astonishment. Lin Jingyu. Who is Lin Jingyu? Is he Lin Jingyu? King Song's disciple, the current head of Longsho Peak. Turn out to be He as the messenger of the gods, no wonder he walked side by side with Reverend Daoshuan. I see. Many cultivators who had doubts before suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lin Jingyu was able to stand side by side with Daoshuan, and it turned out to be the messenger of the gods. But after being surprised, everyone didn't pay much attention to it, but there was deep envy and jealousy in their eyes. Lin Jingyu looked very young at first glance, and his cultivation base was not high, but now he can be tied with Daoshuan, the peak of his life, it is nothing more than that. Lin Jingyu himself is intelligent, and he has experienced a series of things such as chat groups, the god of primordial origin, and the change of Qingyan in the past few days, and his Xinxing has become extremely strong. Facing everyone's eyes of curiosity, suspicion, jealousy, and disdain, he walked to the huge and majestic altar, stood in the position of the officiant, and then ordered, bring up the sacrifice. Immediately, disciples of Qingyan quickly carried the prepared sacrifices onto the altar. Everyone looked curiously. 3 animals and 6 animals are necessary items for sacrifices, and everyone didn't care. But when Qingyan put a series of kung fu classics on the altar, their faces changed slightly, but this thing can be copied, so it's nothing. Hey, where did Daoshuan go? Suddenly, Ghost King Zhong Wanwan frowned, and he found that Daoshuan Master had actually left. Be careful, Daoshuan just left, I don't know where he went. 10,000 people ordered to the other strong men. I found that not only Daoshuan disappeared, but Shuiyu from Xiaojufeng never appeared from the beginning to the end. The poison god came to 10,000 people's side, his eyes serious. Could this be Daoshuan's trick? For example, Kang Song was not killed at all, but took this opportunity to hide in the dark and prepare to ambush us. It's very possible. Kang Song is the head of Longshou Peak. Daoshuan was killed on the excuse of cultivating evil methods, which is totally unreasonable. 10,000 people became vigilant. I guess Kang Song is not dead, it's just a cover-up, and in all likelihood, Shuiyu and Shuiyu are ambushed in the dark. Not good. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, the expressions of Wan Shang, Dushen and the others changed drastically. They sensed an extreme murderous intent surging between the heaven and the earth. It's the immortal execution sword. Thousands of people felt their hair stand on end, and when they came to Bai Yao and Yuji in an instant, they were terrified in their hearts. He never expected that Daoshuan would actually take out the Zushan sword. The prestige of the Zushan sword was forged from the bones of countless demon cultivators. Invincible. Powerful. What does Daoshuan want to do? There are so many monks here, could it be that his Qingyan sect wants to be an enemy of the world? Fairy Sanmiao took Jin Ping'er and was ready to escape at any time. You must know that the Zushan sword is too powerful. Once it is shot, it will inevitably cause countless casualties. Wait, what is Daoshuan doing? Suddenly, thousands of people who were already preparing to run away waited for the demon cult powerhouse to see Daoshuan walking towards the altar holding the Zushan sword. Could it be that Daoshuan wants to use Zushan sword? A terrible idea rose in the minds of Wan Shang et al. Next moment, everyone froze. Daoshuan actually put the Zushan sword on the altar. Is he going to use the Zushan sword as a sacrifice? Wan Shang, Poison God and others looked at each other. They never thought that Daoshuan was so crazy. This is Zhu Shangjian, Qingyumen's town treasure, a peerless divine weapon that has deterred the righteous and the evil for more than 1,000 years. Hiss. Daoshuan even made the immortal execution sword as a sacrifice. What exactly is he trying to do? Yun Yilin took a deep breath in her heart. Her face was bewildered. If he had guessed before that Daoshuan offering sacrifices to the gods was fake, showing his muscles was real. Well, now he doesn't think so. Does the primordial god really exist? Or maybe the Zhu Xian sword was just used to shock and kill the heroes, but it was actually just a formality. Think here. Yun Yilin suddenly understood. It must be so. The Zushan sword is fake as a sacrifice. Anyway, after the sacrifice to the gods, it will not disappear. Taking this opportunity, it is true to show it openly to frighten them. Not only did they think of it, but also the powerhouses of the demon cult such as Wan Shang and Poison God. Damn, Daoshuan is too arrogant. First he showed off his cultivation in the Taiching realm, and now he shows off his Zushan sword. I really think he is invincible. Yu Yongzi was indignant. If he didn't feel the disparity in strength, he would have made a big fuss today, ruining Daoshuan's sacrifice ceremony and embarrassing him and Qingyumen. But now, he dared not at all. The deterrence of the Zushan sword is too terrifying. Just looking at it, there is a feeling of being torn apart by the sword energy. Horrible. It is worthy of being the first-class peerless magic weapon in the world. The name of Zhu Xian. Well-deserved reputation. Daoshuan stuck the Zushan sword on the altar. Is this the most precious Zushan sword sent by Qingyan Town? It's such a terrifying sword energy. The name of Zhu Xian is well-deserved. Reverend Daoshuan actually used the Zushan sword as a sacrifice. Scary. Countless casual cultivators looked at the Zushan sword with burning eyes full of curiosity. Many of them don't have Yun Yilin, Wan, etc. People think so much. Anyway, Qingyumen is already a colossus that they can't afford to mess with. These little shrimps just need to look up. I don't care if the other party shows off or not. Suddenly, a roar that pierced through gold and cracked rocks sounded, like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, or like a bull groaning. Roar. A shadow loomed in the sky, and it was a giant. It is more than 5 feet high, with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, covered with scales and armor, with huge eyes and a big mouth. The 2 sharp fangs glistened in the sun, and the face was ferocious, making it daunting. Even taking out the water unicorn, you really spared no effort. Seeing this monster, Wan Shang, Poison God and the others sneered, and the suspicion in their hearts was further strengthened. This is not showing strength. What is shocking the world? Is it really a sacrifice? Is that possible? Both Junzong's most precious Zushan sword and Junzong's beasts were sacrificed. Unless Dao Zan is crazy. Unless the first peaks of Qingyan are crazy. My god, it's so big and mighty. I've heard that Qingyan has a beast of the sect, and seeing it today, it's really extraordinary. Is this the water unicorn? It must be very cool to ride. Let's talk about it after you can ride it. Numerous rogue cultivators looked at the water unicorn riding the clouds and rain with shock and curiosity. Seeing the water unicorn landed on the altar, they waited quietly without moving. This divine beast is so psychic. Nonsense. Can you be called a beast without psychics? Look, there's another fairy coming. It's so beautiful. Damn it, so many beauties. There were bursts of exclamations, and the crowd was in a commotion. I saw Shuiyu and Lu Shueqi coming gracefully in long white dresses, like fairies of the moon palace who don't eat fireworks in the world. Beside them is Tian Linger in a red dress. Tian Linger is smart and cute, with two intoxicating little dimples on her face. She is really beautiful and compelling. Senior sister. Zhang Xiaofan followed behind his teacher wife Suru, stared blankly at Tian Linger, whispered in his heart, saddened. Water Moon. Why is she here? What are they doing? Wan Shang, Du Shen and the others were all confused. Before, they thought that Shuiyu was hiding an ambush in secret, and there was some conspiracy. But now it doesn't look like that at all. Are they on the altar? Are they also sacrifices, used to worship the gods? Wan and the others stared wide-eyed. It was hard to believe that Qing Yunman, the leader of the righteous way, even sacrificed their disciples to the gods. Even if it was a cutscene, Qingyun's reputation would probably be ruined. What's more, Shuiyu is the first seed of Xiaojufeng, not an ordinary disciple. Fuck, what the hell is this? Qingyun sacrificed his disciples to the gods. What's the difference between this and the devil's cult? It's such a pity that such a beautiful fairy is used to sacrifice to the gods. It is because of the beauty that it is used to worship the gods. Damn it, it makes sense, but I'm speechless. The crowd boiled and there was an uproar. Qingyun is suicidal. The poison god opened his mouth faintly, looking at Shuiyu, Lu Shueqi and Tian Linger who fell on the altar. His eyes were full of excitement. After today, Qingyun Zhengdao's reputation as the leader will definitely be over. It's just that Daoshuan shouldn't be so unwise. What went wrong? Thousands of people kept thinking in their hearts, always feeling that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell. Regardless of whether the primordial god will manifest or not, Qingyun's practice of offering sacrifices to the gods with his female disciples is the style of the evil sect. After today, his reputation will definitely be ruined. Yu Yongzi's heart was surging, his eyes full of anticipation. However, for the discussion around, neither Daoshuan nor Qingyun's other powerhouses had any intention of explaining. Daoshuan was calm on the surface, but he kept praying in his heart. Lin Jingyu, I hope you didn't lie to me. I bet Qingyun's reputation and background. If the primordial god is not like what Lin Jingyu said, even if Daoshuan breaks through the Taiqing realm, Qingyun will decline because of it. At that time, he will be Qingyun's sinner. It can be said. It's a gamble. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Tian Buyi and the others were also looking forward to and feeling anxious. The sacrifice begins, and everyone follows me to pray to the great primordial god. Lin Jingyu stood up as the officiant, and his loud voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits lifted. Qi Shushu looked towards the altar. Is there really a primordial god? What kind of existence is the primordial god? Will it really manifest itself? Great primordial god, you are the god of creation, the creator and ruler of everything in the universe. Under the expectant and puzzled eyes of countless people, the voices of Lin Jingyu and Qingyun's disciples resounded and echoed in the sky. As their voices fell, the altar changed. The sky has changed. Kingdom of God. After feeding Ji Hongxia, that greedy little goblin, Hongmeng gave her a thicker branch of the six desires samsara tree. Under the happy and satisfied eyes of the beauty, Hongmeng returned to the kingdom of God. He rested his head among the tall and straight mountains behind him, closed his eyes and rested his mind, but his thoughts were to perceive every change in the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God has been promoted to a medium-sized world, capable of giving birth to living beings, and contains infinite mysteries in the universe. Learn from heaven and earth. Feel the nature. This is also a kind of practice. Keisha was behind Hongmeng, massaging gently with her slender hands. She was on duty today, as the leader of the temple guards. The guards of the temple are divided into 3 teams, and the leaders are Yan, Keisha and Hexi in turn. Ding, a ray of faith has been detected. This time it has been multiplied by 100 million times, and you have obtained 100 million strands of faith. Ding, your believers sacrificed 3 animals and 6 animals to you. This time, you will get an increase of 10 billion times. You will get. Ding, your believers have sacrificed countless monastic classics to you. This time, you have gained a 40 billion-fold increase. You have obtained the halo of immortal civilization, the 9 heavens God Thunder Sword Art, and the Taiji Xuanqing Sutra. Ding, your believers sacrificed the water unicorn to you. This time, you will get a 50 billion times increase. You will get the main god level Xuanshui Wei, and you will get the super god beast Xuanshui Qilin. Lin Jingyu from the world of Jade Immortals. Not bad, not bad, his movements are quite nimble. Hong Meng opened his eyes, and an intoxicating woman's fragrance entered his nose, refreshing his heart and soul. At the same time, Keisha's beautiful and delicate face also caught the eye. Her golden eyes blinked at Hong Meng, full of charm. I have to say that the angels are all old Siji. Yan learned from her. Ding, your believers sacrificed the ancient sword of Zushan to you. This time, it has been multiplied by 100 billion times, and you have obtained the innate treasure of Zushan's sword. Zhu Xian Swerda, the innate treasure contains the power of killing immortals, killing gods and destroying demons, invincible. Unexpectedly, I got a Shantian treasure Zhu Xian sword. Although Hong Meng already has several innate treasures, who would dislike too many treasures? The more the better, like a hero or a holy spirit. But having said that, according to this trend, he might be able to collect a lot of Zushan swords. Could it be that he collected all 7 Zushan swords and summoned the dragon? Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the daughters of great luck, Shuiyu and Tianling each with 100 powers of luck. This time the acquisition has achieved a 50 billion times increase. You have obtained the original power of 10 trillion paths. You got the Holy Spirit Shuiyu and Tianlinger. Shuiyu is here, and Tianlinger. Doesn't Lin Jingyu know that Zhang Xiaofan likes Tianlinger? As soon as Hong Meng thought about it, he understood Lin Jingyu's thoughts. Good guy. Lin Jingyu felt that Zhang Xiaofan was too honest and couldn't control Tianlinger, so he tricked Tianlinger up and offered it to him. However, in the original novel, Zhang Tianlinger was indeed married to Kang Song's eldest disciple Qi Hao. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you Lu Xueqi, the daughter of destiny, with 200 powers of luck. This time the gain has been increased by 100 billion times. You have obtained the original power of 20 trillion paths. You have obtained the Tao of Thunder at the main god level. You got the legendary hero Thunderclap Sword Fairy Lu Xueqi. Just let Wei Wei go. Hong Meng turned his head, found a comfortable position to lean against, and then sent her to the world of Jade Immortals through voice transmission from his spiritual thoughts. Jade Immortal World, Qingyan Mountain, Sea of Clouds Square. Is there really a god in this world? Baguio wore a green dress, her skin was like snow, she was unparalleled in beauty, like a fairy, fresh and refined, and captivating. There are many stories about the gods, but no one has ever seen them. Yuji has a light veil on her face, a faint voice, and a graceful figure with undulating curves. Pretending to be a ghost. Yu Yongzi of Chengshengtang listened to Lin Jingyu and disciple Qingyan's prayers, with a disdainful face and a sneer in his heart. He did not believe in the existence of gods. It feels like Qingyan is just posturing. Demon monks such as Wan Wanxiang, Fairy Sanmiao, and Jin Ping'er, and orthodox monks such as Pu Hong, Yun Yilin, and Li Xuan. They had their own thoughts, but they all stared at the altar in unison. Suddenly, rays of light rose from the altar, like fireworks at first, and then like the sun in a blink of an eye. The bright light went straight into the 9 heavens. It's like the sun soaring into the sky. Shine the world. Baguio's beautiful eyes widened. 10,000 people stared slightly, and their breath couldn't help but leak a little. The poison god's breathing was stagnant, and his whole body was stiff. Miracle. The gods have manifested themselves. There really is a god. Countless casual repairs boiled over. Their eyes were burning, staring at the altar. I saw animals on the altar flying up into the sky, surrounded by divine light. Their bodies rapidly grew in size, became majestic, mighty, powerful and terrifying. It turned into terrifying beasts that only exist in myths and legends. As big as a mountain, fierce and powerful. Roar. A deafening roar sounded, the water Kylan roared, and the surroundings evolved a world of water. It is like the master of the world, with shining divine light, majestic power, and the way of mysterious water surrounding it. How is this possible? Impossible. It's fake. Yu Yongzi's eyes were wide open, unbelievable. That's all for the water unicorn. Those ordinary animals became stronger than him in the blink of an eye. How can he accept it? Has he practiced on dogs all these years? Is this the power of the gods? Scary. 10,000 people were terrified. He thought that the gods might be stronger than him. But no matter how he thought that the god hadn't appeared yet, the sacrifice had already become 100 times stronger than him. He looked at Shuiyu, Lu Xueqi and Tianling and saw the 3 of them flying up into the sky, with divine splendor surging in dazzling rays of light. Every inch of flesh is radiant and colorful, stunning the world, like a 9-day goddess descending to the mortal world, with black hair hanging down. The light can be used as a guide, and her beauty is peerless. In particular, Lu Xueqi's melon-seeded face was clean and smooth, even more crystal clear and white than Suet Yu, and her beautiful eyes were extremely lively. She has a slender figure, with a fluttering snow-white dress, not stained with a trace of mortal aura, and she does not eat the fireworks of the world. She is extraordinary and refined. Endless divine power emanated from her body, overwhelming the world, frightening the world, making people frightened, and people couldn't help but worship. God. They really became gods. Dao Xuan was extremely excited. His heart that had been hanging was finally let down. Since these are all true, what Lin Jingyu said must be true. As long as they are rewarded by the gods, Qingyan will become stronger and more brilliant than ever before. He will become a legend beyond Patriarch Qingye. Became a god, Ling has become a god. The fat on Tian Buyi's face twitched, his eyes were full of excitement. His previous worries were swept away, and his whole body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and his whole body was trembling with fat. The primordial god is really great. Thank you, the supreme primordial god. Ling has become a god, so I want to sacrifice it. Suru's beautiful eyes were full of satisfaction, and she smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. The amorous feelings of mature women are fully displayed. Sao Thief's favorite. Torin. Tian Buyi's expression froze, and he suddenly had the feeling of a green prairie above his head. Master, what's going on? Jin Ping'er looked at the three of Lu Xueqi who looked like goddesses of the 9 heavens on the altar, her eyes were full of envy. If she goes up, can she also become a god? I am not sure as well. Fairy San Miao swallowed her saliva, her charming face was filled with shock. As the suzerain of the Heihuan sect, she is also one of the top experts in the world, and she is well informed. But the scene in front of her was beyond her understanding. Her plump and graceful jade body trembled, and her chest rose and fell. If reason hadn't suppressed her inner impulse, she would have rushed forward to see if she could become a god. She knew that it was not possible to become a god by standing on the altar. Not everyone can. Otherwise, why didn't Daoshuan of Qingyuman and others go up? It shows that those who offer sacrifices must have requirements. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening thunder suddenly exploded. The clouds above the sky turned into endless colorful auspicious clouds. Waves of sounds from the great Tao came from the 9 heavens. There is also the sound of dragons singing and phoenixes singing, phantoms of dragons and phoenixes appearing, unicorns offering blessings, rays of light, and visions appearing. This is a miracle. God. Is the god coming? Daoshuan, Tian Buyi, Zheng Shuchang, thousands of people, poison god. The cultivators of the 2 ways of righteousness and magic raised their heads and looked at the sky excitedly and shocked. Boom. A divine thunder that looked like a purple dragon suddenly fell. Tear a huge hole in the sky. The extremely bright and dazzling divine light poured down along the crack. The sky turned into a golden ocean, and there is an indescribably huge world faintly in the depths of the ocean. A goddess stepped out of it. She has a beautiful face, a slender figure, a slender waist, and straight legs. A light blue dress flutters naturally, with an air of otherworldliness. Everyone was in a daze for a while. Is this the demeanor of a goddess? Really, peerless, like a fairy, she is untouched by the breath of the world, and has a beauty that is born out of this world. Like a white lotus rolling with dewdrops. It is also like a fresh snow lotus on a snow mountain, which does not eat fireworks in the world. Noble, holy, elegant and refined. My god, is this the god of primordial mist? The god of primordial mist is a goddess. But it's different from the statue enshrined by Qingyan. Wan Shang, poison god, Yu Yangzi and the others looked bewildered and puzzled. Meet the angel. At this moment, Lin Jingyu's voice sounded. Meet the angel. Everyone kowtowed and kowtowed crazily. It doesn't matter if this goddess is the god of primordial mist or not, it's fine if she is a god. They excitedly looked at the holy and perfect figure in the sky. In the sky, like a vast ocean, the golden divine light continuously washes over the sky and the earth like tides, and ribbons of divine light are intertwined to form a sea of light. The entire Qingyan mountain was enveloped by a vast and sacred force. Endless coercion washes over everyone's heart. Even if there are giants in the magic way such as 10,000s going, Poison God, and Yu Yangzi. At this moment, he has already knelt under this divine power. They knelt respectfully on the sea of clouds square. Infinite awe rose in my heart. I am full of guilt for the previous doubts. It's like making a big mistake. Wei Wei stood above the altar, looking down at all living beings. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, she knelt down in the void, and said reverently, respectfully ask for my God's decree. Allow. A majestic and indifferent divine voice came from the sky. It seemed to sound directly in the depths of their hearts. A majestic and unpredictable sacred figure appeared in everyone's mind. He sat on the throne of the temple. The stars are clothes. The infinite universe revolves around it. Thousands of avenues resonate with his breathing. Under his feet is the endless universe, overlooking all living beings in heaven and earth. Supreme, eternal is one. Greetings to the supreme god of primordial mist. At this moment, everyone was excited. Whether it is a giant of the demonic way, a leader of the righteous way, or a mortal cultivator. Regardless of status, regardless of cultivation strength. Everyone knelt down and prayed devoutly to the god of primordial origin. The primordial god is too great, horrible. Lin Jingyu worked hard in preaching and offering sacrifices. He bestowed the position of God envoy in this world, 10,000 years of cultivation, 1 volume of fairy scriptures, 3 supernatural powers, and a fairy sword. Daoshuan is meritorious in preaching and offering sacrifices. He is bestowed with 5,000 years of cultivation, a volume of fairy scriptures, and a school of supernatural powers. Tian Bui has meritorious service in preaching and offering sacrifices, and he has given him 1,000 years of cultivation. Quote. Holding the golden decree in Wei Wei's hand, the majestic and majestic voice resounded in the hearts of everyone in Qingyan Mountain. Echoed for a long time, constantly impacting their hearts. The rest of the believers have been baptized by the divine light to strengthen their bodies, get rid of all diseases, and improve their cultivation. The endless divine light fell like a meteor, covering every believer. And Lin Jingyu was surrounded by a bright light cluster, like a big sun. A golden mark of the gods appeared between his brows, majestic and dignified. The strength of his cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, and in a blink of an eye he surpassed the scope of the Taiching realm. Immortal light shrouded his body, and a fairy sword was suspended above his head, like a peerless sword fairy. The sword energy spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and the cold light shines on the world of Kyushu. Daoshuan, Tian Bui and others also made a huge breakthrough. Advanced to an unprecedented level. One by one was ecstatic. Thank you for the gift of God. They kowtowed and kowtowed, their joy was beyond words. Thousands of people go, Poison God, Yu Yangzi, Sanmiao Fairy and others have lemons. Envy, jealousy, hate. Why didn't they meet the god of primordial mist? I hope you will continue to work hard, and don't disappoint my god's high expectations. After delivering the decree, Wei Wei turns around and leaves. Lu Xueqi, Xueyu, Tian Linger and all the sacrifices followed closely behind. The divine light that filled the sky receded like a tide. The boundless sea of divine light disappeared. The divine envoy's magnificent figure and all the sacrifices also disappeared. The sky returned to calm. But Qingyan Mountain, and even all the living beings in Zushan world, couldn't recover their peace for a long time. Such a magnificent miracle is really too shocking. Suddenly, 2 bright and sharp rays of divine light pierced the sky. Lin Jingyu opened his eyes, and a tyrannical aura enveloped the entire Qingyan. The minds of countless monks in the 2 ways of righteousness and evil trembled, and they felt a heartfelt palpitation. Not good. Yu Yangzi and Poison God felt that Lin Jingyu was looking at them. Without the slightest hesitation, they raised their hands with all their mana, turned around and ran away. Their figures are like the wind, and their speed is extremely fast, which can be called the fastest in their lives. Cut. Lin Jingyu pointed at the sword and lightly swiped forward. A burst of sword energy shot out, and the bodies of Yu Yangzi and Poison God Fiden were cut into 2 without sound. What? A shrill scream sounded. Their broken bodies continued to rush forward for tens of meters. Bang bang. Their broken bodies hit the ground heavily, sending dust flying. Everyone is breathless. The world was dead silent. Hiss. Hiss. The world was dead silent. Everyone took a deep breath. This is the strength of Wan Zai's cultivation base. So scary. Fortunately, I didn't escape. Looking at the dead bodies of Poison God and Yu Yangzi, thousands of people felt lingering fear in their hearts. Just now Lin Jingyu looked over. At that moment, he had the urge to run away. But in the end he held back. Firstly, Lin Jingyu's cultivation base is too strong, the chance of him escaping is very small. Secondly, his daughter Baguio was also there, so it was difficult to escape immediately. Fairy San Miao was also secretly happy. She didn't escape, but she wanted to believe in the god of primordial mist, and wanted to see if she and Jin Ping'er could make sacrifices there. For a long time, the shocked crowd got up from the ground. Although they were horrified by Lin Jingyu's frightening power to kill 2 demon cult powerhouses with his raised hand. But even more excited about the benefits they got this time. Although they believed in it late and received limited benefits, they also increased their cultivation for several years. This kind of feeling is almost equivalent to whoring for nothing, even if there is little grace, they are extremely happy. The primordial god is so great and so generous. Daoshuan felt the unprecedented power in his body and the supernatural powers in his mind, his face was full of excitement. Although he sacrificed the Zushan sword and the water Kailan, he felt it was worth it. even if Lin Jingyu took the big advantage. But just the divine grace he received has exceeded the value of sacrifices such as the Zushan sword and the water Kailan. Not to mention that Tian Buyi and other powerhouses also benefited enormously. Master, I am going to establish the Hongmeng God sect. I wonder if the master is willing to join. Lin Jingyu didn't look at the dead poison god and Yu Yangzi, but looked at Daoshuan. His words made everyone's ears prick up. Daoshuan was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of Lin Jingyu's strength and the post of envoy bestowed by the gods. He had no choice at all. Only by closely following in the footsteps of the primordial god can Qingyan develop stronger and be more brilliant. I am willing to lead Qing Yunman to join Hongmeng God sect. Daoshuan pays homage to the leader. Daoshuan is also a decisive person, hardly any hesitation. Tian Buyi, Zheng Shuchang, Tian Yun, pays respects to the leader. Tian Buyi waited for the leaders of the peaks and Qingyan's disciples to come back to their senses, and worshipped one after another. They have just received a huge reward from the god of primordial mist, how could they refuse at this moment? From now on, Qingyan sect will be renamed Hongmeng sect, and Reverend Daoshuan will be the deputy leader. Lin Jingyu was not polite, and ordered directly. Now that the situation is increasing, and there is an invincible strength in the world, it is nothing at all to subdue Qingyuman. What's more, when he invited all the cultivators from all over the world, he didn't just let them observe the ceremony, but he also wanted to subdue them. Thank you, Hierarch. Daoshuan cupped his hands and saluted. Although his status was lowered by one level, he was not dissatisfied. Regardless of Lin Jingyu's current strength or his status as a divine envoy, he cannot compete. The position of the leader is well deserved. What's more, as the deputy leader, he will have far more power in the future than his former head of the Qingyan sect. Qi Hao is the head of Longshou Peak, Wen Min is the head of Shaoju Peak, and the rest of the peaks remain unchanged. Lin Jingyu said, "Thank you, Hierarch." Qi Hao, Wen Min, Tian Buyi and others bowed their hands for the first time. Lin Jingyu looked at Tianyan Temple and Fenxiang Valley powerhouses to rectify the demon Qingyuman, and asked, Abbot Puhong, Lord Yungu, I wonder if you would like to join the Hongmeng sect and believe in my god. Yun Yilin looked at the monstrous aura on Lin Jingyu's body and the majestic sword above his head, and suddenly made a decision in his heart. Yun Yilin pays homage to the leader, and is willing to lead Fenxianggu to join the divine religion. Follow the god of primordial Meng to have meat to eat. If they refused, even if Lin Jingyu let them go today, it would be very difficult for them to do anything in Fenxiang Valley, and they would definitely decline in the future. The temptation of the primordial god is too great. Give too much. They simply can't say no, Amitabha. Seeing that Yun Yilin had chosen to join, Master Puhong sighed in his heart. Buddha, forgive me, don't blame this little monk for not being human, just blame God for being too charming. Immediately, he bowed his hands to Lin Jingyu. Puhong pays homage to the leader, and is willing to lead Tianyan Temple to join the Hongmeng sect. The general trend of the world is gone. 10,000 people sighed inwardly. He knew that with Lin Jingyu's current cultivation, he must have discovered him. He stopped hiding, stood up, cupped his hands and said, Ghost King Zong has met Hierarch Lin with thousands of people. I don't know if I, Ghost King Zong, can join the divine sect. He had never been so powerless as now. Life and death are all in the mind of others. Wait for someone else's verdict. San Miao of the Acacia sect has met Master Lin, and is willing to lead the Acacia sect to join the divine religion. Fairy San Miao followed closely behind. She was both looking forward to and nervous. It is life or death. It's up to now. Wow. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's swipe brush looked over. Unexpectedly, the famous and vicious Ghost King Zong Ghost King was beside them. There is also the three wonderful fairies of the Heihuan sect. Not to mention that they also wanted to join the primordial god sect. But think about it. It doesn't seem strange. Who doesn't want to join Hongmeng god sect? What's more, 2 demon leaders of the demon cult had been beheaded just now. They had no choice but to pray to join the Hongmeng sect. I don't know what Master Lin will do. Slay demons and eliminate demons, or take them under the door. Everyone looked at Lin Jingyu, including Daoshuan, Tian Buyi and others. If it wasn't for Lin Jingyu being the sect leader, they would all want to rush forward and directly wipe out Wan Wan and Fairy San Miao. You must know that the war between good and evil in the past was very tragic. Both sides suffered numerous casualties. Hatred is as deep as the sea. Daddy. Baguio was pulled by Yuji. Her fists were clenched tightly, her eyes were full of worry. The corpses of Poison God and Yu Yangzi are still not cold. She didn't want others to follow in her footsteps, but she had no choice. Just when everyone was full of thoughts, Lin Jingyu's faint voice sounded, My God is vast and mighty, and all believers are welcome to join. Wan Wanxiang and Fairy Sanmiao breathed a sigh of relief. Their fate is saved. But, at this moment, their hearts suddenly rose to their throats following Lin Jingyu's words. Most afraid of appearing but if you act in the future, if you insult the glory of my God and discredit my God, no matter who it is, you will definitely be executed. Lin Jingyu's voice was sonorous, and the fairy sword above his head was clanging. Everyone's heart trembled. Even Daoshuan, Tian Bui and others were also like this. This sentence is obviously not just for Wan Wanxiang and Fairy Sanmiao, but to everyone. Thousands of people go to Sanmiao to pay homage to the hierarch and follow the teachings of the hierarch, and they will not insult the glory of my God. For the glory of my God, they will be smashed to pieces, and they will die. Thousands of people bowed their hands to Fairy Sanmiao. Immediately, they called out Bai Yao, Yu Ji, Jin Ping'er and others, and they all paid homage to Lin Jingyu, the leader. Ah, Tian Bui and the others sighed in their hearts. It seems that there is no hope of eradicating these demon heads of the demon cult. Lin Jingyu ascended to the position of leader for the first time today, and killed Yu Yangzi and Poison God beforehand just to gain prestige. Naturally, they would not challenge Lin Jingyu's authority at this time. The rest of the people who want to join the divine religion will have special personnel responsible for registration and registration later. Lin Jingyu looked at the rest of the crowd, and immediately waved his hand. Big golden characters appeared in the sky, saying, "This is the thinking thoughts handed down by my God. As long as you pray, you can get the gift of my God. As long as you pray, you will be a believer of my God. There are no other requirements. Thank you, Hierarch Lin, for giving me the Dharma. Everyone is excited to thank you." After the sacrifice just now, no one doubted the authenticity of Lin Jingyu's words. There is grace in prayer. Although I don't know how many there are, it is enough to make people's hearts flutter. Everyone's eyes widened, and they recited directly while memorizing it. For a while, the sound of chanting resounded through Qingyan, as if returning to a temple school. But Lin Jingyu didn't stay for long, and came to Yuqing Palace with a group of strong men. In the hall, Lin Jingyu sat on the main seat, followed by Daoshuan. Below are the first seats of each peak, Wan Wanxiang and Sanmiao fairies. Baguio, Jin Ping'er and other younger generations stood behind their elders. Now that the Hongmong God sect has just been established, we can't let go of spreading our beliefs. When the people of the whole world believe in my God, it's time for us to sacrifice again. Lin Jingyu looked at the crowd, got straight to the point, and said loudly, "My God is omniscient and omnipotent, and my God is clear about the contributions you have made. And my God has never been stingy with rewarding believers who have made meritorious deeds. You have also seen it just now." When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Especially Yun Yilin and Wanwan who joined later. They were very envious of the rewards obtained by Daoshuan and others. Now they finally have a chance. For the belief of my God, I will be smashed to pieces, my heart will be smashed, and I will die. Everyone said in unison. It is good. Lin Jingyu nodded in satisfaction, looking at each of the strong men with high fighting spirit. He thinks it won't be long before he can spread the word to the world. Master, I don't know what are the requirements for the sacrifices. Fairy San Miao couldn't help but speak. Seeing that Lu Xueqi and the three of them reached their destination in one step, became gods directly, and were able to ascend to the kingdom of God, her heart was moved. Now I finally found a chance to ask it out. Yun Yilin, Wan Wanxiang, Yu Ji and the others pricked up their ears. Treasures, regardless of exercises or magic weapons, as long as they are treasures, there are no requirements. Lin Jingyu also knew that Fairy San Miao was not asking about this. He looked at the other party's plump and seductive graceful body, and continued, "As for the sacrificial saintess, two conditions need to be met in order for the sacrifice to be 100% successful. 1. A pure and flawless woman. 2. Have a world of great luck." For the former, everyone understands. In many places, people are actually sacrificed to gods. All boys and girls are used, are pure girls. For example, offering sacrifices to river gods, mountain gods and so on. It's just that those are false gods. Either it doesn't exist. Either it is transformed by demons and ghosts. Sacrificial virgins or pure girls. Not dead. It was eaten by monsters. And the god of primordial mist is a great immortal true god. Offering sacrifices to it will not only prevent death, but also obtain great good fortune. They all want to sacrifice themselves. Just what the hell is a world of great luck? Lin Jingyu saw their doubts. This great luck has a certain destiny, you can't see it. Master, do you think that Ping'er and I have great luck? Fairy San Miao didn't hide her desire to sacrifice. Looking at Lin Jingyu, she thought about it. Nervous. Perturbed. You can barely do it, and so can your apprentice. Lin Jingyu's words made Fairy Sanmiao and Jin Ping'er's eyes light up, and their hearts were overjoyed. In this way, they can offer sacrifices in the next sacrifice. People go to high places. Water flows downhill, able to ascend to the kingdom of God, and ascend to heaven and become a god in one step. For them, this is an irresistible temptation. They were both born orphans, without much concern. Master, do you think Aunt you and I have great luck? Seeing that Fairy Sanmiao and Jin Ping'er both have great luck, Baguio was somewhat dissatisfied. You and Lu Shueqi can be called daughters of destiny, so can you Ji. Lin Jingyu glanced at Bai Yao and said calmly, wow, I turned out to be the daughter of destiny. Baguio actually didn't think about whether to sacrifice or not. But she was still very happy to be able to overwhelm Fairy Sanmiao and Jin Ping'er. Master, if the daughter of destiny is sacrificed, will she get more gifts? 10,000 people thought about it, and asked out their guesses. Before, he saw Lu Shueqi, Shueyu and Tian linger offering sacrifices. Originally he wondered why Lu Shueqi's cultivation was weaker than Shueyu's, but after offering sacrifices, she was much stronger than Shueyu. It seems to be because of luck. Good. Lin Jingyu nodded. Fairy Sanmiao looked at the elated Baguio, and her originally happy mood suddenly became depressed. In other words, in the next sacrifice, if Baguio sacrifices with her, the latter will surpass her and become stronger than her. It's really like the waves behind the Yangtze River push forward the waves ahead. Before the next sacrifice, you can all consider whether to sacrifice. Lin Jingyu no longer continued this topic, but instead said, in addition to preaching for my God, we also need to collect rare treasures, rare birds and animals. There is a blackwater mysterious snake in the depths of the dripping blood cave, and there is a scroll of heavenly scriptures. The wordless jade disc of Tianyan Temple is also a volume of heavenly scriptures. Pu Hong's eyes widened when he heard the words, but he didn't expect the wordless jade biscuit to be a book from heaven. No wonder their ancestors were able to create the Junpai exercises of Tianyan Temple. In fact, the exercises in the world of Taoism today are basically derived from the 5 volumes of heavenly scriptures. A 9-tailed celestial fox is imprisoned in the Xuanwo altar of Fenxiang Valley. Yun Yilin's pupils shrank. This matter is top secret. Only a few elders among them know about it. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingyu said it out loud. There is also the wild heavenly emperor's treasure house. Everyone's hearts were overwhelmed, and their faces were full of surprise when they heard these secrets. He is even more in awe of the god of primordial mist. Naturally, Lin Jingyu couldn't have discovered these secrets. Then it can only be told by the god of primordial mist. The primordial god is indeed omnipotent and omniscient. While Lin Jingyu was busy collecting treasures for preaching in the kingdom of God, Hongmeng rested leisurely on Keisha's broad chest. The sword of killing immortals contains the innate way of killing immortals and destroying gods. In terms of killing power, it is even better than the twin swords of gods and demons. Holding the immortal execution sword, Hongmeng looked at it carefully. The more I look at it, the more I like it. He decided that he would use Zushan's sword in the future. The twin swords of gods and demons happen to be for Solanum Nigrum. Solanum Nigrum is both a sword spirit and a hero. The twin swords of gods and demons can exert unparalleled power in her hands. Putting away the Zushan sword, Hongmeng looked at the chat group. Guzi of Shangshan. Brother Lin, you are ready to sacrifice all your brother's confidant. Priest Lin Jingyu also launched a live broadcast, which they had been watching before. The world will be the overlord. If you don't have a woman in your heart, it's natural to draw your sword. What kind of woman do you want? Orphan in Kaomiao village. What the leader Shang said is true, although it's not that Xiaofan doesn't need women. But these destiny girls, daughters of great luck, etc., are not suitable for Xiaofan. In the future, Xiaofan will find a more ordinary woman, so that he can live a happy life. Tu Shan's second boss. If you want me to tell you, what kind of woman are you looking for, good friends, for a lifetime? JPG. God's dog. Good friends, forever. Sect Master Yunlin. Good friends, forever. Head of Washan. Sect Master Yun, how are your preparations for the second sacrificial ceremony going? Sect Master Yunlin. It's okay, with the help of the ancient races such as the Jiyu clan and the Lei clan, and the power of the strong in Zhongzhou, the glory of my god has enveloped every corner of the Dupo world. The Lord of Great Qin. Is this called okay? Yi Tiandi. Sect Master Yun is so forceful that I give 12 points, Mengxin is trembling. Descendant of the Dian royal family. Come on, look, Yi Tiandi is acting aggressive again, so fucking dazzling. The world will be the overlord. Mengxin is trembling, looking up at the boss's daily pretense. Devil Queen. You all know how to pretend to be aggressive and don't preach. This queen will broadcast live to worship my god tomorrow. Guzi of Shangshan. Damn it, Miss Liangbing's speed is too fast. Devil Queen. A guy like you who does things slowly and procrastinates, if I were the queen, I would have slapped you to death. You still want God's grace. God's punishment is almost the same. Ling Bing is fast enough. Hong Meng smiled slightly, for a hardworking believer like Liang Bing. He is very satisfied. Hong Meng will reward her well when she ascends to the kingdom of God in the future. What a great evil. Thinking of Liang Bing's figure, Hong Meng rubbed his head back. Keisha seems to be fine too. Super God Universe. Sunny Star. Shrine. Lena, are you really going to sacrifice yourself? Pan Zhen, the guardian of Liang Star, looked at D Lena on the throne, and asked with a cold face. Of course, what's the point of this goddess being your mascot here? I'm so bored. D Lena curled her lips, and said disdainfully, isn't it just what you want when the goddess leaves, you can justifiably take over Liang Star and become the main god of Liang Star. This subordinate has absolutely no such intention. Pan Zhen cupped his hands, and immediately said, it's just that you really think about it. Once you go, you can't go back. The god realm may not be as good as you think. It's better than here. D Lena waved her hand impatiently. Okay, my goddess is gone. If you talk nonsense, believe it or not, this goddess will beat you. Saying that, D Lena raised her white fist. She couldn't beat Pan Zhen before, and was raised by Pan Zhen as a canary. Although she still couldn't beat Pan Zhen now, she wanted to sacrifice to the saint of the gods. Even if she beat Pan Zhen didn't dare to fight back. Before that, she had beaten some of Pan Zhen's generals severely. At first those people wanted to fight back, Pan Zhen also came to imprison her. But she went directly to Liang Bing and gave Pan Zhen and others a hard meal. These people regard her as the queen on the surface, but in fact she is a puppet, a mascot. When she was sleeping, Pan Zhen's generals would break into her room without permission, showing no respect for her at all. If it weren't for the fact that they belonged to Liang Star, and although Pan Zhen and others went too far, they didn't cause substantial harm to her. It's not as simple as beating them UP Earth. Demon Headquarters. Chiangwei, have you really thought it through? I can take you to the kingdom of God in the future. Liang Bing looked at Chiangwei in front of her. Her tenderness was like water, and her voice was gentle. I know you are for the earth, isn't there, Qilin? Her sacrifice is enough to protect your earth. Looking at Liang Bing's affectionate eyes, Chiangwei was excited all over, and said resolutely, God Envoy, I have considered it very clearly. Since I am qualified to sacrifice, then I am willing. Damn, this queen shouldn't have told Chiangwei in the first place, she is qualified. Liang Bing couldn't help but burst into foul language. But it's not easy to stop. If she wanted it herself, could she forcibly stop it? Shangshan was afraid that a divine thunder would fall and strike her to death. Everyone fools people into going to the altar, but she persuades them to get off the altar. I'm afraid this is a hypocrite. God forgive me, Queen, I didn't stop it on purpose, I just didn't want to be separated from Chiangwei. Liang Bing prayed in her heart, thinking that she had sent so many angels up, and her dear sister. God should not blame it. Probably not. Without thinking about it, Liang Bing began to prepare for the sacrifice. The altar is still the starry sky altar built before. However, she and Carl have used various high technologies to project the altar of the starry sky of the sun star to all living planets in the universe. At that time, all living beings in the entire universe will worship the great God of primordial enlightenment together. The next day, in front of the starry sky altar above the earth, Liang Bing stood in the position of officiant, followed by Carl. After the last sacrifice, Carl's original soul body state has been transformed into substance, and can be transformed between virtual and real. This made Carl very happy. During this time he was studying himself in the laboratory. What is a mad scientist? This is, if you are ruthless, you can slice yourself for research. Bring up the sacrifice. With a wave of Liang Bing's hand, the demons quickly carried various sacrifices onto the altar one by one. There are starships, science and technology classics and so on. Finally, there are D Lena, Chiangwei and Qilin, above the earth. Everyone looked at the huge and bright starry sky altar in the starry sky, and kowtowed. Captain, Chiangwei, and Qilin are all leaving. Zhe Xiaolun looked at the sky and sighed, my goddess is gone. Brother, don't cry, you still have the fifth girl. Lu Chuang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Roll, Zhe Xiaolun said unhappily. Du Sao looked at Chiangwei from a distance. In this era of supremacy of gods, if the earth wants to develop better, people in the sky are necessary. Even if it is not known whether the sacrificed person will be able to return, it is a deterrent. That's why Chiangwei and Qilin volunteered to sacrifice. The sacrifice begins. Everyone prays with the queen. Liang Bing said loudly. Her loud voice resounds on every living planet in the universe through high-tech means. All the creatures knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the projection altars above their respective planets. At the same time, Sunny Star, deep in the heavenly Tao pagoda. All of a sudden, streaks of golden light surged, and a burly figure slowly stood up in the golden light, burning with hot flames all over his body. His icy eyes seemed to contain the universe, neither joy nor sorrow, completely indifferent. There is a hint of emotion and desire. Deep, sharp, it seems to be able to see through people's thinking and see through the universe. He is D. Lena's grandfather, the sun god, Swish. The raging flames rose, the outer space trembled violently, and then a huge pitch-black crack was torn open. The heavenly Tao pagoda was accompanied by a flash of fire, sank into the pitch-black crack, and disappeared. In the dark, there seems to be a will that is as brilliant as the heavens revived. Time and space swayed like water waves. Kingdom of God. Keisha seemed to be deeply poisoned, to the marrow of her bones. Hong Meng had no choice but to detoxify Keisha with all his heart. Now, the critical moment has come. Hong Meng increased his strength and output of divine power, and massaged along Keisha's, Zanjiang, Tiantu, all the way to the key acupoints such as, Lingshu. Finally, Hong Meng went down and crossed the, Guanyuan, Zhongji, and other acupoints, trying to get rid of the toxin all at once. Keisha trembled and her voice grew louder. After a few days of pushing qi through the uterus, and Hong Meng's own acupuncture treatment, most of the toxins in Keisha's body were finally eliminated. Just the last step, Hong Meng immediately lifted all the blood and energy in his body. The majestic divine power, as vast as a river, seemed to be endless, pouring into the poisonous stove in Keisha's body. In an instant, Keisha felt a warm current sweeping her whole body, washing away all the poison left in her body. Her eyes are half opened and half closed, her eyes are blurred, she is non-toxic and light, and she is indescribably happy. Hong Meng exhaled a turbid breath. He has treated many similar toxic diseases, and he is already familiar with the process, so there is no pressure in the treatment. The method is even more consummate. Everyone who has been healed by him has not said yes. Looking at Keisha after the treatment, Hong Meng felt a sense of pride in his heart. Doctors are kind. The patient's sexual well-being is his greatest pride. Ding, a ray of faith has been detected. This time it has been multiplied by 1 billion times, and you have obtained 1 billion strands of faith. Ding, your believers have sacrificed countless scientific and technological classics to you. This time, you have obtained a 50 billion times increase, and you have obtained the halo of technological civilization. A aura of technological civilization. Level 3A wisdom increases 10,000 times, and learning scientific and technological knowledge is 10,000 times blessed. Sound Yen, do you want to be a scientist? Ding, your believers sacrificed 100,000 space battleships to you. This time, you will get a 50 billion times increase, and you will get 100,000 mechanical space warriors. A mechanical space warrior, the peak of the gods, the mechanical life, can switch between the two forms of battleship and life at will, automatically swallow the energy of the void as energy, and have long-lasting combat power. You deserve it. Mechanical cosmic warriors, a peak army of 100,000 gods, very good. There was a smile in Hong Meng's eyes. In addition to the Angel Legion, he now has an additional mechanical life legion under his command. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you Qi Lin, the daughter of great luck, with 100 powers of luck. This time, the gain has been increased by 500 billion times. You have obtained the original power of 50 trillion paths. You have obtained the main god level sniper killing method, you get the legendary hero sniper god Qilin. A god of sniper. Qilina in the early days of the main god, wherever the mind goes, wherever the gun goes, once it hits the soul, the bullet will never fail. There is also a gun hero, which is interesting. Hong Meng smiled, and caressed Keisha Ruyu's smooth skin with 5 fingers. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the goddess of destiny, Lena, with 200 powers of luck. This time, we have obtained a trillion-fold increase. Quote. You have obtained the original power of 2 billion Tao. You have obtained the way of the main god level sun. You got the legendary hero sun goddess D Lena, a goddess of the sun. D Lena at the peak of the Lord God, he can be transformed into a great sun, where the light shines, annihilates all things, and the sun comprehends, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you Qiangwei, the daughter of destiny, with 200 powers of luck. This time, we have obtained a trillion-fold increase. You have obtained the original power of 2 billion Tao. You have obtained the main god level way of time and space. You got the legendary hero, temporal enchantress Qiangwei. A time and space enchantress. Rosia at the peak of the main god, he controls the way of time and space, time is respected, and space is king. My god, I feel that there are still lingering poisons. Keisha leaned against Hong Meng's arms, her skin was crystal clear, and her graceful undulating curves were vividly displayed, adding endless temptation. She saw that Hong Meng was in a good mood, with her tender lotus arms hooked on Hong Meng, and her charming voice seemed to sound from the bottom of people's hearts, sultry and soul-stirring. Sure enough, the acme of an angel is a devil. Hong Meng secretly sighed in his heart, what a big goblin. No wonder he was able to teach Yan that little goblin. Do you want to go back to the super god universe? Hong Meng pinched Keisha's perfect flushed face and smiled slightly. If it weren't for the cold ice sacrifice, he would have let her know the fate of a snake who swallowed an elephant if she was not greedy. My god told me to go, so I will go. Keisha smiled charmingly, serve my god. Okay then, I'll take you to see the ultimate fear of your super god universe. Hong Meng smiled indifferently and walked out. He already felt that there were some changes in the Chaoshan universe, which couldn't be solved by cold ice alone. Thank you, my god. Keisha knelt down, her heart filled with sweetness and excitement. Returning to the super god universe is like returning home. What's more, she was the first one to return to her hometown, which shows God's love for her. What could be more joyous than this? Suddenly, she glanced at a dazzling blush beside her, and her pretty face was hot. She glanced at Hong Meng secretly, and then quickly put away the bed sheet without any trace. For the first time, it is worth cherishing. Angel battle armor appeared on her body, serving at the side. Small gesture for Kesha. Hong Meng naturally saw it. Thinking of Kesha's performance last night, Hong Meng was in a good mood, and sent Hexi and Tiantianyan over via voice transmission from his spiritual sense. Since you are going to the Chaoshan universe, let's make it more grand, so that you can't lose your style. This can also be regarded as a reward for the cool ice. After all, Liang Bing was the first to preach the universe, and he added believers in units of trillions. Ding, your believers held a cosmic world sacrifice, and you get a world of luck. This time, we have achieved a trillion-fold increase. You have obtained a Zijin Luck Golden Dragon. Purple Gold Luck Golden Dragon. Hong Meng's body trembled, and he saw an incomparably huge purple gold dragon descending from the sky. The mountain-like scales were cast like purple gold, shining and shining brightly. Majesty. Sacred, full of infinite power, full of endless mysteries. When it flew in front of Hong Meng, even Kesha, who was half a step god king, felt an unimaginable majesty and pressure. Roar. 9 golden luck dragons flew out from Hong Meng's body, merged with the Zijin golden dragons, and finally turned into 9 Zijin golden dragons. 9 purple gold luck golden dragons entered the body. Hong Meng Ling Tai was unprecedentedly clear, his thinking became billions of times quicker, the light of wisdom soared, and countless great insights flooded his heart. Boom. There was a huge breakthrough in the Tao of primordial spirit in an instant, from the middle stage of the main god to the late stage of the main god, and jumped to the peak of the main god of the road. Following the Tao breakthrough, it was a matter of course for Hong Meng's cultivation to be promoted to the peak of the main god, and his strength skyrocketed. Okay, Hong Meng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The luck of a universe-level world is really terrifying. What's more, it has increased by a trillion times. It's incredible. Unexpectedly, his cultivation base has been raised by 2 small realms at once. Hong Meng was in a good mood. Decided to reward Liangbing well later. Soon. Everything's ready. Roar. A dragon's chant resounded across the sky, and the golden dragon king of the God King realm shook his head and tail. There are 2 golden chains hanging around its neck, and it pulls the exclusive car built by Hong Meng and rushes towards it. Come to Hong Meng respectfully. The proud dragon's head immediately prostrated itself on the ground, with excitement in its eyes. Able to pull chariots for the gods is its greatest glory. Keisha and Yan waited for Hong Meng to get in the car and waited on the left and right. Hexi stood aside, directing the angel army to open the way. The mighty army of angels went to the super god universe along the channel of faith. Damn little angel, you know how to seduce my god. Medusa looked at Keisha and Angel Yan who followed Hong Meng to the super god universe, and felt very sad. Taste. She came to the kingdom of God first. She thought that after becoming the queen of God, she would be favored by God, but in the end, Angel Yan and Keisha took the lead. It was cut off. She sort of understands what it means to get the moon first. Angel Yan and Keisha serve as Hong Meng's personal bodyguards. Guarding, it really sticks to the collapse. Will it be that little cousin Hexi next time? Medusa's eyes flickered, and she had a decision in her heart. She can't sit still, she has to act. A bird that sings gets a worm. Not just Medusa. Ji Yu Zuner, Ji Yu Yuina, Yan Ruyu and others were also thoughtful. Super God Universe. Solar System. As the last word of Liang Bing and all the believers fell, the entire starry sky altar bloomed with dazzling divine light, just like the rising sun, illuminating the universe. Every corner of the universe can see a huge majestic altar. Eternal sky, majestic and sacred. As the divine light on the altar lights up, bright and dazzling light clusters rise up one by one. Some of those light groups are angel warships, some are various treasures, and some are. But the most dazzling ones are Chiangwei, Delana and Qilin. Especially the former. Rose seems to have turned into the universe time and space, vast and boundless, surrounded by roads of time and space, setting her off like a goddess of time and space. Deep. Vast. Seeing her is like seeing layers of mysterious time and space. And Delena's whole body was ignited with raging flames, like a scorching sun, stretching across the sky and shining in all directions. My God, even though I've seen them once, Jill was so shocked to see the captain, Chiangwei and the others. Lu Chuang looked at the sky above the altar, surrounded by the holy aura of the three roses, with indescribable envy in his eyes. He really wanted to sacrifice himself there. It's a pity that all he got from Liang Bing was one word: get lost. Okay. Du Sao's eyes were full of relief. Lian Feng followed him, his beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. Chiangwei, you go to the kingdom of God first, we will see you again in the future. Liang Bing raised his head, with reluctance in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura as vast as the might of the sky suddenly descended, and Liang Bing frowned. This doesn't seem to be the power of my God. She raised her head suddenly, and saw a huge black crack that was tens of thousands of feet suddenly opened in the starry sky. A little light of fire spread out from the crack, and under the suspicious eyes of Liang Bing, Carl and others, the Tiandao pagoda flew out with raging flames. Strips of ancient flame patterns lit up on the surface of the heavenly Dao pagoda. The majestic figure of the sun god emerged, and his eyes without the slightest emotion swept across Liang Bing, Carl and others. Anyone who has been scanned by these eyes feels inexplicably shocked, feeling as if their minds have been spied on. In the chat group, a descendant of the Dian royal family, fuck me, who is this bastard? How dare you come to my god's sacrificial ceremony to make trouble? Shengshen Guzi, the sun god who looks a bit like Liangsheng, is it because Miss Liangbing sacrificed his granddaughter? Mo Zunlu, this person is not simple, at least has the strength of the 12th level, and seems to have a feeling of being in harmony with the universe, very strong. The overlord of the world society, could it be that even you, the demon king, are not your opponent? Mo Zunlu, if I am outside the universe, I am not afraid of him. Within the universe, he has the power of the entire universe to bless me. I am not an opponent. Tu Shan's second boss, it's so terrifying. Sect Master Yunlin, it's so terrifying. Demon Queen, fuck. The sun god is so awesome. Why didn't I know before? Holy Maiden of Wuhun Temple, I feel that there is something wrong with the sun god, maybe it is different from the sun god you knew before. Demon Queen, it seems that you are hopeless. Liang Bing looked at the majestic sun god walking out of the Tiandao pagoda, his eyes were full of dignity, but he was not too worried. Because behind her is the supreme primordial god. I get it, this is the ultimate fear we were looking for. Carl has been staring at the sun god the moment he appeared. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed. At first, Keisha raised a question. The angelic civilization has a history of 100,000 years, and it is the highest civilization among known civilizations. But in the long history of the universe, there are already 3 billion years of history, and it is absolutely impossible to only breed an angelic civilization. Either those civilizations were destroyed without a trace. Now it seems, sure enough, in the depths of the universe that they cannot explore, there is an incomparably terrifying and powerful force. After a civilization reaches its peak, it will be destroyed by this force. Leave no trace. Are you the sun god? Liang Bing looked at the other party, and even with her 10th level peak cultivation base, she felt an indescribable pressure, as if facing the universe and heaven. Desperate. Make people powerless. Collude with evil spirits outside the territory, you should be punished. The sun god's eyes seemed to contain the universe and the earth lowered. He looked at the cold ice, and let out a cold, majestic voice. It's like a sentence from heaven. Aloof. There is no doubt. And as the sound sounded, Liang Bing was suddenly moved by an invisible Dao La rolling towards her from all directions. To crush her and turn her into powder. The artifact suit on her body creaked, and the divine light dimmed in an instant, revealing hideous cracks. I rely on it. Liang Bing felt as if the whole universe was pressing on her. She resisted with all her strength, but it was like an ant shaking the sky. Pitiful, weak, helpless, shivering. The breath of death rushed over Liang Bing yelled unscrupulously, saying, "My God, save me! My God, save me!" The sound of cold ice sounded and spread to every living planet in the universe through live broadcast and projection, and everyone was stunned. It's the sun god. Li Yangxing Pan Zhen's body trembled, he was overwhelmed with surprise, and immediately rushed towards the solar system. "Where is my mother? The demon queen is calling for help." Lu Chuang swallowed his saliva, and his eyes almost popped out. "Who says it's not? This is a great god who came out of nowhere. Nima, there are many dangers in this world, I want to go home." Jie Shaolun was stunned for a while. Originally they thought that the demon queen was invincible in the universe. Unexpectedly, a great god appeared today and directly beat Morgana. Fuck, the demon queen won't just hang up like this. Just when this idea just arose in everyone's mind, a strange voice sounded from the void. No one knew where the sound came from. No one can describe the content of the sound. It seems to come from a distant time and space. Through the past, present and future. It seems to come from the depths of the soul. Through the soul, pierce the body. Everyone who heard the sound felt like the sky was collapsing and the earth was falling, and it weighed heavily on their hearts, making them breathless. In the dark, the invisible fear and danger are like landslides and ground cracks, and they are surging like a shocking tsunami. It washes the hearts of all non-believers over and over again. Surrender. Only surrender can liberate. Only surrender can be free. Only surrender can forgive. The sun god raised his eyes without the slightest emotion, and looked at the sky from a distance. There seemed to be a raging fire in his eyes, burning the sky and destroying the earth. And the moment Liangbing's voice sounded, it seemed as if the mountain on his back disappeared. The whole person was relieved. The holy light on the altar resounded with the sound. Become brighter and more holy. All believers shrouded in divine light. It's like soaking in a hot spring. It was as if he was back in his mother's arms again. Warmth, safety, comfortable. Well, a seductive moan came from Liangbing's mouth. Her delicate body trembled wildly, with lingering fear in her heart. Hoo-hoo. I was scared to death, I thought I was going to die. Praise you, the great god of primordial Meng. Lang Bing, the sun god should be controlled by the will of the universe. He can invoke the power of the laws of the universe, making him invincible in the universe. Carl didn't seem to know what fear was, and his eyes were full of curiosity and excitement about the new discovery. Invincible as a hammer, wait for my god to come, crush him to death with one finger. Liang Bing came back to her senses, thinking that it was useless for her to have the imprint of the gods. Even without the protection of the primordial god just now, she would not have died. While feeling ashamed in my heart for calling for help before, my confidence increased greatly, and my waist suddenly stiffened. If it wasn't for knowing that the primordial god had arrived. She summoned the divine power left in her body by the primordial god. Fuck it. Boom, it sounded like a thunderclap again. This time more forceful. Bigger, more majestic. Endless coercion swept through every inch of space in the universe. Under the eyes of countless creatures excited and surprised. The boundless starry sky was suddenly torn open. Endless divine light surged out of the pitch-black cracks like the Milky Way pouring down. Turn the sky into a sea of gold. In the ocean. The law of the endless avenue is surging. Ambilight. Cancan Shengwei. Intertwined with each other to form a billions of feet high golden portal. Huge. Majesty. Majestic. Magnificent. My dear, are the gods coming? The eyes of Jie Shaolun, Lu Chuang and others were full of anticipation. The last time I saw you in a hurry. The stalwart figure of the gods. It left an indelible impression on their hearts. That is the real spirit. What kind of gods are these super genetic warriors? But stronger than ordinary people. Boom. Endless crimson rays of light bloomed from the golden portal, like a scorching sun appearing in front of people's eyes. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. After a little relief, everyone opened their eyes. I saw an army of angels appearing in front of the huge golden portal. Neat and uniform, the momentum is monstrous. Every angel warrior is tall, sexy and graceful, with exposed crystal clear skin, white and tender. The golden hair is like the sun, shining with golden light. They were dressed in uniform golden skirts and battle armor. Holding a flaming sword, the golden angel wings are like flaming flames. Like an angel of war, heroic and majestic. A terrifying aura spread from them. Make the void tremble. The stars are swaying. The leading angel has snow-like silver hair, which looks extraordinarily different from the universe. The aura emanating from his body made the cosmic avenue whine even more. The world is in panic. Damn it, Hexy. Liang Bing's eyes widened. He didn't expect He to come. But it's okay. Not Keisha. Otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing. It's Tianji Wang Hexi, and the angel army that was sacrificed back then. So strong. Du Sao and others recognized each other at a glance. Although it was already known that she and the others had become very strong. But there was an altar blocking it at the time, so the feeling was not clear enough. Now that there is no altar to block it, the aura of Hexi and the Angel Legion swept across the universe like a catastrophe. It was overwhelming. She looked down, be it angels or demons. Everyone who met his eyes gaze lowered their heads, panic, nervous, disturbed. All the people swept by his eyes gaze felt the vast and terrifying pressure. It's like facing the vast expanse of starry sky, fear, unspeakable horror. The invisible power is like a giant dragon overlooking ants. One can imagine the strength of Hexi, who has mastered the God King level avenue and almost stepped into the God King realm with one foot. The sun god's indifferent and ruthless eyes rippled layer upon layer at this moment, terrified and uneasy. However, Hexi ignored him at all. She knelt down on one knee and said reverently, "Welcome my god to descend." Following Hexi kneeling on the ground, 100,000 angel warriors followed closely behind, kneeling in the void one after another. They all shouted, "Welcome to my god." The weakest 100,000 angel warriors are true gods. They shouted in unison, "The laws of the universe have been rewritten," and their passionate voices spread throughout the universe. All living beings were shocked, heart trembling. They chanted the scriptures of the primordial god in their mouths, and stared at the huge golden portal in the starry sky devoutly and fanatically. Roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon chant, a terrifying aura came from the portal. No one can describe how powerful that is. No one can describe how horrible it was. The soul is trembling. The body is shaking. Under this force, the universe and the heavens and the earth appear extremely small. That is a power beyond anyone's imagination. Dazzling golden light gushed out from the portal, and a golden dragon flew out. Its body is bigger than the sun. Its scales shone brighter than diamonds. Its breath is vaster than the universe. God-level golden dragon king. It's coming. It pulls a top-grade congenital Lingbao supreme dragon. Long Yushang has a supreme throne. Hong Meng sat on it. The power of the Tao around the body is surging, connecting with the laws of the Tao of the universe, forming auroras that run through the universe. Gorgeous, colorful, sacred, majesty. Just taking a look at it makes people feel as if they are facing the universe. It seems to have seen the ultimate mystery of the universe, and seen the 3,000 ways. If you look closely, you feel that the soul seems to be hit by an unprecedented impact, and it will collapse at any time. That kind of power is boundless. That kind of power is majestic and terrifying. That kind of power suppresses the world. Welcome to my god. Liang Bing and Carl bowed excitedly. Welcome to my god. Countless demons and all the believers of the living planets in the universe kowtowed and kowtowed. Excited. Excited, sincerely and fearfully. Ah, you traitors. Damn it all. I'm going to destroy you all. The sun god roared wildly, and the entire super god universe was surging with thunder and fury. The endless world-destroying god thunder surged in the starry sky, as if destroying the world. However, no matter how turbulent those divine thunders were, they couldn't fall down, as if there was some kind of power blocking it. The sun god is also like a clown who can only bark. They yelled loudly, but they didn't make any real movement. It's not that he doesn't want to move. Instead, he couldn't move at all. How is this possible? How could it be so strong? Impossible. I am the Lord of the universe. I am the master of the universe. I am invincible. The sun god roared wildly, but was still unable to move. He couldn't even sense the law of the universe that he was most familiar with. The moment the other party arrived, he seemed to be isolated and suppressed. You must know that he is not a simple sun god. It is the will of the universe that sees the sun god. He is the master of this universe. Overlook all beings. In charge of life and death. Whoever wants to be born will be born. Whoever wants it will die. But now all his powers are gone. He even has an instinctive fear. Instinctively want to escape. Is this the ultimate fear? It turns out that the universe gave birth to will. No wonder intelligent life cannot break through the boundaries of the universe. Carl stared at the sun god with scorching eyes, constantly using his knowledge to analyze. It turns out that when intelligent life touches the limit of the universe, it will be wiped out by the will of the universe. Interesting. At this time, Hong Meng lowered his eyes. He has mastered the way of the emperor level avenue, the only one who respects me. On the realm, not weaker than the emperor. At a glance, he could see the state of the sun god. He even sensed Kiran, the headmaster of time, who is integrated with the will of the universe. Kiran's state is a bit like Hongjun, who is in harmony with the way of heaven. In fact, Liangbing's last sacrifice had already aroused the vigilance of the will of the universe. It was just that it was too sudden at the time, and the will of the universe felt that Hong Meng was a little strong and difficult to deal with. Temporarily hidden. This time, the will of the universe felt that it was ready, so it deliberately waited for the success of the cold ice sacrifice and then wiped it out when the flood came. Only, it overestimated itself and underestimated Hong Meng. As soon as Hong Meng came, he suppressed the entire Tao of universe, heaven and earth. It has absolutely no resistance. The Tao of heaven does not require consciousness. Hong Meng's faint voice sounded like the law of order. The sun god's body trembled, and he suddenly lost consciousness, and his body fell from the air. Forgive me. Two obscure and inexplicable notes resounded in the depths of the universe. Except for Hong Meng, no one else could understand. But there is an inexplicable fear deep in the hearts of all creatures in the entire universe. Let them be scared. Creepy. Caca. It was as if the sound of broken porcelain suddenly sounded in the depths of everyone's heart inexplicably. Then they somehow seemed to break some kind of shackles. There is a great sense of relief and freedom. Is this the will of the universe being shattered? Carl's eyes widened. This is a heavenly existence in the universe. Just like that, he was wiped out with a single sentence without the slightest resistance. Boom. The void was rippling, and a figure suddenly fell from the starry sky. It is Kiran, the headmaster of time, who is in harmony with Tao. Liang Bing's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the corpses of the sun god, Tiandao Pagoda, and time principal Keelan to the altar. Ding, your believers offer you blood sacrifices to the principle of time, Kiran. This time you have gained a 200 billion times increase, and you have obtained the God Emperor level way of time. Ding, your believers sacrifice blood to the sun god to you. This time you will get a 200 billion times increase, and you will get the way of the sun at the emperor level. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the Tiandao Pagoda. This time, you will get a 200 billion times increase, and you will get the innate treasure Tiandao Shrine. X8, the innate treasure Tiandao Shrine. X8, the innate treasure Tiandao Shrine. X8, the innate treasure